friends! Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. We're here. This is just gonna be a chill stream. We're gonna work on this. Well, let's go. Wrong thing. We're gonna work on this drop game here. We're gonna make it so that the ornaments will slowly fall off. We'll figure out what we're gonna do exactly. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. Crib Style says, hype, welcome. Yes, Andrew Lane has their drop bot going. And they haven't managed to land a single ornament, which is pretty funny. But I think it's, is it Cheyenne and Rabbitworks? Rabbitworks JavaScript right there. Great work. Great work, everyone. Merry Christmas, Trent from New Zealand. Oh. Noob mistake. I didn't mute my my streaming software. Impy says, I saw a notification, opened it, and read Coding Garden is streaming. Best thing ever. Merry Christmas, Impy. And Merry Christmas, Mr. Moon from Switzerland. Hello, Josh. Welcome. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, much love and cheer, says Rabbitworks. What's up, what's up? Yep, the intro came again. Hello, Karan. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well, who's in India. That's great. Yo, Brian, what's up? Yeah, the drops were before the stream even started. Merry Christmas, Fadi. Hello, Abdelhamid. I'm doing pretty good. I had a good day. I cleaned the house. Just been hanging out. Steven says, I really enjoyed your gaming stream. That's good. I think I'm gonna stream until till it's Christmas. For me, anyway. I know it's already Christmas for a lot of people, but it's only 6 p.m. for me. So I think I'm gonna stream till at least midnight, I think. So like 6 hours? Time right now. What's a good website that shows you like the time? Time.is? That's the one. I think we've used this one before, but we're streaming till at least midnight. We're here. Merry Christmas, Cheyenne. Ho, ho, ho. Time to code, code, code. That's pretty good, Shatley. GamerCat Neko says, Merry Christmas from Germany. Welcome. Yes, intro to the second power. Lakshan says, Merry Christmas. May the blessings and happiness. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas from Germany. Oh yeah, Infy is in Germany. Welcome, welcome. Hello, J Valley Web. Happy holidays. Hello, Stablam. Merry Christmas. Hello, Augustus. Are we gonna get rickrolled? I don't know. Oh, I accidentally unacknowledged it, but it's Christmas, so let's get rickrolled. Let's turn the sound up. Let's click this link that Andrew has provided. Nice. It's not a rickroll because we knew it was coming. Infy says it's already Christmas for a lot. Yeah, well, that's true. For a lot of people, it's the day after Christmas. I guess for some people, it's the day after Christmas. But technically, it's probably a lot of people because it's entire countries with millions of people. But you're right. Lakshan says, what did I ask Santa for Christmas? An apron to use in the kitchen. And specifically an apron that is water resistant. I didn't want like a cloth one. So hopefully I get that. We'll see tomorrow. And thanks for the follow, Stablam. I already have the beard, like the Santa's beard. Yeah, I should have dyed it white for Christmas. Yeah. Steven says, we use NGINX and Kubernetes at my work, so this should be very useful for me. Thanks. Yeah, it'll be fun. Basically, there are several servers that I have deployed on now. Here. But now version 1 allowed you to deploy things that they essentially wrapped into a Docker container. So when it spins up, it'll be persistent at least until it goes to sleep, and you can do things like sockets. But with now version 2, it's all serverless, so you can't do socket connections. So I have quite a few projects that are deployed on now version 1, and they're just not working like they used to. I mean, they don't really support now version 1 for anybody that signed up after version 2 was released anyways, but there are a few servers that I have deployed that I'm going to move to my own server, so that's what we're going to configure it for. Hello, Bob, who's on YouTube today. Let's add mod Bob, because Bob is a mod on Twitch. Where are they at? Where's my YouTube star? Is that the right person? Yeah, there we go. Emotes in the chat for Bob. He is now a moderator. And actually, this will be Bob. Send a message because I think I updated this so that If your user information changed, it should actually show a star next to your name, but we'll see. And hello, Shashika. Merry Christmas. Yeah, there's a clock there, but it's fun to see the countdown clock. What's up, Alka? Merry Christmas. How's the family? How are your cousins and all that stuff? Oh, here comes Andrew. They're gonna land on the tree. They definitely are. Oh no, they missed it. That's pretty funny. Merry Christmas. Hello, Eddie. Merry Christmas. Patrick says, Merry Christmas. I always learn so much. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's Christmas, so let's get rickrolled. Oh, there we go. Nice. So Bob is now a mod. See the star next to their name. Uh, Augusta says, hope you have a good Christmas. Yeah, I mean, I've never talked about this on stream. I'm not religious either. I like Santa and Christmas trees and wearing a Santa hat and giving gifts. But yeah, Christmas is tomorrow. For me, anyways. Merry Christmas, Boyan. Welcome. The Rickroll is not acceptable because it's Christmas. Night mode looks better on now. I've never tried it. Can a beginner in Node.js benefit from this? Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to show is basically we'll have a Linux server that potentially has multiple Node.js processes running on it. So you could have multiple Node.js APIs running on different ports. And then with the configuration that we set up on this server with NGINX, we can route different requests to different Express servers based on the subdomain or the domain name. So you could definitely benefit from it. This is like DevOps kind of stuff. No one picks YouTube over Twitch. That's funny. Oh yes, yes, we're gonna do some reverse proxying, and I'm drinking caffeine this late at night, but that's because we're gonna be streaming for a while. And yeah, I saw that GitHub issue. That was so silly. And hopefully no one takes offense to the fact that I've said Merry Christmas so many times. It's just the holidays. A very large portion of the world celebrates this. It's all about Santa. Oh, and you see this timer going. In 21 minutes, I'm going to give away stickers. So check these out. So if you are one of my patrons that added your address, I sent some of these to you. So you either got them today or maybe you'll get them the day after tomorrow. But look at this. It's a holographic Santa Vue.js sticker. And in 20 minutes, I'm going to give some away. I have so many printed, and Christmas is almost over. But hopefully you can benefit from these. I don't know. You can have Christmas spirit all year long. And thanks for the follow, Yoda Droid. Oh yeah, Andrew got one because they rickrolled me, but they're also a mod. I'm gonna be sending stickers to all of my mods, so I will not count mods in part of the giveaway because you're gonna get one of these anyways. Yeah. And I asked for an apron, a kitchen apron. Wabes, hello Wabes, who says, I like that. Thank you very much. What emote is that, Alka? Snow. Oh, is that like a elephant trunk making a snowball? Maybe? I don't know. There it is. That's it. Yeah, and so there's this drama on the VS Code repo. If you haven't seen it, you can click that link. Hello, Joe Mama. Welcome. Yeah, Andrew says, I'm Jewish and I'm not offended. That's good. Any good tutorials for Docker? I don't have any yet, but I might actually. I've talked about creating some eventually. So. Stephen Yeat says, I need it now. Yeah. Oh, what's this emote? Christmas is... Oh, I don't have that one. All right, right now, it's the holidays, and we're only going to have... If you're on Twitch... if you're on Twitch, show me all of your haha holidays emotes. Because these are going to go away, I think, on January 2nd. I'm kind of sad about that. Only 2 of them are going to stick around. Oh, I didn't know I had that one, the haha goose. We don't know which 2 are going to stick around yet. Oh, you keep all of them now? Yes! Yes! Like, I purposefully donated a lot of bits to Alka's stream so that I could unlock these awesome holiday emotes. Look at all of them! That's awesome. So which one is this? This is the cat? Yeah. Must be like a pie? Looks like a jelly-filled donut, honestly. Um, let's see what else. Yeah, I don't have this one either. This is haha think. You know that meme with the guy thinking? Where like, yeah, that thing. Do I have this? Yeah, I have that one. Oh, I don't have the melting snowman. Haha sweat. Wait, Alka, you have all of them? Alka? Literally all of them? How'd you do that? Oh, you know why? Probably because your bot is in so many channels and is getting gifted these emotes in all of those channels. Is that accurate? Yeah. Yeah. So that's cool. What else we got? Yeah, these emotes are great. Oh, and Hello Peak. Um, yeah, I'm glad we get to keep them. We can spread the Christmas cheer all year long. Thanks, Karan. I might not do it on Udemy, but I think in the new year I will create some sort of course that people can pay me money for if they want to, and we'll see how it goes. And if it goes well, maybe I'll do more, but we'll see. Nice. These are like the standard Twitch emotes, right? From Imphy. Though not everyone has them. You had to get them at a certain time. There's the ornament, the present, Santa. Yeah. It's great. Very good. Very good, everyone. Oh, dang. Andrew doesn't have any. I invest in emojis and emotes. I don't have better Twitch TV. Nice. Feliz Navidad, Shiny Coffin. Welcome. All right, let's keep catching up. We got more messages. Joe Mama says those look awesome. That guy's own repo issues got spammed with Merry Christmas. Yeah, that's silly. It's very silly. Josh is saying I was working on a website to tell me when the U.S. flag should be up, fully up, or half up when the stream started. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so there are, I think the U.S. government issues something if, what do you call it? If there's some event, like something sad happens, then you're supposed to fly your flags at half mast. So that'll be an interesting app. Very cool. Great. Hello. Hey, Dallas. That's my nephew. What's up? Merry Christmas. Nice. I just started learning Vue. Cool. So you might win one. Client telephone. And Big West, that's my brother. What's up? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I guess you're just hanging out at home, watching the stream. Cool. Oh, what are these emotes, Alka? Is that like another? Are they all like elephant related? Is that what it is? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I did say this. I'm excited. Like when I get gray hair, I'm gonna look like a wizard. Like I am not ashamed and not at all worried about getting gray hair. I'm excited for it. And then I can be Santa. There's my my break timer. Oh, Simon has all of them too. That's pretty sweet. Thank you, Dallas. Thank you very much. I'm excited that we get to keep all of them. Initially, it was, they were only gonna let you keep two, but yeah, look at all these holiday emotes. That's so good. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have better Twitch TV. Should I get better Twitch TV? Or like the other thing that's similar? Look at them all. That's so good. FFC? I guess is that like better Twitch TV plus more? All right. Feliz Navidad, Shiny Coffin. Welcome. Oh, I don't have the Doge one. I want the Doge one. Yeah, haha Doge. Hello, Simon. Welcome. Merry Christmas, Candy Cane. Welcome. Dang, the issue open that. Dang, that's unfortunate. Steven says, I have one gray hair at 20. I don't know if I have ever had a gray hair. I feel like I thought I did, but then the light was just hitting it wrong. I don't know. I need some gray hairs. I'm not stressed out enough. Sorali says, been using Angular at work for the past few years. I might just bite the bullet and learn Vue because it's so similar. Yeah, so if you've been using Angular 1, You're gonna love it. Like it's very similar and better in a lot of ways. Big West says my daughter Libby is watching you for the first time. Hello, Libby. Thanks for tuning in. All right. Should I get FFC? What is that gonna do for me if I get FFC? Frankerfizz. Frankerface? Z. Envy says my hair has dyed gray or white normally. Does that count? I guess so. And I guess I could do that. Yeah. Dye my hair and my beard or get married. Is getting married stressful? All right. Download for Chrome. Merry Christmas, Katoli. Thanks for stopping by. We'll be streaming for a while, so I might be streaming when you wake up. I don't know. Here we go. Add to Chrome. Here we go. All right, now if I refresh, what happens? Settings? Frankfurters? There we go. Josh says getting married wasn't stressful for me. That's like a classic trope. Everyone's like, "Oh, you getting married?" You know, like it doesn't have to be. Tell me what I need to do for Frankfurters. I guess I could just follow their website. Or Frankerface. Yep, it is. Cool. And I guess, like, I mean, that might be fun to work on as well. If we get better Twitch TV emotes and Frankerface emotes working in the chat overlay, that would be fun. It's true. Like, I've hung out in some streams before where, yeah, look at that. Where I see all these emote names, but the emotes aren't actually showing up. Where are the settings at, though? Okay. Yossi is asking, have I experimented with GitHub Actions yet? No, but I want to. So that could be a good streaming topic pretty soon. Yeah. And thanks for the follow, Trackspace. CJ would probably be the coolest uncle ever. Thanks, Brian. Cool. There's a Frankerface settings option. Did I miss it? Hard refresh. It could be because it's the standalone chat. I don't know. You need to click switch to non-mod options. Here we go. The Frankerface Control Center. Oh. Theme? That's fine. So many options. Okay, I'll have to explore this at a later time. But cool. Where can I enable better Twitch TV? Search setting. It's enabled by default. Cool. So I'm not going to mess with the settings. It's good for now. Oh, nice. Yeah, and this is a fun one too. I'm going to be using Christmas or like holiday emotes like for the rest of the year. It doesn't matter that it's not Christmas. Oh wow, that's funny, Joe Mama. It's a whole new website experience. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I kind of don't know. Like, there you go. Andrew Lane's made it on the tree 3 times. So here's what we're gonna work on though. So we're gonna make it so that if an ornament hits a spot where there's already an ornament, we're gonna make the one that was there fall off. I think that's the plan. So that way it won't get so crowded. But yeah, you could run for president to get gray hairs. That's true. I'd vote for CJ and Alka as vice president. Cool. 300 IQ. Oh wait, is that a better Twitch TV emote? I might have refreshed. Yeah, I feel the same way because it's like I don't have the extension and other people do, but you know, I did gain weight though. That's funny. Talking about being married. Hello, Yaundi. Welcome. GitLab pipelines, GitHub actions. What? Like you can use GitHub actions on GitLab? That's pretty interesting. Okay. Client telephone is saying, is Chrome actually much better for web dev over Firefox? It always seemed to use more resources and not have any real advantage. So the thing is, when Chrome first came out, it was like blazing fast compared to Firefox, because before Chrome, pretty much all developers used Firefox because of Firebug, which was the precursor to all modern dev tools. And that's what I used to use. And so when Chrome came out, I just have been using Chrome ever since. But Firefox has been upping their game, especially with like the Firefox Dev Edition. And they're putting a lot of work into the dev tools. So it's probably, I don't know if it's better because I haven't really used Firefox that much, but I think I tried it once and there were certain like Flexbox issues, so I just went back to Chrome. But yeah. Oh, these are different ones? Okay. Well, oh no, go back. Let's just open it in a new tab. We'll come to these later. Yep, so I've just been using Chrome, but maybe I'll start using Firefox. We'll see. Override the font used for the Twitch website. That's pretty cool. I use Firefox until I'm doing service worker related things, then Chrome excels. Yeah, so Chrome, if you look at the Chrome DevTools, has service worker things in it right here. So if you go to service workers, you can manage a lot of things and all that good stuff. Gene is saying, I'm a C# developer. Haven't done much JavaScript. Want to get into it. Sweet. This is the place to be if that's the case. I used to do C# before I started doing JavaScript. I've been doing JavaScript for the past like 5 years, and was doing C# for 3 or 4 years before that. For 3 to 4 years before the past 5 years. If you want to do the drop, make sure that you do lowercase drop space me, and make sure there's no space at the beginning. So that should drop me. Let's drop me too over here on Twitch. Yep. NGINX says, howdy CJ, today I just volunteered to take over the code base for BM Fiddle, a free business model canvas. The person who created it and runs it currently just doesn't have the time anymore. When asked about their previous stack, they said old tech stack. AngularJS, because of the first production release, basically the first one. Cold Fusion backend, well that's interesting, and CouchDB. That's a bit more modern. Can you offer any suggestions as to what the new stack should be? Resources for getting quickly spun up. Here, I'll save your question and we can talk about it because I'm not really even sure what this is. BM Fiddle? Is it open source? Business model Fiddle. Oh, we use the lean business. Is this lean? Yeah, we use this at work for new projects. How do I get to GitHub? Can you send me the GitHub link? Or wherever it is. But yeah, we'll take a look later. Oh, GitLab pipelines are superior to GitHub Actions. Okay, I could see it. Yossi says marriage is great for me. I gained weight as well. That's good. Yeah, and good luck, NGINX. That's a pretty like that's cool, right? You're a maintainer of an open source project now. That's awesome. Hello, Vincent Lab, who says I love your videos. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, should be good. Steven likes Firefox more than Chrome. That's good. Firefox Developer Edition is best for development, and it supports a lot of tools CJ uses directly, like Webpack, Unpacking, and Socket.io, and all that good stuff. That's good. Brave is just using, like, the Chrome engine underneath. I don't know. I have extensions installed that do the same thing that Brave does. So I don't know. Oh yeah, and then Lighthouse is built into the Chrome DevTools too for analyzing your website. Yeah, true. Etz is saying, from your experience, what language is easier to find an entry-level position? I'm struggling to find a front-end dev job. Um, I'm in the JavaScript world, so like all the juniors that I deal with and like the jobs that I was looking for were JavaScript related jobs. So it depends on your market. It depends on the market that you're in. Um, I would look at job postings in your area because they're going to say if like yeah what technologies they want you to have experience. Potentially C# or Java, depending on where you are. I don't know if you're in the U.S. even, but in the United States, there are like pockets of people that do C# and pockets of people that do Java, and then Node.js is kind of all over the place. So it varies. I would say look at job postings. Merry Christmas, Nessie. Bob says I tried to use Firefox when I was messing around in the network tab and something was slowing me down. I can't recall exactly what it was, but I never touched Firefox again. I stopped using it because there were like Flexbox issues, but they probably are resolved by now. Game Dev Game is saying, do you code Python? I have in the past. I don't do it that often now. Yeah, and that's the other weird thing. So like YouTube is a Google platform, so like they potentially have priority whenever it's running in Chrome versus some other browser, which is probably not that great. But I mean, it's not great. That's like they're abusing the fact that they have like a monopoly on the browser market. But that's a thing. Cool. Hello, Dark Hunter. Thank you. Imaginary Warhawk says, I use Firefox as my daily browser and development. I use Chrome sometimes, if, for example, using React with service workers, as service workers don't work with Firefox that well. Yeah, that makes sense. Dark Hunter says, some advice to deal with frustration when the code just does not work as you believe it should. I'll save your question. Maybe we can muse on it, but basically, what are the words that I'm trying to say? Bask in the frustration. Like, don't fight it. Here, we'll just talk about it right now. Like, don't fight the frustration, because writing software, building websites, writing code has frustration built into it. So if you are approaching it from the mindset that this shouldn't be frustrating, or I'm mad at the fact that it's not working right now, you're gonna have a bad time. So initially, just realize that like most things you do are going to be frustrating. Alka says there's never any frustration. But it really it's your mindset. It's like I know that I'm going to run into issues. I mean, I obviously do get frustrated and mad sometimes when I'm writing code. But it's all about the mindset. Yeah. Alka says Zen developers. It kind of, because it's like you basically just don't let those things get to you. They might get to me in the moment, but don't let it linger. I don't know. That's my advice. Like, basically realize that you're gonna get frustrated, and don't get mad at yourself for getting frustrated when it happens. I don't know. Steven says, could you do some comparison videos someday on C# versus JavaScript? Yeah, that would be fun. I'm down. Let's do it. C# for JavaScript developers? The Q&A site is broken again? That's why we're going to redeploy it tonight. Hello, ATD. Yeah, I don't use... Well, I'm not on Windows, but I don't use Edge Chromium. If you ever feel useless, remember someone had to port Microsoft Edge to Linux. That's crazy. Google is sabotaging Firefox on a regular basis and always says those were mistakes. Yep. Merry Christmas, ATD. Yeah. Hope you get so much reserved rest and relaxation. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe that happens. I stopped using Chrome because my laptop couldn't handle the RAM hogging, but my brand new machine can probably handle it. I should go back. Yeah. Merry Christmas, Furry Energy. Welcome. How do you deal with coding burnout? First, acknowledge that it is a real thing. Everyone gets burned out. It's going to happen. And potentially build it into your schedule. So, in terms of like if you have a job, um, and maybe you're working on there's like a project schedule. When a project is over, plan for vacation, like plan to take a break from everything and re-energize, because coding burnout is real. So I mean, the way you deal with it is by taking breaks. Like you can't just keep going and going and going, and on top of that, you take a break before the burnout happens, because if you wait till you're burnt out, then you potentially have to take a break for longer to recharge. Um, so yeah, and it's giveaway time. So let's finish catching up on the chat, and then we're gonna give away some stickers. I'll have to write a quick script to get all of the usernames that are in the chat. Um, but yeah, we're gonna give away some stickers. Yeah. Just watch InstaFluff while coding. The stream will calm you down. I completely and totally agree. If you haven't heard of InstaFluff, he is a Twitch streamer. He streams every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And it is just the most comforting, relaxing, nicest place to be. And it always brings a smile to my face when I'm there. So definitely check out InstaFluff. I think of him like the modern Steve from Blue's Clues, because I used to watch a lot of Blue's Clues when I was a kid. And he's just so wholesome, and the chat is super friendly, and everyone tells you hello when you show up, and everyone tells you good night when you have to go away. And Wabe is always in the InstaFluff chat. Yeah, let's show our InstaFluff emotes. Oh, this is I guess because of Frankerface. There we go. Let's drop an InstaFluff emote. InstaFluff love. There we go. Let's see. Is it gonna land? Oh, it's over. No. Oh, maybe it's coming really slow. Really slow. Hey, Merchon, it's been a while. No, it's not gonna land. But yeah, InstaFluff is fun. Check him out for sure. And you're welcome, Dark Hunter. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, you were the one that asked about being frustrated. Basically, just like bask in the frustration. Like, know that it's gonna happen. Don't avoid it. But yeah, happy holidays, Cassandra. Thanks for dropping by. I could also do some programmer. I'm gonna do that. I've done that in the past. Basically, like, well, you know what it is. I could make maybe a weekly stream where I explain the programming jokes, because you may not understand a lot of the jokes that are in programmer humor. So I could create like an explainer video where first you see if I laugh, and then second we explain potentially why it's funny. But yeah, we'll do that. Wesley made it on the tree. Are they over there somewhere? That's awesome. Do a C# stream for fun, like seeing if I like that. Maybe we'll start there, so you can see what it's like for me to use something that I haven't used in like 4 years. Well, that's not exactly true. Probably like I haven't used it in at least a year, because when I was teaching at Galvanize, we would do 1 week where I would teach the students either Java or C#. But yeah. Code, man. Oh yeah, we're gonna write some code. But first we're gonna do a giveaway, and then we'll write some code. And thanks for the follow, Furry Energy. Yeah, Firefox has more privacy features. Any plans for another pair coding stream with Alka? Yeah, I hope so. Probably in the new year or whenever Alka is available. But yeah, we could potentially keep working on that Twitch bot. We could find other things to do, but I would hope so. Burn out and burn back in. Stop procrastinating in code. We're gonna write code. Usually the first 30 minutes to an hour is just saying hello to everyone, and then we write some code. And we're going to write code to do the sticker giveaway. And you could be a lucky winner. Or watch CJ playing Jackbox when burned out. Yeah, we did that Sunday night, which was fun. Alka's down for it. Yeah, and Alka has been streaming every single night for entire Christmas. Last night was the first time not streaming since I picked up. Yeah, so he's been streaming every single night since December 1st. Streamlabs has some poll features. It'll be fun to write the code. And hey, Merchon, it's been a while. Welcome. Oh yeah, I got my Reddit account back last night. I figured out the password. So yeah, I'm back on this account. And I set up email verification and all that stuff so that if I forget my password again, I can get back in. But last night I had the idea to potentially start doing like a coding and JavaScript news short video thing. I don't know how it'll work out. Like I don't know, but basically similar to morning tea like I used to do, but a little more prepared, and it'll be like a 5 to 10 minute video that's just like a rundown of all the JavaScript and coding and programming and news that have happened in the past 2 or 3 days. I don't know. It's an idea. Maybe I'll do it in the new year. Merchan says it's been pretty hectic at school, and it looks like it'll be like that for another month or so. I'm just ashamed that I couldn't do my seedling school project. No worries at all. You take care of yourself. You focus on school. I'm sure you'll have time later. Yeah, quitting Vim jokes are always funny. One needs a really high IQ. You don't need a high IQ. You just need to be aware of what they're trying to make fun of. I was not there for the live sound effects manipulations. How does that work? Yep. So when I stopped using C# was right when the .NET Core got open sourced. So yeah, I'm aware that you can run it cross-platform now, and you don't need mono. Can we do a public live share session? Yeah. Yeah. Remind me. Right. Let's write some code. Anything else in here? All right. I want to click all the checkboxes because it's nice. But my holiday has been good so far. It's not been hectic. I didn't go home for Christmas, which is kind of sad. But I just been hanging out at my house. Yeah, lots of stuff to do with Prunerbot for sure. Yeah, I missed that. I wasn't there, Alka. All right, we'll keep that question. And there is someone that does JavaScript news. I will shout that person out because they've been doing it for a while. I'm subscribed to them. I forget what it's called though. I'm watching a friend's dog, which is why I didn't go home. I think I'm subscribed to them. Does anyone? Oh, here it is. BXJS Weekly. Check them out. So I think they do a one stream a week. Yeah, those are all my those are all my like they're basically public because I show them on stream all the time. But this person does weekly JavaScript news, which is pretty sweet, and it's basically like a digest of all the things that have been shared on like Reddit and stuff like that. But I would want to do something that's a little more frequent and shorter videos. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't there. That actually sounds pretty awesome. Java plus C++ equals JavaScript. Do you agree? No. I don't agree at all. So, because both Java and C++ are like classic C style languages. So they're both very much inspired by the C programming language, whereas JavaScript looks similar because you've got the curly braces and stuff like that. But it's much more functional, like from the start. And you can pass functions around, and you can do very functional things that you can't necessarily do with C++ or Java. So that's my opinion on that. All right, let's write some code. We'll keep that open, but we might not be able to catch up. But yeah, let's write some code. So here's what we're gonna do. Basically, this chat overlay that you're looking at right now pretty much has every single user that has sent a message so far in the stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to get that list and choose a random name in the list, and then you get a sticker. So let's do it. Let's create a giveaway folder. Oh, it exists. What did we do here? I think this was just like a choose a random name from an array. Yeah. We're going to do more than just choose a random name. We will use the random number package, but we are going to make a request to my custom backend to get a list of all authors. So let's do this. We're going to install node fetch, which is lets us use fetch on the backend. Oh, not that. Let's get rid of the entries, though. And we'll bring in fetch. And then we need to request against my backend, which I think is running on port 5000. And we need this live chat ID. So I think if I go to localhost 5000 slash events slash that ID slash authors. I need to figure out what the endpoint is. Let's look at the network tab. Slash authors with a query parameter of ID. All right, I can do that. Okay, so this is every single person that has sent a message so far during the stream. So we're going to request this endpoint and then iterate over all of the users and choose a random user. So that'll be fun. Let's do it right here. So we're going to fetch that URL. Let's put it all in a function so we can use async await. Get random chatter. So let's say chatters are going to be, well, no, this is the response. Our response is equal to making a request to get that list of all the users. And then we'll say chatters is going to be response.json, and we need to await it. And we'll make this an async function. And for now, let's just log it out. Let's make sure it works. Comment that out. And we'll run the function, get random chatter. And we should see right now all of the people that are in the chat. There we go. That's all the people. Now we want to get a random one. So here's the thing, though. I don't want to include moderators because moderators are getting stickers anyways. So there's a property on here that says is chat moderator. So Cassandra is a chat moderator. Josh is one. Andrew is one. Andrew, yeah. Alka should be in there somewhere. Wait, why is Alka not in there? Oh. Apparently, we don't have the moderators from... Oh, well, Alka's in the chat. Anybody that has sent a chat message should be in here. No, they're yeah, so it's only YouTube moderators. That's okay. If Alka wins, we'll just do it again. Tags.badges.moderator instead of tags.moderator. Okay, that makes sense. But at this point, all of the users are cached, so we're gonna leave it. And honestly, let's just do this. We're gonna choose a random one, and if it's a moderator, we'll run it again. Okay, so we can do this thing. We want a random number between 0 and chatters.length. And we're just going to log chatters at that index. Are you ready? I'm going to run this code, and we're going to see who gets the stickers. Drum roll. Do we have any drum roll emotes? Drum roll. Are you ready? And you must be present to win. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to respond. So if your name pops up, I'm going to give you 1 minute to send a message in the chat that says, I'm here. And if you don't, then we'll do it again. So here we go. Actually, let's create some suspense. We are going to, let's do this. We're going to do set timeout. We're going to wait 5 seconds before we display who the person is. What if they're across the world? I'm going to mail it to them. That's totally fine. All right, here we go. Hello, Brandon. Welcome. Undefined. Yeah, we're about to give away some stickers, and I know what the I know why. We need to. It's an object with keys. I'm here. I'm undefined. Hello, hello, girl Lazo. Congrats, undefined. No. So this is an object. We need to turn it into an array. So we're gonna say chatters equals chatters object dot values. That. All right. And actually, I think Boyan said we should print it one character at a time. That would be really funny. That's actually a fun little coding challenge. So, let's do this. We have the winner right here, and we're gonna JSON stringify it. Because it's an object with lots of properties on it. Though when it displays their image, it's gonna take a long time. So let's exclude their images. Right, so that's the winner. And let's look at the properties. Like channel ID. Actually, we really just want their display name. We'll just do this. We just want their display name. And then we're gonna type that one by one. Yeah, display name. Totally fine. And now we need to type each individual letter. Let's do this. We'll have an async function that says log letter. And we'll call it log first letter. And that takes in some input. We're going to log it, input at 0. Oh, let's do this. Log letter by letter. So we're going to say if the input has a length, then, well, if it doesn't have a length, then we're done. So just return. Otherwise, we're going to call itself in 1 second. So we're going to say set timeout, 1 second, log letter by letter with input dot slice 1. So that should remove the first character. And now we'll call it. Can you wait? Yeah, we can wait 2 seconds between each letter. I'm going to build the suspense. Undefined. Yeah, we'll see. It might be undefined. Choose random indices to show at a time. Oh, wow. That would be fun, though, honestly. But we'd have to put it in the right order. I don't know. We're just going to do it. We could do a sleep function. I don't know. Yeah, because this isn't an async function anymore. It's not doing any await kind of stuff. All right, let's just do it. Show a length first? No. Here we go. All right. Yeah, scope creep, definitely. All right, drum rolls in the chat. Drum roll, please. Choosing a winner. Y. O. S. S. I. It's Yossi. Are you here, Yossi? Yossi Spira. Yossi Spira. So Yossi Spira, if you're in the chat, send a message right now. You have 1 minute to send a message. If you're here, Yossi Spira. And if you don't send a message in 1 minute, we are going to pick a new winner. There you are! Awesome. So you get stickers. If you're on our Discord, just DM me. Like send me a direct message. And wherever you are in the world, I will send you some stickers, including this one, which is a Vue.js Santa hat. Nice, nice. Okay, yeah, so that's the winner. And Thanks for the follow, Girl Lazo. We'll do another giveaway in but we'll do another giveaway in like 30 minutes to an hour. It's Christmas. I'm in a giving spirit. Let's do this. Winner. Oh yeah, and so if you are a patron, and if you've been a patron for longer than a month, and you're in the United States, you should get your stickers very soon. I sent stickers to all of the patrons. Hello, Sophia. Thanks for watching. Cool. So, Yossi Spirit is a winner. DM me on Discord. I will send you stickers wherever you are in the world. Okay. I probably missed a bunch of chats, but we should code some more. So here's what I want to do. Before this tree fills up too much, I want to make it so that when an ornament lands on the tree, one of the ornaments will, if it intersects with another ornament, they bounce off. Viewer count decreases for the number of alt accounts. That's funny. What if two people have the same name? I can log their channel ID as well. Yeah, so if we do and thanks, I was wondering what we could do, but if we do process.standardout.write instead of console log, then it will do one letter at a time all on the same line. So I like that. Cool. And actually let's make it an async function. Like, it's already done. No, you know what? No, we'll save it. So, later on, when we do another giveaway, we want to log the full object after logging the name. And so that will give us the channel ID, so we can verify who it actually was. No, I don't plan to implement a leaderboard, because I mentioned it before, but it's Christmas time, so you're all winners. If you land on the tree, you're a winner. But when we go back to the old drop game after the holidays, then there will be a leaderboard again. Use a for loop so you can make it synchronous. I'm going to make it an async function with, like, sleep awaits, but we'll get back to that later on. Cool. Log the probability of winning. Yeah, so how many users are actually in the chat? That's a good plan. And I'll say this. So if you're watching, if you've sent a message on both YouTube and Twitch, you technically have double the odds of winning. It's one letter at a time, a perfect use case for a generator function. Sure, we could use a generator function, but I think we're just going to make it an async function that sleeps and then calls itself after sleeping. Yeah. All right, okay, and so before we work on the drop game, and actually let's set a 30-minute timer, because after 30 minutes we're gonna give away another sticker. But before we do that, it's time for CJ Reviews Programmer Humor. So I'm going to look at one of these programmer humor jokes. You'll see whether or not I laugh, and then I'll explain why this programmer joke is funny. Let's go. The program Fortune is currently not installed. You can install it by typing sudo apt-get install fortune mod. This is funny. I'm not laughing. I laughed a little. So Fortune is a program that originated on Linux, that will show a fortune in the console. And actually, my console does this. This is funny. So anytime I open a new terminal, you can see, oh, is it not doing it anymore? I thought I had that. Did I comment it out? Fortune. Oh, I commented it out. This is funny. Blank face. So, yeah, for some reason, I didn't have it enabled, but here we go. So whenever I open a new terminal tab, it shows a fortune, which is just like a random quote or story or something like that. And so every time I open a terminal, it runs the fortune command. Familiarity breeds attempt. Examinations are formidable even to be best prepared, for even the greatest fool may ask more the wisest man can answer. I use technology in order to hate it more properly. Great. So these fortunes that are being outputted into each terminal come from the fortune command, which is actually like a Unix Linux command. However, you can install it from npm too. So if you go on npm and just search for, well, they listed it there, fortune mod. Not mode, fortune mod. For some reason it didn't show up, but this is a JavaScript version of that same fortune package. And you can install it and it will list out fortunes for you. So that's why it's funny, because it's a fortune cookie. Oh, sorry. They did apt-get install, not npm install. Sorry. But there is a JavaScript version on npm. But apt-get install is a command that you run on Debian-based systems. So if you look at Debian Linux, apt is the package manager for Debian. Go there. Advanced package tool. And so if you ever need to install a program, you say apt-get install. And so the joke here is they tried to get a fortune, but the program wasn't installed. If you're on a Mac, you can use brew. So brew install fortune. And brew is the package manager for Mac, whereas apt is the package manager for Debian-based systems. There's... All right, we're going to keep going, though. Let me see if I missed anything. Oh, and hello, Mary Jo Stabler. What's up? What is sleep await? So what I would do is write my own custom async function that does... that resolves a promise after a given amount of seconds. So I write my own async function called sleep that returns a promise that resolves after a given number of seconds. And then once we have that promise, we can await it. So that's what I mean there. Well, each person, it's not based on the number of chats. If you have sent a single message in the chat, you were entered in to win those stickers. Yeah. Pure talent. This is funny. It's funny, even though I'm not laughing. Yeah, so and that's what I do in mine. And so what Imaginary Warhawks is mentioning, so fortune is just the thing that outputs the fortune. So like I could literally run fortune because I have it installed on my system, and we get a fortune. Life is both difficult and time consuming. The only problem with being a man of leisure is that you can never stop and take a rest. Cool. So fortune outputs that, and then cowsay is another Linux command that will output certain characters. So you can see that I use the tux penguin. So I pipe the fortune into cowsay so it shows up on a character. Let's take a quick stretch. Hello. But if we say fortune and we pipe that into cowsay, that will take the output of fortune and make it the input for cowsay. Oh, you can't see my terminal. There we go. Call fortune, pipe it into cowsay, and then we get a cow saying it. But then I have a cow file that is the tux penguin, which is the Linux penguin. So yeah, we're explaining a lot of things here. Fun fact from Imphy, fortune was originally made so that programmers and sysadmins had random example text to work with. That's pretty good. Do I have any streaming friends? Do you mean like other streamers that I watch? I'll shout out a bunch of people right now. So for sure, check out Alka. He's a mod on this channel and a mod on hundreds of other channels, and a bot in a lot of channels as well. So definitely check out Alka, and he does live coding. I watch InstaFluff a lot. I mentioned him earlier, but he is a live coding streamer as well. Check them out. Who else? Mary Jo Stabler. I've creeped on her stream a few times, but she's a live coder as well. You can check out her stream. And then just check out the live coders team in general. Yeah, so Alka shared the live coders dev link, and that's all of the streamers that are on the live coders team. But you can also go to twitch.tv/team/livecoders, and you can see at any given time who from the team is live. And nobody from Live Coders is live right now. It is Christmas Eve. I realize that. It is Christmas Eve. But there are over 100 streamers that are all on this live coding team, so you can check them out. Joe Galagos with the 255 Patreon pledge. Thank you so much, Joe. And this is a perfect time to shout out all of my current patrons and members. Let's catch up on the chat and then we will. But thank you so much, Joe. As a patron, you get access to our Discord and exclusive channels. So if you join the Discord, there are a few channels that only members and patrons get access to. This is funny. This is the worse than explaining the joke. Oh, there is nothing worse than explaining the joke. It's okay. Stabum is really... I wonder if you did. I don't know if you did, but you're trying. Yeah, and if you're on Arch-based systems, use Pacman. So these are all package managers. apt is for Debian. Pacman is for Arch. Yum is for CentOS or Fedora. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, Brew does not come default on OS X, but you can get it at brew.sh because it's the missing package manager for Mac OS or for Mac OS because they don't have a package manager by default. But if you install this, then you can install a lot of the things that people install on finger guns on Linux systems. 50 Shades of Grey. Interesting. We have a loop that will log literally 50 Shades of Grey. That's funny. Did the sound break? Alka is the mod for 117 channels. Wow. Very good. Please let me know, did the sound break? Joe Mama with the Patreon pledge. Thank you so much, Joe Mama. And pretty soon, actually, we'll do this while I'm catching up on the chat. Big shout out to everyone that has pledged on Patreon or become a YouTube member. And here they are. Here they are. Here they're coming. Here they are. Maybe. There they are. So, all of these wonderful people support me on Patreon. And we should see the 2 latest patrons at the end here. But thank you. Shout out to all these people. Coding Garden brought to you by these people. Merry Christmas Eve, be monstrous. There are exclusive channels. I will say that, Imphy. There are channels that, as a patron, you get access to that other users do not get access to. Cool. That's good. Arsaw says, put everything on serverless. There are certain things where serverless won't work, like sockets and real-time connections. 26 partners. Wow. Okay. That sounds okay. apt-get moo. Subs for Twitch. Yeah, so Twitch has an exclusivity clause when you become an affiliate where you are not allowed to stream on other services simultaneously. And here's Andy and Joe Mama. Thank you for your support. Let's put that there. So because of that, if I were to become a Twitch affiliate, which is what you need to do to enable subscriptions and bits and all that good stuff, I could not simultaneously stream on YouTube, which is why I haven't enabled it. Yeah. That's funny, because Alka's in so many channels, yeah. Is Kubernetes serverless? No, so Kubernetes is a Docker container orchestrator. So it's a tool for managing lots and lots of Docker containers being deployed and communicating with each other. Those Docker containers could have a serverless function inside of them, but I would say they're separate. Yeah, that's my Patreon. There we go. Yossi has got the async sleep function. Merry Christmas, JD. Welcome. See you later, Katole. Thanks for dropping by. All right, let's work on this drop game. I want to get those drops falling off whenever they collide. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to keep track of all the ornaments that are on the tree, because I know we're not doing that right now. This is a lot of code. There's a lot that has happened to make this drop game happen. But the first thing that I'm thinking of is we create an array of ornaments. And this array will keep track of all of the ornaments that are on the tree. And then whenever an ornament lands on the tree, we'll check to see if it's collided with any of the other ornaments. And if it has, those ornaments that it collided with will fall off of the tree. That's the plan. And I have to be very careful. I'm going to try to write all of this code without refreshing, because if I refresh, all of the ornaments go away. So we're gonna make it work without refreshing. So what should happen is when an ornament makes it on the tree, like right here, we're gonna say ornaments.push ornament. So when it lands, we keep track of it. But before we do that, we need to get rid of all the ornaments that it collided with. So let's just have a function that says, we'll say drop collided ornaments. And we're going to pass in that drop. Sorry, it's called drop, not ornament. And so we'll create a function, drop collided ornaments, that will iterate over all the ornaments. And if this given drop has collided with it, then they fall off the tree. So we're going to do this function, drop collided ornaments. See you later, Alka. Have a wonderful evening. If we don't see you again, Merry Christmas. Enjoy the family. Cool. So what we'll do here is we'll say ornaments.forEach ornament. And if this drop has collided with that ornament, we need to drop it off of the tree. Hello, Thirsty Pooch. So we'll say if drop collides with ornament, then we want to drop the ornament. We'll have to create this collides with function. So we'll just say ornament.element. We're going to add, we'll add a class to it that's like drop, which will animate it falling off of the tree. And then when the animation is done, we'll remove it from the ornaments array. So we'll say ornament.element.classlist.add fall off. So we'll create a class called fall off. And then we'll say ornament.element.add event listener. So on animation end. So when the animation is over, we want to remove it from the array of ornaments and remove it from the DOM. So we'll say ornament.element.remove and ornaments equals ornaments.filter without that one. O does not equal ornament, like that. And then ornaments needs to be reassignable, so that way we can remove the things out of it. Cool. Now we need this collides with, and we're going to add this to the drop prototype. Other drop. We'll say if, we basically need to see if the drop um, the bounding box of that element intersects with the bounding box of the other element. Cool. No, I haven't set up the server yet. We're gonna do that after we get the drop game working, or after we get the collisions working. Cool. Do I have a wish list? No, I don't. Did I miss anything else? No. That's so true, Envy. And we only did one programmer humor review. That's funny. We'll do one every in between these things that happen. Okay, how do we check if it collides? Basically, we want to determine if one box is within another box. And actually, we really just want to see if the emote here is within the bounding box of the other emote. Because I do believe that the snowflake, which is when the whole thing drops, the entire element has the snowflake behind it. And we don't want to look at that bounding box. We want to just look at the emote bounding box. So let's do this. We'll say this emote is going to be this dot element dot query selector for the emote. And we'll say other emote. Other drop dot query selector for emote. Cool. And yeah, we will get the X and Y location of that given div. And we basically can get the bounding box. So we'll say this emote rectangle is going to be this emote dot, what's that function we need? Get bounding client rectangle. So this is a function built into the DOM, which will tell you what is the X, the Y, the width, the height of a given element. And we're gonna do the same thing for the other emote. Okay, and thanks for the follow, Jason Stone. Yeah, I used Cloud9 before AWS acquired. Oh no! So because I clicked out of because I clicked out of the editor, the page refreshed. We lost all the drops. Oh well, let's keep coding. I can't click out of the editor. Though I can disable it. Yeah, rip. No. Auto save on focus change. Can we change this to off? We're going to turn autosave off. There we go. Thank you. And feel free to spam the drops, so that way we have something to work with once we get this going. Okay, so we'll say if this emote rectangle dot X, so if its X position is less than, is greater than other emote rectangle dot X. So if it's on the right hand side of the other emote, actually we're just gonna have a bunch of text. Drops aren't working. It's probably because I had a syntax error. We'll do that. Drops should. Oh no. Here, I need to do this. Return false. There we go. Drops should work now, and they're not going to collide with each other. Okay. So if this emote rectangle X is greater than other emote rectangle X, and it's less than X plus width, and this dot emote rectangle.x is less than other emote rectangle.x plus other emote rectangle.width, then that means we are within the X bounds. Can I remove? I'll remove the 30-second timeout once we get this collision detection done, and then we'll see what happens from there. Okay, so if the x of this emote's rectangle is less than the x plus the width, then and it's greater than x, then that means we're within we are within the x. Now we need to check the y. We'll say and this dot emote rectangle. This no, sorry, not this dot. Just thank you. Paul Charles with the super chat. It's because there's a syntax error and I saved. That's why they're floating. There we go. I broke the gravity. I accidentally saved when there was a syntax error. But Paul Charles says, Merry Christmas and thank you for the stickers. I received them in the mail today. Awesome. So you're a patron. Very, very good. I hope you enjoy them. Especially this one-of-a-kind Vue.js Santa sticker. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Let's keep coding. Oh, wait. Are the drops broken? Did I break something? Things are broken. Yeah, things are broken. All right. Oh, because there's still technically a syntax error. There we go. Broke. F to pay respects. Okay. All right. Okay, so we checked the x bounds. Now let's check the y bounds. So if this emote rectangle dot y is greater than, and actually let's say or equal to, because if it lands right on the edge, I still want they're broken. I guess autosave is on. Oh man. Something's happening. Oh, okay. So it was colliding with itself. Yeah, so they're... Oh, that's why. Other drop dot element dot query selector. That's another... I should just return false at the top, so that way this code doesn't... There we go. My code will no longer affect it. Until we get it working. So, all right, now we're checking the y position. And if the x is less than or equal... So basically what I'm going to do is if you even touch another one of the ornaments on the tree, the other one falls off. Like you take precedence over the other ones. Okay, so if the y is greater than or equal to other emote rectangle, and really other emote rectangle dot y and we'll do the same thing with the with the width. So and y is less than or equal to other emote rectangle dot y plus other emote rectangle dot width. So I think this should do it. The one issue here is that the x and y is the top left corner of the emote. So really, we're checking to see, is the top left corner of the emote that just landed greater than or equal to x? So really, we're just seeing if the top left corner collides. All right. Let's do this. We're going to disable the timeout. So right now, there's a 30-second timeout, but now you can drop as much as you want. And look at all these Alka emotes. So these Alka emotes should, yeah, they're basically deleting each other because they're colliding, or they should be anyways. And that's actually because of this right here. So when it starts, we drop alka. Um, cool. All that spam for one emote. But it's not there's an issue with our collision detection, which we'll need to fix that. But let's actually get the dropping working. So if at least the top left corner collides, then it should drop. So one thing we did was we added the fall off class to it. So let's do that here. We're gonna create a fall off animation or a fall off class. Say animation fall off 1 second ease in out. And then we'll create a fall off, which will just transform the Y value to be like plus 100, so it goes off of the tree. So we're gonna say at 0% transform translate y 0, and then translate y of I don't know, 30 view height. So that should make it fall. Let's see what happens. There they go. Cool. I do think we need to work on our collision detection though, because you can see that there's still a few alkas because we're only checking the top left corner. Let's see. I have not done the AWS stuff yet. Drop table ornaments. Comment out the alka code. It's good for testing though. But yeah, I'll get rid of it. And you can technically spam drops now. Oh, you should. Oh, you know what? I was checking in 2 different places. I need to uncomment this too. All right, so now you should be able to spam the drops. There we go. Look at all of them. All right, so I landed on the tree right there. Here comes Stephen Yeet. They land on the tree. Here comes Andrew Lane. Whoop, landed right at the bottom. We're not really getting any collisions. Yeah, there's a lot of lag. Okay, you can stop spamming now. if you still are. I don't know if it's working because we're only stream quality destroyed. Yeah, so right now you're actually allowed to spam because I want to check the collision detection. Load spam bot. Oh, that's true. So because Andrew is a mod, he's probably one of the only people that can spam. All right, so it's not working unless it's the top left corner. So we need to make our collision detection better so that it's if the box is even touching the other if the bounding box is even touching the other bounding box. Yeah. And hello Deep Sense. I don't know if I said hello to you earlier. Yes. CJ quotes. Why not subtracting coordinates and testing if the result is less than the emote length? Yeah, I think something like that, because that way, if it even collides at all, um, it um, it will, like, in any way, like if any part of the ornament collides, it'll fall off. And thanks for the follow, Advolkit. Welcome. Brandon says, my wife and I just had our first baby yesterday. A beautiful little girl. We named her Dylan Olivia Myers. Her initials are Dom, and that is not an accident. That's awesome, Brandon. Congrats. Little baby Dom. That's okay. So, programmer humor. Dom is the document object model in web programming. That's really funny. All right. What if the snowflakes linked together and overtook the tree by force? Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, Infi. You might just do it on Twitch. Okay, let's get this collision detection working better. What if the snowflakes had guns? That's too much. That's too much. All right. Now we need to do better. Merry Christmas, Jorge. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, if the x is greater than or equal to That's great, Jim. Would potty training then be DOM manipulation? Ooh, Andrew landed on top. So it definitely looks less crowded. I mean, I think drops are falling off every now and then, but we need better collision detection. And happy Christmas, Jamie. Thanks for dropping by. Do you think the lag is an efficiency issue or just the limitation? It could be like my refresh rate and the fact that we're doing so much on every single frame. Hello, Snake Wrangler. Thanks. Thanks. How did I know this was going to be the most festive stream I've dropped in on today? Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Okay, and actually, I think we need to do a giveaway. So we have partial collision detection. We're gonna come back to that. So before we finish that, we're gonna do a sticker giveaway. And the way this works is if you have sent any chat message during the stream, you are entered to win. It doesn't matter how many you've sent, you only get one entry. And technically, if you're watching on both YouTube and Twitch, you technically have 2 entries. So while I'm coding this, you might want to go send a message on YouTube just to get your name in there twice, if you really want to, but... let's do this. Okay, so one thing we wanted to do is we're outputting the winner's name 1 letter at a time, but after we output their name, I want to log the full JSON object. So we make sure we have like the user's channel ID and we don't get confused if 2 people have the same name. Did I miss anything else? Happy holidays, Adam. Thanks for dropping by. Good morning, S Harp from India. Thanks, Jamie. Hello, Bilbo. Thanks for dropping in. We're about to do a giveaway, so you could win a sticker. All right. One thing I want to do is create a sleep function, which is going to be an async function, which is a promise that will resolve after a given number of seconds. Hello, LOL Craftian. So we're going to call it sleep. This is going to be an async. Well, actually, it doesn't technically need to be async because I will need to create a promise for this. So this will take in a number of milliseconds, and it's going to return a new promise, which really just uses the resolve. And then we set a timeout for the given number of milliseconds, and then we just call resolve after those given number of milliseconds. So now what we've done is we've created an async function that we can await, which will actually sleep and like hold off. So I think we'll do that right here. So instead of doing set timeout, I can make this an async function, and we'll just say, and really now it doesn't have to be a recursive function anymore. So instead of recursively calling itself, we can just write a for loop that logs each letter in the input. So we'll do a for loop. I is less than input.length. We'll write one individual letter, and then we'll just say await sleep for 2 seconds, and that's it. So now we have a function which returns a promise. So because it's an async function, it returns a promise. And oh yeah, good call. Thank you. Input at I. So this is going to log one letter from in the word or in the user's name, sleep for 2 seconds, and then it will log the next letter. Great. But now that we have that, and now that it's an async function, we can actually await it down here. So we're gonna get crazy with it. So we're gonna make this an async function. And Jamie Davis with the super chat. Thank you so much. Let's see if you sent a message. It's the cool emote. Can we show that? Nice, cool. How do we have access to the process? I'm running this with node.js. And what happened earlier is when someone won, we logged each letter of their name one at a time and it was on a new line. But standardout.write will not do a new line. Yeah. So choosing a winner. So instead of doing another set timeout, we can say await sleep for 5 seconds. And then we're going to await log letter by letter with the winner's name. And then we're just going to log the entire, let's do this. Cool. Not yet. Not yet for the drum emoji. So basically, this first gets all of the people that have chatted so far in the chat, because I have my own custom chat server that keeps track of that. We then choose a random number between 0 and the number of chatters. We sleep for 5 seconds for suspense. And then we get that winner and we log their name one letter by letter. And then when that's done, we will log the entire object so we get their channel name so we know who it is. Cool. And Yossi was the winner of the last one. All right. Is it going to work on the first try? Oh, I like it. Yeah, let's put emotes in there. Choosing a winner. Drum roll. All right. Is it going to work? Drum rolls in the chat. Let's find out. Go. Choosing a winner. M. I. Y. A. Z. Miyazi? Mississippi. It's Miyazi from Twitch. Miyazi, if you are still watching right now, you have 1 minute to send a message in the chat that says, I'm here. And if you're still here, you win. And you can DM me on Discord, and I will send you stickers. you ping them? And let's set a 1 minute timer. Because if they don't send a message within 1 minute, we choose somebody else. They were on Twitch. So Twitch user Miyazi. They could have just dropped by and did like a drop command, and so they may not be here anymore. But they did a drop command at some point. It could have been earlier. He's not here for sure. Is anyone seeing the emotes fall off of the tree? Because I haven't seen it yet. Most are hoping for sure. You have 14 seconds, Miyazi. Miyazi. Oh, okay. We choose a new winner. All right, new winner. Put a snake emoji somewhere in the code of the giveaway just for the sake of it. Why? I don't understand it, Imphy, but it's Christmas, so I'll go with it. All right. Drum roll, please. Go. Miyatsi. Snakes are cool. C. In. I think it's Conrad. Conrad! Are you here? I saw you. I'm pretty sure I saw you. Conrad. C-N-R-D. Watching on YouTube. Send a message on YouTube. Not on Twitch. Let me make sure it's still you. Send a YouTube message. He's not here. Trust me. I'm pretty sure it's the same Conrad. CNRD on YouTube. Where's that YouTube message? Yeah, YouTube is way behind. Should we set the timer? I realize you're watching on Twitch. Okay, it's me. Nice. Congratulations to Conrad. If you DM me on Discord, I will send you stickers. Not only, like, you get more stickers than just this. So congrats. Congratulations. And we'll do another giveaway in 30 minutes. Here we go. All right. We need to work on this collision detection. I printed these, so I designed them and then found a sticker printer and I bought 100 of them. Yeah. All right. Let's work on this collision detection. I'm gonna stream until it's Christmas my time. So right now it is 8:15. I'm streaming till at least midnight my time. Oh, thank you very much, Steven. Yeah, and if you can't see, they're sparkly. So they're sparkly, and then they have... Actually, I can show it on Discord really quick. So it will be 1 a.m. for you? So these are the stickers I sent to Andrew. You can't see it very well. Let's see. I know that Jay Felly Webb shared a picture. Yeah, so it's yeah, you still can't see it that well. But basically, if you won, I'm gonna send you this entire sticker pack. We've got holographic JS stickers, a free debug sticker. Let's do this and rotate it. Transform. Rotate. Not 45 degrees. 180 degrees? 90 degrees. Oh, 270 degrees. There we go. So these are the stickers that I'll be sending to you if you won. Cool. Yep, and that's the older one. And then there's a holographic. Ooh, look at that. Oh, there we go. Maybe you can see it, but there's like decorative lining on the Vue.js sticker with the Santa hat. Yeah. Cool. Well, I paid for shipping. Like I have to buy the stamps. So I'm working it out. I was able to purchase international stamps, but I need to look into things because I don't know what countries those qualify for shipping from the United States. But the international stamps are like $1.15 a piece, and I have to put 2 stamps on it. So it's roughly $2 for me to ship it internationally. And in the US, it costs about $1 to ship it anywhere in the US. Oh, I saw one drop off. The stickers themselves are probably about $1 a piece, maybe a little bit more. I did buy in bulk. I don't know. Yeah, it fell off. Collision true. Is that good enough? Should we make it? I think that's good enough. I want to start working on AWS stuff. Yay! Look at that. It's not bad. Yeah, depending on the country, the mail systems might not be trustful or not. Cool. Um. Oh, cool. No worries. Hello, Mintwhip, also known as Jamie Davis. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I need to make it so that you can't spam drops anymore, and all of the drops are gonna fall off of the tree. Yeah, there is no collision between the snowflakes falling in the sky. I feel like because they're snowflakes, they wouldn't collide. You know what would be interesting? Because they're snowflakes, what if two became one? So if they actually collide, then it's like two emotes on a single snowflake. I don't know. We're not gonna work on that. All right. Let's admire the tree. Let's wait for all these Andrew drops, because the moment I save, all the drops are gonna go away. No, I'm done with the drop game. Like it's this drop game literally only works until midnight, and then it's not Christmas anymore. So, all right, that's too many Andrews. Oh, I remember I disabled autosave. There we go. So it's not it's decent collision detection. They don't what's the word? They don't clump up as much as they used to. So I think we're good. I guess I could use it till New Year. That makes sense, right? It's still the holidays. Hello, John. Merry Christmas to you too. At least midnight tomorrow. That's true. Um, Yossi says, "Have you seen the numeric separator JavaScript feature? It is live in Chrome. The set timeout is a perfect use case." Oh, is it really just for showing or for creating like 2000? Like it does nothing except for actually separating the digits and the number. Numeric separator JavaScript. Improve readability. I see. So it's really just for readability, but those will get stripped away. I haven't seen that. I wonder if it is in Node. It's in Chrome and latest Node. What version of Node am I using? Version 12. Should probably get latest. I think version 13 is the latest. Cool. So we have Node version 13 now. Oh, and then let's just test it. If we write it like this, interesting. Interesting. And that technically just makes the numbers easier to read. Let's see if the code works. Oh, it still runs. Cool. I like it. All right. It could become, like, that's true. We can make it seasonal. I like that. It's my beverage. Just don't use it till Valentine's or St. Patrick's. I'm gonna leave up my Christmas tree until Halloween, and then put it back up after Thanksgiving. Did I answer your React.js component question? We saved some things for later. I don't have it, so you can ask it again. Yeah, optional chaining will be nice. How do you reckon I can use an Axios post request to post input data from React to Express? Should just be able to do it. So typically you would have it in like component did mount, or if you're using hooks, it would need to be inside of an effect. Or if it's happening on a click event, you can just put a post inside of your click event. You would just need to make sure that when the post request is finished, either by awaiting it or doing .then you update the state. But it's pretty doable. Scripty says, you literally look like an elf. I'm tiny. I'm tiny like an elf. Actually, Candy Cane 13 is the new LTS. If you check out node.js. Oh. What? Okay, I thought 13 was the LTS, but 12 is the LTS, which is nice, because 12 has a ton of features. So that's good. And thanks for the follow, Mintwhip. And now I can use imports. That's true. That's true, Jillian. Basically, we could start off with no snow on the bottom, and then we gradually get more and more snow. Yeah. There are no donations on Twitch. You can do a Streamlabs donation here. Well, that's interesting. That was a cool loading thing. So you can donate here, which is different than Super Chat. But I don't have any monetization affiliate things enabled on Twitch. Cool. Make a plugin system for all the holidays. Yeah. When are we streaming C#? In the new year. We'll say sometime in 2020. Totally saying it's hard to code when I get distracted. Super easy. How do you combat that? Any tips? No, I'm an extreme procrastinator. You could try the Pomodoro technique, where basically you set aside like 20 minutes of pure work. So for 20 minutes, you work on one specific thing. You don't have any distractions. You hide your email, you hide your notifications, you work on that thing, and then after 20 minutes, you could potentially reset and then do another 20-minute cycle. That does help some people. I don't really do it that much though. Oh, and what's up, CM Griffin? LTS will never be an odd number. That's good to know. So basically, even number releases. Is it every even number release? Let's look at the schedule. Yeah, it looks like it. So every even number potentially is an LTS. Cool. Oh, and people of the stream, check out CM Griffin. He's also a Twitch streamer. Not that. Twitch. I was lurking your stream earlier. He's working on, is it called Stream Parrot? Is that what it's called? Check him out. Hello, Alex. Merry Christmas to you, too. Hello, Maya FX. Welcome. And thanks for the follow. Caption this. Much appreciated. Okay, this is the question that Motivation Maxed Out asked. What do you think about React component reuse? I'm watching a course where the teacher makes components to reuse icons, alerts, and SVGs. What do you think about going that small? It really depends. The thing is, if you... JB Davis with the super chat! It actually takes a second to pop up here. There he is! Thank you so much! There's another one of those emotes. Thumbs up! Thank you, Jamie Davis. Much appreciated. Let's see. Yeah, that's the second super chat from JB Davis. Much appreciated. But yeah, in terms of component reuse, it depends. It can be really cumbersome if you have like super tiny components, and you're like, at that, you can get to a level of component where they're not really even that reusable, and you pretty much have to use that component inside of another component anyways. So I don't know. It all depends. It's really up to you in terms of like how big do you want your components folder to get? I don't know. Thank you, Scripties. Much appreciated. Imphy is saying Nuxt is so different from Vue, it feels like its own framework. Yeah, I haven't really used it except just reading about it in passing. CRLA is ready for some Dart and Flutter tutorials. Incoming in the new year. In the new year, we're going to do Dart and Flutter. We're going to do C#. Yeah. Do C# as the first stream in 2020? That'd be fun. Hello, Bao. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I've done quite a few videos on React. Check out coding.garden/videos, and then just click React. You can see every stream I've done with React, and probably like a year and a half ago, I actually did some like actual lessons on Intro to React and stuff like that. So you can check that out. Yeah, Jamie is the present under the tree. Yeah, I guess that's one thing we could add. I wanna work on creating an AWS server though before we work on the drop game more. But maybe that's one of the last updates we make to this thing is if it lands under the tree, it becomes a Christmas present. That'd be good. Thanks for the follow, Hyzal. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Hyzal. Yeah, no worries. Andrew Lane does not stream. Or are you actually thinking of streaming? So Andrew Lane rickrolled me because he told me he was streaming, and then he was just playing the rickroll video on his channel. He's hosting me. That's good. If you do stream, let me know, Andrew. Like legitimately, and not trolling me. Yep. This is funny. So the super chats with the, I think they're called like super stickers. It actually reads it out. Pair character stretching his arm forward, raising his thumb up. Hello, John. Yeah, I haven't used. So GSAP is the green sock animation platform, something like that. But I haven't used it before. And thanks again, Jamie, for the super chat. There you go. So motivation is saying the default Pomodoro is 3 25-minute increments separated by 5-minute breaks, and then the fourth break is 30 minutes. Cool. I'm sure you can do whatever works for you, but yeah. Coding Garden is the Captain Disillusion of coding. Underrated, but all the popular people watch it. That's silly. Thank you, though, Emphy. You'd be great at Golang. I've tried it. I modified a Golang backend once, but I haven't really like coded in it much. Let's show the current time. And thanks for the follow, Akshay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I absolutely prefer Vue to React, but I use React at work. Oh, sweet. Jamie is an iOS dev. That's nice. Merry Christmas, Jim. Welcome. What's the AWS server for? Basically, a lot of the different services that I have, like the Q&A website, you'll notice that it works this time, but I have the backend deployed to now, and I have it deployed to now version 1, which is when they used to deploy your app as a Docker container. And the reason I'm doing that is because this backend uses WebSockets to allow for like real-time votes and to show the latest questions and stuff like that. But it goes to sleep every now and then. I have issues deploying it. So basically, the backend for the Q&A website, I'm going to put on a dedicated AWS Lightsail server. And then also this endpoint I have for listing all my Patreon pledges. Actually, no. So yeah, this is deployed to now version 1, and the main reason is I have a webhook set up with Patreon. So anytime a new pledge comes in, that automatically gets added to this, and it caches it. So I'm not hitting the Patreon API every time this page loads. Whereas right now, I think because this thing goes to sleep, it has to hit the Patreon API every time. So I'm going to load that there as well. Basically, lots of little services that I use are going to be deployed to a dedicated server instead of a now. Merry Christmas, Santa hat. Oh, is that a better Twitch TV emote or something like that? I just enabled or just installed Frankerface. People told me to. I wasn't seeing the other emotes. And I need to get better Twitch TV and Franker Face emotes working on this overlay. Yeah. Yep. Render props are the real deal. I did a stream on it a while back, and I made a little I made a little library. If you look on npm for React Garden tools, basically during the stream I taught about render props, and then we made all these little components that use render props. So we created a component called state that has a prop called render where you can pass it in, but render will get access to some state, and you can set your initial state here, and you have methods for updating it. And then we created a component called if, which basically just does like a ternary, but it has render props where you can pass in a render function for then, and it will render that if then is true. We also created a component called fetch, where you can pass in the URL you want to fetch, a render prop for what should show when there's an error, when it's loading, a render prop to show what there should be for an error, and then the actual child itself is a render prop for what should be displayed when the data from the fetch comes back. And then we created a for component, which is basically just like an array map, but it has a render prop which will get called with each of the items in the array that you're iterating over. But render props are cool. Yeah, it was on this stream. I can share that. Fun with React render props. Alka's back. How's the family, Alka? Yeah, definitely a next level rickroll. I sent him stickers just because he was able to rickroll me like that. So yeah, it was crazy. It was good. You should, Andrew. Like, why not? Yeah, stream yourself. Hello, Sebastian. We're kind of just hanging out. It's Christmas. I'm about to set up an AWS server. Earlier, we were working on this wonderful overlay game. We got like basic collision detection. So if an ornament hits another ornament, the other ornament will fall off. But it's very basic. It's only like corner collision detection. And Merry Christmas, Sarav. Welcome. It was a 1000 IQ rickroll. I'm live. It's live. Yeah, I'm 5 minutes behind on chat, as you can see, but we are live. Yeah, that was a good rickroll too. I think it was DocMD. Yeah, it's because so many people were trying to rickroll me that I started curling the URL to see if there was like a redirect in the URL, and Doc made it so that if it detected that the page was requested with curl, it would literally send streams of ASCII text that were the frames of the rickroll video. Yeah, it was crazy. Merry Christmas, Scripties. Thanks for dropping by. What about the database? For Q&A, the database is already on MLab, which is a hosted Mongo database platform. And actually, before we work on the AWS stuff, I'm probably going to take a break. Let me... I'll catch up on the chat. I'll take a break. And yes, it is not the 25th here yet. It is only 8:36 p.m. So we've got 3.5 hours till Christmas here, technically. Yeah. Yeah, so like technically you can still host an Express app on now. It ultimately just turns it into a serverless function, and it's not now. It's like they're preferring things to be serverless, which is unfortunate because I really like the aspect of like making it so easy to just deploy any app, and especially any app in a Docker container. But yeah. Oh, there's Doc. Yeah, Doc was the one that did the curl rickroll. What's up, Doc? And yeah, I still have I created that. Was that last night? Night before last. Yeah, alka.s3.amazon. Yeah, I'm still squatting on that AWS bucket. Thanks for the YouTube sub, Stan General. Yeah, so yeah, now V2 is just not as easy. So it's worth mentioning, there's an open source project, self-host, Exoframe, that's what it is. So Exoframe, I could potentially install this on the server that I create. I don't know if I'm going to though, but basically Exoframe is like now version 1, but you can install it on your own server, and it has like a command line tool where you can deploy multiple services that get wrapped into a Docker container to your own backend server. Um, I've been wanting to check it out. I've seen it. Um, so that's cool, but I don't think I'm going to. The way I usually set up my backends is I just use PM2, which is a process manager, because all of my backends are node.js. So I use PM2 to manage those, and then NGINX to do reverse proxying. Yeah. AWS call limits. I'm not actually sure about that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I keep ignoring the drinker time reminder. Andrew Lane was the one that built that. And thanks for the follow, Shark Outplayed. Welcome. Alka's back. All right. It's a BTTV mode. Cool. All good things. Yeah. Oh, and you can see that Alka got bumped off because of our collision detection. I didn't get... Well, actually, I did get rickrolled today, but I let it happen because I knew it was going to happen. Alka streams without a webcam, so it's totally possible to stream yourself coding without a webcam. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I that's what I started with. Now I have like a 1080p camera plugged into an HDMI capture card, but if you look at my earlier videos, I was just using the Logitech C920. All right, let's do it. It's Christmas, so we don't mind getting rickrolled. Is it still deployed, Doc? Oh. Curl. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I will definitely explain NGINX once we start setting it up. Oh. I like it, Alka. So the collision detection we wrote only checks the top left corner, but this is great. And we should be able to detect their radius because the width of the square is the diameter. So just that divided by 2. There's a dedicated Discord for people that are coming up with schemes to rickroll me. That's pretty funny. Oh, that's cool. Is it crisp? All right, Alka's got all the great ideas. But let's do this. We'll when I come back, we're gonna do a giveaway. We'll start talking about AWS, and then eventually we'll work on the Christmas drop again to work on collision detection, which is right here. No, right here. We have our collides with. Oh no! I edited the file, so the moment I save, all the drops are gonna fall off. All right, here's what we'll do. I keep thinking of things we need to do. I need to take a break. We need to do a giveaway, but I don't want to lose the drops. So here's what we're gonna do. When there is a new drop, we're gonna put all of the ornaments in local storage. Ornaments. Well, we kind of need to do ornaments.map. And then we're going to get the, what does an ornament have? It has a username, a position. Those are really the only 2 things we need to save. Oh, and we need to save the image URL. Okay, let's do this. So I'm going to save it to local storage. When I come back, we'll pull them out of local storage. So we want to grab the, well, actually, we don't even need the username. We really just need the position. And we need to get the URL, which we're not saving. Let's save it. We're going to put it in the object. Here. So we need the position and the URL, and that's what we need. Cool. So, right, I'm gonna, wait. Before I save, the main thing I wanted to do was, in here, I wanted to put, this. Cool. So, those are gone, but from now on, we're going to be saving the drops in local storage. And we need to go to isitchristmas.com because for me, it's not yet Christmas. No, cool. Does it automatically refresh? All right, I'm way behind on chat. Oh, and then open the console. Hello, Cohen. Please don't spam and ruin the chat. You can actually say things. Oh, there's Alka. Cool. Can I change my name? Rename. Cool. And you can see the people's mouses and like where they are in the world. That's pretty cool. All right. Any idea what's going on here? Is this a Rickroll? We're open to being Rickrolled tonight. Yep, that's fine. Let's turn the sound up. Merry Christmas, everyone. Bob is asking, do you have to mess with delay times in your OBS to get everything in sync? Sort of, but I did it once, and then I never had to do it again, so let's look. Yeah, my HDMI is offset, my camera is offset by 700 milliseconds, so that it's in sync with my microphone. But yeah, I did have to adjust that. Merry Christmas, Beerus. Oh yeah, I'm way behind. Okay. All right, if I missed anything, just send the message again. I do need to take a break. When I come back, I'm going to do a sticker giveaway. So, and you have to be present to win. So, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. When I come back, sticker giveaway. Is it Christmas? No. Alka is a present. Be nice to each other. Back in 10. Play the drop game. So, and also when we come back, we'll make it so that the drops will actually stay there if the page ever refreshes. So it should be right now in local storage. Morning Sage, and I think this is Warhawk. Will be there. Leave the chat open. I can do that. Because YouTube. What do you mean? Oh, to what do you mean, Infi? Because YouTube would think people are spamming my channel? Yeah, I'll leave it open. So I'll leave it open, and also while I'm gone, we're going to see all of the wonderful patrons. Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. These are all the wonderful people that support me. And I'll be back in 10. Be nice to. Oh, also, some nice fireplace ASCII created by the wonderful InstaFluff. But I'll be back in 10. Let's set a timer. Oh, can't really see that. Brought to you by Viewers Likely. All right, Merry Christmas, everyone. Back soon. Be nice to each other. Hello. Merry Christmas. I'm back. We'll wait for all of the patrons to pass by before we turn them off. And it's time for a giveaway. you you must be present in the chat to win. Um yeah, it's still not Christmas. Oh, these are all people that are watching the stream, huh? Nice. There's Morning Sage. Test traffic. um let's see. There was a lot of chatter while I was gone. Yeah. Yeah, I won't forget to do that. Yeah, so Andrew Lane's talking about streaming, and people are just mentioning what you could do. Shout out to our latest patrons, Andy and Joe Mama. Much appreciated. um, cool. Cool. Thanks for the follow, client telephone. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, so if you if you send me a Careless Whisper video, I will attempt to play. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. There's got to be more to it, but I have a saxophone and I could try to play it. I think it's pretty hard to play. I can't play high notes because I haven't played saxophone in a long time, but yeah. And thanks for the follow, Arswa. Welcome. All right, I think that's most of the things. Thank you, Morning Sage. Let's see what this clip is of. Oh no, wait, that's wrong, isn't it? Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, so Alka, I think you were working on that 2 nights ago. Because he has sound effects on his stream, and he made it so that you could affect the audio of the sound effect. That's pretty cool. Thank you, NGINX. For sure. America. Merry Christmas, James Ross. It's been a while. Welcome to the show. And hello, Hassan from Turkey. Go to bed soon or Santa will skip you. My plan is to stay awake so that I can meet Santa, because we're gonna be streaming until this screen says yes. Any ideas for a coding stream? People have mentioned it, but build a Discord bot or a Twitch bot. You can build stream overlays. Things that are interactive are always popular. Like this drop game, people love this drop game. Like originally created by Instafluff for Penguin Drop. Yeah, so Instafluff made Penguin Drop, and I saw it on his stream, and people love that game on his stream, and so I recreated it with Seedling Drop, and then a few weeks ago we made Christmas Drop, and super interactive. People like it. Rickroll us using the saxophone. A Christmas hat and a Christmas shirt, but my pants are green, if that counts. The Seether version. I don't know if I've heard that one. Yeah, so if Santa comes, we're gonna bring him down here and show him on stream, obviously. People like drops, it's true. Okay, so it's giveaway time. And remember, you must be present to win. So after the giveaway has happened, you will have 1 minute to say I'm here in the chat to be qualified for the giveaway. People like grapes too, that's true. And basically, you don't have to do anything to enter. If you have sent at least one chat message during the stream, you are entered to win in this giveaway. You can't win twice, so Conrad was the other winner. We've had 2 winners so far, Yossi and that one, Conrad. And I will be sending you these stickers. Wait, my transform went away. Ed's here. Hello, Ed. Rotate 90, 180, 270. No, that's not it. Oh, degrees. There we go. So these are the stickers I'll be sending you. You will get a Vue.js Christmas sticker, which is one of a kind. I made these myself. I mean, it's gonna make it to you after Christmas, but I'm definitely gonna put one on my laptop. You have not missed anything, Maya. We're about to do a giveaway, and because you sent a chat message, you are entered to win. All right, are you ready? Drum rolls in the chat. Drum roll. Who's it gonna be? A, Y, M, A, Amayan. N, A, S. Amayan Nasser, if you are in the chat, you have 1 minute to say hello. And if you don't, we'll give your stickers to someone else. You have 1 minute. And this was a YouTube user. So YouTube user Amayan Nasser. Actually, I'm going to give them 1 minute and 30 seconds because YouTube is pretty far behind. So there we go. I gave up after A. It could have been Alka. It could have been a NGINX who's here. It could have been... Who else starts with an A? You know what would be funny? If I... if I logged another user's name first that says you are not the winner. That'd be sad, actually. They might have just popped in. They have 30 seconds to say hello, or we're gonna give it away to someone else. Well, you've already you literally got a sticker pack today, Andrew Ling. So, rigged. Yeah, and I sent Alka a sticker pack a while back, but I need to send him these. One the first, yeah. So that was like over a year ago. And back then, I just gave a Redbubble gift card, but now I have custom. Okay, they're not here. we gotta re-give it away. If the result is Coding Garden, then we'll spin again. Eliminate users one by one. Say it's not this user. Okay. Here's what I want to do. I want to log the user before and the user after before we log that user. To make it even more, it's cruel, right? It's Christmas. We're not gonna do that. And hello, Cameron. Merry Christmas. All right, we're gonna choose a new winner. Here we go. Drum rolls in the chat. Bob's Paradox. So Bob's Paradox is a mod. I'm gonna send him stickers anyways. All right, one more time. Drum rolls in the chat. Reroll. CM. G. Oh, it's CM Griffin. I think he left. I don't think he's here anymore. Yeah, it's CM Griffin. All right, CM Griffin, you have a minute. A minute to respond. He was here earlier. He might have took off though. The BO gives me a heart attack. J. First an A, then a B. Oh, that's true. It is totally random, though. It is completely and totally random. Start with a random offset into the name, and then wrap around. James is saying we should draw 5, and the first one to confirm wins. I kind of like that. You win! You win, CM Griffin. You're here. So, if you want to, you can pass. I don't know if you're comfortable giving me your address, but if you DM me on Discord, I will send you stickers. And they are these stickers. So we've got some holographic JS stickers, some free debug stickers, a Coding Garden sticker, Let me know right now. Do you want them? Because if not, we'll re-give them away. Rather go. Okay, we'll let them go to somewhere else. It's totally fine. There are a lot of people that really want to win, so that's totally fine. Merry Christmas, Ronnie. Oh, it's 1 a.m. December 25th. Yeah. All right. And someone mentioned, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna draw 5. We're gonna draw 5 random numbers, and whoever the first one is in the chat, to say hello wins. Yeah, it'd be really hard to do. All right, we're just gonna do it again. Here we go. Drum roll. E D Ed. Are you here, Ed? Ed Ed Estes. Ed Estes on YouTube. Edward Scissorhands. Oh, there you are. Yeah, welcome. Congrats, Ed. You win. You win. So if you DM me on Discord, so someone shared the Discord link, join the Discord, send me a direct message. I will send you stickers no matter where you are in the world. Merry Christmas. Let's copy this. Not that. Congratulations. So I'm using my my custom backend chat server, which keeps track of all users that have sent a message during the chat. It could even be just like a drop message. So I call my backend server, which has every person that sent a chat, and then we choose a random one from that array. Yeah. Who knew Edward Scissorhands had a YouTube channel? How do you zoom time? What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean this? Like on the timer tab? This is just the timer-tab.com. How does time work? But when you click that, and then if you click this, it zooms in. Is that what you mean? I don't know. Cool. Boot up time. Hello, One Love. What's up? All right. let's make the first. We're going to make it so that drops that happened, when the page refreshes, they show up again. So let's do that because we're now saving them in local storage, which we did right here. Ornaments. We're gonna do AWS right after this. Right after this. And thanks for the follow. It's Coder's Life. So what we need to do is when the page loads. Oh. Ornaments. That's fine. It's misspelled. That's totally fine. As long as we use the same value. No, yeah, that's timer tab. Okay, so what we'll do is when the page loads, we're going to read them out of local storage and then add them back to the tree. Okay. So let's say existing ornaments is going to be that. We're going to parse it. That's going to be an array. So then we'll iterate over that and add them all to the page. Yeah, time is relative. So for each one, we get their position and the URL. And we're going to create an element. Yeah, create drop element. We need to pass in the name, which is just going to be existing. The URL. And then, oh, whether or not it was an avatar. We're not saving that. Oh, well. I think we need to save that. Yeah, we need to save it. But regardless, we can still put them on the tree. It's just that these avatars are going to show up as square. Oh, well. So we have our element. We then need to add it to the page. So basically, you gotta do something like this. We'll say ornaments.push all that info as a prototype. We don't have the username. We have the element. We have the URL. Technically, the velocity is 0 because they're already on the tree. And then the position is just going to be the thing that we got out of local storage. So that should put it on the tree. And then we will just add it to the page. So we'll say document.body.append child element. So I'm going to click save. We should just see probably a bunch of ornaments in like the top right. Let's see. We don't see them anywhere. That's fine. But what we need to do then is say element.style.top is going to be position.x pixels. And then element.style.left is going to be position. Oh, sorry. Top is going to be y, and left is going to be x. All right, it's broke. We need to debug it in the browser. Oh no. Let's look at local storage. Oh, because it's not there. Or that. Dang. I know that it's spelled wrong, but that's because I put it into local storage wrong. So this is a browser overlay, and it is using Chrome. Let's see. All right, and then just to debug it, we're gonna put a bunch of alcas on the screen. Cool. And now if we look at local storage, we see position XY, and we see a URL. Cool. So if we refresh the page, it's going to try to add them. Cannot access drop prototype before initialization. Line 16. Oh, good call. Good call, good call. That's why. This is going to work. Just need to put that after this. Hey! There's a bunch of existing ones. And we actually don't want to do that. We want to say, let's do this. We need to add a bunch of classes to it so it removes the name and stuff like that. So that's the ornament. And then we can say top is ornament.get top, because we need to offset it. And then this is going to be ornament.get left. There we go. So now they're on the tree in the right way. But there's some classes that we need to add to it so that they stop spinning and stuff like that. So we can see, well, they're moving because of their CSS animation. So whenever a drop happens, we add the class ornament. We need to make sure that we do that, because that stops it from moving. Cool, sort of. What else do we do? There we go. So no more fake alka. What else do we do though? So we added ornament. I thought that's it. If we look at the CSS, we can see why they're still animating. Oh, do we do something special to... So we're adding... Yeah, we're not adding done. So done is only for things that did not hit the tree, I believe. Let's see. So the sway animation. Where's that being used? So it's on the drop. And then we say drop ornament animation none. Did we not add the create drop element? It does add the class drop. Let's see. Oh, because it's adding the done class? Why does it have the done class? Double the semicolon at the end of the drop's animation prop value. Ah, thank you. It shouldn't have class done. And it's not in the drops array, so I don't even know how that's getting there. Done? Drop.done equals true. That's so weird. But regardless, we'll say done true. Element.classlist.remove done. They shouldn't have a done class. Why do they have a done class? Oh no, that's those. All right, let's look at these. Oh, it doesn't have the ornament class. Oh, that's why. There we go. And the names are shrinking, but we should just hide their names to begin with. So let's do this. When we create a drop element, and also let's just default to true here. So it'll be rounded. Cool. And we'll pass in show name as another boolean. True. And really, we'll just say if show name, then do that. Otherwise, nothing. There we go. So now the tree starts with that. Another thing we'll do, though, is we will store the avatar property on here. Though we're not keeping that when we create the element. Okay, Alka says, probably time to hang out with the fam. I hear them getting out of the vehicle. Later, CJ. See you later, Alka. Merry Christmas. Enjoy the family. Thanks for hanging out with us. Name cannot be null. It's usually always the username. Oh, we broke everything else, though. Now the drops don't have a snowflake. What's going on there? Oh, well, it has to be the same size. That's fine, because my overlay is always going to be the same size. What happened? All right, let's put the fake alkas on there to see what happens. See why the snowflake is gone. Oh, we need to default do drop. False, testing, false. Well, I think the show name killed it. Let's get rid of that. Well, that killed it entirely. I just need some example drops. Drop done. There is a snowflake on there. Oh, it has the ornament class by default. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. I think that got added. Yeah, that got added. That shouldn't have been there. So for some reason, when they initially got dropped, they were already ornaments, which made it so that there was no snowflake on that. That's also true, LOL Craftian. I could have technically just passed in name as empty. Let's do that. I don't think I'm using this. Well, yeah, this just needs to be name. Yeah, so I definitely added that in the wrong place. And then now this is just going to be an empty string. Cool. All right, I think we've done it. Are the snowflakes smaller? Or are they the same size? I don't know, but I spent way too long on that. What time is it? What time is it? Oh yeah, I forgot to set a giveaway timer. We'll set it to 30 minutes anyways, because yeah. Still not Christmas. I like that they're smaller. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Oh, safe avatar. I feel like I'm going to break it if I do that because the stuff in local storage already doesn't have that. But yeah, I'll do that. The only issue is when I do the drop, I need to save whether or not it's an avatar. And then when it lands, we're going to add avatar as well. And then whenever we load the page, we're going to pull in avatar and default it to true. So from now on, if it's an avatar, it'll stay an avatar. Otherwise, it'll get a border radius. Yeah. Which technically would be false, you're right, but I'll leave it there. Okay, so there is a question for motivation. In Node.js, why does a circular JSON problem happen? They happen to me a lot when I use Axios and get back the response. So in JavaScript, you can have circular references. Let's create a circular reference. Get rid of that. Let's just do this. Circular example.js. So let's say we have an object. Let's call it a motivation. And it's an object, and it has a name, which is motivation. So that's great. But what if we add a property to it? So what if I say motivation.self equals motivation? Now, motivation is an object which has a property called self, which points to motivation. And motivation is an object which has a property called self, which points to motivation. So we've essentially created an infinite loop of references. And if you log this in the console, it's going to say circular reference because it's referencing itself. Circular. Because it's pointed at itself. Now, this is like the simplest example because the object literally has a property that is itself. But in the case of Axios, there are some like internal things that could happen where potentially some of the internal properties point to higher up properties, which is technically a circular reference. And the issue with this is if you just try JSON stringifying it, it's going to throw an error because there are circular references. Converting circular structure to JSON. So because this is a circular reference, when I try to stringify it, it doesn't know when to stop, right? Because we're turning it into stringified JSON. It's going to create this as a string, and then it has the self property, and it puts that as a string, and that has a self property, which would put that as a string. So it doesn't know when to end. I believe with stringify, you can potentially say, like, how deep do you want to go? Maybe not, but basically it doesn't know when to stop. So that's why you can't stringify circular references like that. By default, there's definitely a way to do it. I don't know if it's built in, but it's definitely possible. Util.inspect will take care of circular references. Nice. Let's try it. So util is built into Node.js. If I do util.inspect motivation, we'll log it being inspected, and it does it. So when it logs it, we can see that it's showing like a reference and all that good stuff. But yeah, cool, very cool. All right, that goes away. That goes away. Thanks for the follow, Crit. And I believe I missed some follows. Let me make sure I acknowledge all of those. I believe I acknowledged those. Thanks for the follow, Miyazi, who actually won the giveaway earlier, but they weren't here when it happened. Thanks for the follow, Jason Stone. Thanks for the follow, Adval Kit. Thanks for the follow, Nico, Mint Whip, Caption This, Hyzal, Great. Akshay, welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Shark, for the follow. Thank you, Rigster, for the follow. Thank you, Arswa, for the follow. Thank you, Client Telephone, for the follow. Thank you, It's Coder Life. Thank you, Wakar Hokane. Thank you, Crit. And thank you, Cameron Codes. Welcome, everyone. And Doc says, if you're inadvertently generating circular objects yourself, it's probably a sign you need to deep copy somewhere. Yeah. And Merry Christmas, Screet. Cool. All right, so we've been streaming for close to 3 hours. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. AWS. So we're gonna talk about AWS now. It's still not Christmas. Let's say hello world to all the people on this Is It Christmas website. Oh, before we do that, let's do some programmer humor review. So in this segment, I am going to look at a programmer humor joke. You can see whether or not I laugh, and then I'll explain why it might potentially be funny. All right, here we go. I'm not going to do that one. Okay, here we go. Software engineering pro tip. Avoid releasing software. Just keep it on your local host. Release just cause problems, not just on holidays or weekends, but weekdays too. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's basically, if it's hosted on localhost, that means you're not actually releasing it to anyone. So that's the joke. Like, don't release your software at all. I don't know. Let's keep going. When someone on my team uses light mode. Yeah, this is funny. So you can see that I use dark mode, which is the syntax highlighting for my my editor here, where the background is dark. We can turn on a light mode theme. Let's do light. My eyes. So this is what the joke is. When someone is not using a dark theme, it's like really bright. I think I'd have Monokai SETI dark, I think is the one I use. SETI black. Yeah, that's the one. So that's the joke. All right, that was a fun detour. Let's talk about AWS. OMG, that killed my vision. Exactly, like it's way too bright. So bright. So I am going to use Amazon Lightsail. So AWS has a lot of different offerings for creating servers in the cloud. But Amazon Lightsail is a lot cheaper, potentially, than EC2. And there's a lot less things you can configure within the UI, but it's really easy to get up and going. And you can see on pricing, it starts at $350 for a machine that has half a gig of memory, 1 core, 20 gigabyte hard drive, and 1 terabyte of network transfer. So you can pay this amount per month, and you will get your own dedicated server that you can SSH into, you have root access to, and you can configure it, you can deploy things there. It's your server, basically. What kind of privacy does it have? I haven't read the fine print. I think the main reason this is cheaper than EC2, so EC2 is the service that is usually associated with AWS. It's known as Elastic Compute Cloud. And under the hood, these Lightsail instances are using EC2. Yeah, Elastic Compute Cloud. And so all the things I'm about to show you on this Lightsail instance, you could technically do on an EC2 instance. But this has a much simpler pricing model. One of the things is, with EC2, you're paying by the compute hour. So depending on like compute cycles and how long the machine up, you're paying probably by the minute. You're paying by the minute. Whereas this is a fixed price per month. And so that's probably where they can differentiate and potentially charge a little bit less money. But yeah. And yeah, that's a good call, Sultan. So there are other services out there that provide very simple things. So if you've looked at DigitalOcean, they have what are known as droplets, not coding garden droplets, but it's what they call their servers in the cloud. And they're pretty inexpensive. So a droplet with 1 gigabyte of memory, 1 CPU, a terabyte of transfer, 25 gigabyte hard drive, $5 a month. So we could compare that to AWS. It has twice the transfer and a 40 gigabyte hard drive instead of 25. So AWS Lightsail is actually cheaper than DigitalOcean. And oh yeah, check out Vultr. I've heard of that. I've never used it myself, but I've heard of it. And all of these things are technically VPSs. So if you've ever heard the term VPS, that stands for Virtual Private Server. Basically, all of these providers, AWS, DigitalOcean, Vultr, they have a physical place somewhere in the world that literally has very big and beefy servers. So they have like a server rack. Let's look at an image of a server rack if you've never seen one before. These things. So they have warehouses that are just full of these, and each of these horizontal things, usually known as one unit, is like a really beefy machine that has like a 32 core processor or a 64 core processor and hundreds of gigabytes of RAM and terabytes of hard drive. And so each of these machines can handle and create multiple little virtual machines inside of it. And so that's basically what you're getting when you use something like Lightsail or DigitalOcean Droplets or Vultr. They're known as VPSs, virtual private servers. So these services manage the 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 hardware, and you're just renting basically software running on that hardware. Yeah, and some VPS providers sometimes don't give you root access, which means you have full control of the system to install any of the things that you want to open up ports, different things like that. But these services do provide root access, and we specifically, or I need root access for this server I'm about to create because I need to expose ports 80 and 443 so it can be accessible in the browser. I need to install and configure NGINX to manage multiple subdomains routing to different ports. So there are a lot of things that I need root access for, which is why you would use some of these. Yeah. And let's look at Vultr. Products. Cloud compute. Interesting. So this gives you a 10 gigabyte SSD, one CPU, 512 megabytes of RAM, and half a terabyte of bandwidth for $2.50 a month. That's pretty good. I mean, probably can't do much on it, but it's good. And to also mention, like, what you would use these things for, if you ever wanted to create a Twitch bot or a Discord bot that's running 24/7, you could put it on one of these servers that you rent. So you pay $5 a month. You now have a server that's running 24/7, and it can have a service on it that is a Twitch bot or that is a Discord bot. Specifically, the thing that I'm going to create will have some APIs on it. So I'm going to put my Patreon pledges API. I'm going to put that on that server. This Q&A website has an API behind it. I'm going to put its API on that server. And basically, because that virtual private server is running 24/7, I'll know that my services are always up and running. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so Doc is mentioning like the actual, and you can see that they're actually very vague here in terms of what is the actual hardware that's on that machine. Whereas some services may not be. And that's probably why these are a little bit cheaper, because they may not have the best hardware also. But yeah. Yeah. Cheaper VPS providers a lot of the time use outdated old components, and that's how they make it cheap, for sure. 1 gigabyte of memory, is that the processor speed? No, that's how much memory you get. And I mentioned that they're being vague. They're not telling us what processor speed we get on Lightsail. If we look at the frequently asked questions... Let's see. CPU. How do Lightsail instances perform? Yeah, and in their frequently asked questions, they compare it to EC2. So EC2 is a similar offering. You get a virtual private server in the cloud that you have root access to. But EC2, you have more control. And I guess I'll show that when I log into AWS. When you are creating a new EC2 instance, you can choose how much RAM you want and what's the speed of the RAM, how many CPUs you want, and what are the speed of those CPUs. But with Lightsail, you don't. You just get what they give you. Does GCP, Google Cloud Compute? They probably do. Let's see. Let's say like droplet equivalent, maybe. Compute engine, virtual machines. Let's look at pricing. Wow. View the pricing details. It's always worth doing a quick benchmark of the performance aspects that matter to you before committing. If you need the VPS for actually deploying something. Yeah, and my, I know that I'm probably going to get, at least for now, I'm either going to get the $20 instance, the $10 instance, or the $20 instance. The main thing is I'm going to have at least 2 services running on it. They don't get that much traffic. They really only get traffic whenever I'm streaming. So, and yeah, I've never really had to do performance benchmarks. And I'll say the Discord bot that runs on my Discord has its own instance that I pay $3.50 a month for. It's the only thing running on that instance. I could probably run other things on that instance as well, but it's the only thing. Um, and Morning Sage is asking about like what about a cPanel? I'll show you what control panel you get, but you don't get the classic cPanel that you've seen before. Like I think there is something literally called cPanel. Yeah, but technically because you own the server, you could install cPanel on it. Allow access to a certain port, and then you could get a very similar interface that you get when you use some of these managed hosting providers that give you a cPanel. Because we have root, we could install that if we want to. And good morning, Ashwin. And does anyone know the name of the Google Cloud Compute service that's similar? This might be it. Now, the thing is, these are hourly pricing. We can look at monthly pricing. Yeah, this can't be the comparison because this is $24 a month for one virtual CPU, close to 4 gigs of memory. Solutions. Infrastructure modernization. I don't know what it's called. It's a bit harder to find, but Google Cloud is similar to AWS. They have a lot of different cloud services, and I'm sure they have something similar to Lightsail or similar to Droplet. I just don't know what it's called. And then Azure is another service that does that as well. But what all of these things have in common is that they are infrastructure as a service, meaning they provide the hardware, they have the data center, the security, all that physical stuff, and they provide you like digital access to that, but they manage all the hardware for it. And so they're infrastructure as a service. And all of these services are also totally scriptable as well. So you can create scripts that automatically spin up servers or automatically deploy new servers using the resources you have available on these various services. So it's pretty sweet. This is like modern service deployment. Like not many people have their own physical hardware anymore. It used to be that most companies that were doing something like web related or like hosting servers would literally have a physical server at their office or would rent a server somewhere. But now it's completely digital. Like we don't even know. I mean, potentially we know, but for the most part, we don't know like what hardware it's running on or things like that. They hide all the details and they provide that service. So yeah. Happy New Year? It's not New Year yet. Well, it might be for some. Wait, no. When is Chinese New Year? I don't know. How do you do performance measurement? It varies. Like you can do rate limit testing. That's probably not the word for it, but basically you can simulate thousands of simultaneous requests to your server and see how long it takes to respond. That's one way to do it. I don't think I've never really dealt with this motivation. And I think it depends on the service that you're using within AWS because there's a lot of other things besides EC2 or Lightsail where you pay like per call to that API. Like they have SMS services and things like that. See you later, Crit. Thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Have a good day. Google App Engine? Just add the code. I don't know. It's too much for me. Like all the thing is like a lot of these services, there's so much documentation and like that's why I like Lightsail because it's just like one click. I'll show you once we do it, but it's like one click, things just start working. There's not a lot of configuration, and it comes at a cost because you potentially lose customizability. But as far as I'm concerned, I get root access to a server. That's really all I care about. Linode is another popular provider, and it's a VPS provider, virtual private servers. Let's see their pricing. 1 gigabyte of RAM, 1 core, 25 gigabytes of storage, 1 terabyte of transfer. And this is your network speed link up. and that costs $5 a month. So it's somewhat comparable. And thanks for the YouTube sub, Kim. LTT still has their own servers. Linus Tech Tips. They have their own internal servers. So like they do a lot of video editing on site. So they have their own servers locally because that's way less expensive than if they were to rent that kind of cloud storage, because they have literally petabytes of video data that they all store locally. And if you were to try and store that much data on a cloud provider, your bill would be enormous compared to your electricity bill and the hardware costs for doing it yourself. So yeah. DDoSing with permission. Yes, that's what I mean. So basically you flood your server with requests to see how it responds. Yeah, AWS has a service where you pay per SMS that they send, but it's like an API. You make a post request to it, and it will send an SMS to a phone number. Chinese New Year is January 25th. Okay, so it's not New Year yet. They also store 8K raw footage, for sure. Yeah, so I've watched a lot of their videos. Like, you can see on the Linus Tech Tips, like the petabyte project, they literally have a server where they just install tons and tons of like 10 terabyte hard drives or more. Here it is. Oh yeah, and 3 months ago they said they filled it up, so they're constantly creating like new storage servers because they film in 8K and they store the raw footage on there. But yeah. And hello, Jean-D, Merry Christmas. Yeah, depending on the situation, right? For me, I mean, technically, I could probably take a Raspberry Pi and plug it in, and that would probably be enough because these services that I have don't really get that much traffic. But that said, I would expose my home IP address. I could potentially do some DNS things, but I don't know. To me, paying 10, 20 bucks a month is totally worth it to have a server running in the cloud. I have SSH access to. I don't have to worry about uptime, or if my internet goes down, they handle all of that. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. And if you're new to Linux, so what I'm about to show, and let's get into this. So I'm going to hide my screen and log into AWS. What we're going to do is basically Linux system administration. So we're going to be installing updates. We're going to install NGINX. We're going to be configuring it. So all the things that I'm going to be doing is Linux system administration. So if you're new to all of this, a Raspberry Pi is a really easy and great way to start. Like, you can literally install Linux on a tiny little computer, and then you can install packages, learn about the Linux command line, all for like, how much are they? $25? $35? But yeah, all these things I'm gonna be doing are on Linux. So I'm logged into AWS. We can see they have so many different services, and it can be pretty overwhelming, which is why I think Lightsail is a great place to start if you're like totally new to AWS. So let's go into Lightsail. I'm gonna hide my screen because I think it's gonna show my yeah, well, it shows the IP address. Let's do this. I'm gonna add, like, it honestly doesn't matter that much. So for this server that I'm about to work on and deploy, it's okay if you all know the IP address, because I'm going to set up a domain to point at that that server anyways. So you could figure out the IP address by just doing a DNS lookup. But this particular server is not exposed to the public web, so I don't really want the IP address to be exposed because people could like try to hack into it. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hide it. Let's do this. we go. So I just added like a custom style that hides the IP address. So this is the Lightsail dashboard. And I can see right here I have the Coding Garden bot. It's currently running. It has 512 megabytes of RAM, one virtual CPU, and a 20 gigabyte SSD. Technically, I can click this. Let me just hide my screen to see if the IP address pops up. It does. Dang. Dang. I'm not gonna show that because whenever I SSH into it, we'll show it on the next one because I have a VPN running, but it says the last IP address that you connected from. Regardless, so I could click this and it actually launches a terminal in my browser that lets me run commands on the server, but we're gonna create a new instance. So let's do this. We'll go to create instance. And it is the public IP, yeah. So and they allow you to set these things up potentially with applications already installed on them. I'm not going to do that. I want mine to be a bare Ubuntu server. So Ubuntu is the operating system that I prefer. But we can see here on operating system only, we have the choice of Debian, FreeBSD, OpenSUSE, CentOS. I'm going to choose Ubuntu 18.04. And let me catch up. Yeah, and so I think a lot of people get Raspberry Pis during Christmas time, but it's super fun. Like if you've never worked with Linux before, it's a great way to get started for sure. And I think if you get them at their normal price, it's $35, but usually you have to pay like shipping and tax. But yeah. DuckDuckGo, yeah. Why does every graphic designer programmer have a Mac? I mean, what do they have more than Windows computers? Um, I can't really answer that. I mean, I prefer a Mac mainly because, and for development, because it's a good balance between like a very popular operating system and having access to Linux tools. So the fact that I can use the terminal like this is because Mac is Unix based. So all of these commands I'm going to be running on this remote server, for the most part, a lot of them work on a Mac as well. So that's why I like Mac, because it's a cross between the two. Now you could say with the latest Windows, they have Ubuntu subsystem, and that allows you to run basically Ubuntu on your Windows machine, which would give you a similar terminal, but I don't know. And what do you mean, Morning Sage, do they provide the number? Oh, for the SMS API. Yeah. I don't know if you get to choose it, but yes, when you send an SMS, it comes from some phone number from AWS. I'm pretty sure you can choose it. Very similar to like uh what's the SMS API that's really popular? Starts with a T. Twilio. So so like with Twilio, they allow you to like purchase a phone number and then you can send SMSs with that phone number or from that phone number. I'm sure you get something similar on AWS. Cool. Server in the cloud. My ancestors would definitely be confused. Yes. Let's take a drink of water. Yep, and this is absolutely true, LOL Craftian. One thing you could do is you could buy like a really beefy server. So let's say I go for the $160 a month option. This gives me 8 virtual CPUs, 32 gigs of RAM, and 7 terabytes of transfer. Because I have such a beefy virtual private server with root access, I could install VirtualBox or VMware, some hypervisor on here, and create my own virtual machines within that. One thing I might do, even on this like $10 instance, is install Docker, and then I could have multiple Docker containers running on that same machine as well. So it's pretty interesting that you can have a virtual private server in the cloud that is also running a hypervisor that potentially has multiple virtual machines inside of it. But yeah. Yeah, definitely. Um, I have a NAS. It's not really hooked up, but it Well, it's not a NAS. It's literally just a RAID controller, and I need a machine for. I need it to be plugged into a machine. So that's what I use a Raspberry Pi for. Is I plug that RAID device into the Raspberry Pi, and then I can access the files from it. But yeah. Doc is saying VPSs and infrastructure as a service do ultimately have to live on physical boxes somewhere. The cloud isn't a real place, and VPS hosts do have to make a profit when they chop a dedicated server up into virtual machines. Sometimes directly renting your own real server can work out cheaper. It's absolutely true. Yeah, so when people say the cloud, it's literally just someone else's computer. Like you might have seen that meme before. There is no cloud. It's just someone else's computer. I mean, it's someone else's server, but it is like it's like a physical computer somewhere that you can run services on. That's really all the cloud is. Yeah. Have any of my servers ever been hacked? Not that I know of. No. I got some weird Chinese IP address was attempting to log into my router like years ago. Like now my router is locked down. It's not accessible from outside of my network. But I started logging the traffic, and someone was trying to brute force into my my wireless router. Yeah. And yeah, that was the public IP that potentially shows. Happy holidays, Slinus. DBN for the win. No Arch. Thanks, Amazon. Octoprint. What's that? I just like Ubuntu. I'm really just used to Ubuntu. We could choose Debian. We could, but I'm used to Ubuntu, so I'm gonna stick with that. Have I seen DuckDNS? I have not. We'll point DNS to an IP of your choice. Oh, this is kind of like DNS anywhere. And so I guess technically here your public IP wouldn't be exposed because your local machine, well, no. If you do a DNS lookup on that domain name, it will reveal your IP, I believe. I don't know. Twilio. Hello, Wally Oxen. It's been a while. It was Twilio, yeah. Yeah, and I have VirtualBox installed on here. So we're talking about virtual machines. VirtualBox is something you can install just locally to create virtual machines like on a regular laptop. You can see I have an Ubuntu machine here, a Windows XP machine. So these are literally virtualized machines that I can run inside of my machine here. If we look at the settings, we can see that I've given it 2 gigabytes of RAM. I've given it 1 processor. My machine has 4 processors, but it has, I think, hyperthreading, which gives it 4 virtual processors as well. So technically, my machine has 8 processors, and I can say how much I want to give to this virtual machine. It has video memory. It has a storage device, like a hard drive, which has a virtual size that gradually grows. So this is a way of creating virtual machines like on a laptop, but they have very similar software that is basically like an operating system for running multiple virtual machines. And that's what these providers are doing in the cloud. Yeah, Twilio. It was Twilio. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So if you don't have a Raspberry Pi, you could literally download VirtualBox. As long as your processor supports it. I think you need to have a processor that supports virtualization. But you could install Ubuntu in a virtual machine on whatever system you're running and learn Linux commands there as well. That's very true. Yeah, so a hypervisor is the thing that manages all the virtual machines. So VirtualBox, that's a hypervisor. And there are like hypervisor operating systems. So you could basically, yeah, vSphere is one of them. So what you can do is instead of installing Windows or instead of installing Ubuntu, you can use one of these hypervisor distributions so that when your server boots up, it's literally just an environment for creating virtual machines. Does anyone know names of some other ones? But vSphere is one of them. And so you can see that like vSphere actually is the entire operating system. It's probably based on Linux of some sort, but it's purely an operating system built for creating virtual machines on itself. Zen, I think, might be the one that I've used in the past. Is it? What is Zen? A type 1 hypervisor. Yeah, so I don't know the names of other ones, but basically you can get an operating system where its sole purpose is creating virtual machines. Which is better, Arduino or Raspberry Pi? They're very different. So Arduino is a microcontroller, meaning it can pretty much only run one program at a time, whereas a Raspberry Pi is a full-fledged computer with a full-fledged CPU, and it has an operating system and can manage multiple processes, whereas Arduino is just one little thing that can run one program at a time. It is turtles all the way down. VPSs on VPSs. I'm so confused yet intrigued. Gonna watch the stream from the beginning. I only started talking about this stuff probably like 30 minutes ago, but yeah. What are cloud servers made of? Linux servers mostly, yeah. Merry Christmas, GJ. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Octoprint is 3D printing host. I plug my printer into my room, and Octoprint acts as a web console. Oh, that's pretty sweet. So you can send 3D prints from like any computer in your house. Yeah. Ubuntu is a Bantu word for humanity. Yeah. Merry Christmas, JFelly Web. Merry Christmas. We have 2 hours to go till Christmas. Cool. Take a drink. VMware? Hello, Sciafic. Welcome. Yeah, I was always confused on virtual machines versus Docker containers. So, virtual machines emulate processors and hard drives and all of the physical hardware. That they literally have an emulation of that. Whereas Docker containers share all of the same resources. It's really just the operating system that's split up between them. Yeah, Arduino is a microcontroller. Cool. Merry Christmas, Christian. What did Totally Sense say? VMware? Yeah. Okay. So that's great. We've been talking way too much. Let's create this thing. So, like I mentioned, you can choose app in OS, and like I could choose NGINX technically, and that would give me a server pre-configured with NGINX, but I want to configure it from scratch. So I'm gonna go Ubuntu 18.04, OS only. You can add a launch script, and this is a key thing here whenever setting up an SSH server is you want to use a key pair. So using this key pair, only the person with that key pair can log into this server. So I'm going to change it, and I'm going to create a new one. Montreal. What zone am I in right now? Oh, here we go. I'm going to change the reason. So this is one thing that you have control over, is where your server is. And I don't want it to be in Montreal. I want it to be in America. So let me change that. Here we go. So I can choose Virginia, Ohio, Oregon. I'm not Canadian, no. I am on a VPN, so it might have detected I was somewhere else. But I'm going to go with Oregon. Here we go. So Ubuntu, we're going to change our key pair, create a new one. We're going to say create, call it coding garden, generate, hide my screen just in case something pops up. So after I've done that, you'll see that it says you can only download this private key once. So I'm going to download it somewhere very secure onto my computer, and I will need to use that file to SSH into my server. And SSH means to remotely connect to. We'll talk about that. But let's download it. Secure shell. Where will I put this? A very secure place. Here. Cool. So I downloaded it to my machine, and now when I want to remotely connect to this machine that I'm creating, I will use that specific key. One thing that I'll also show is once we've connected to the server, I can add my public SSH key as an authorized key. And after that, I won't need to use this key file anymore, as long as I'm logging in from this computer. However, you want to keep that thing in a safe place, because if you lose access to this machine or something like that, that key is really the only way that you can log into the server. Yeah. That's true. I was kind of just joking. I meant the United States, because usually the servers in the United States are closer to me, which is why I chose those. Yes, we're all in America. I apologize. Yep. Awesome. Versus Telnet, yeah. Justin is saying, it would be cool to have a random flying Santa fly across the screen, wiping out any drops on its way. That's a good idea. Okay, after we create this server, should we, like, I mean, it's Christmas, so it could be, like, at midnight, we just see, like, a Santa and his reindeer flying around. That would be cool. I don't know. And Merry Christmas, Daniel Garden. I don't know if I missed that or not. Let's take a quick stretch. And after we create the server, we're gonna give away some stickers. So we just gotta create the thing. All right. Okay. So I enabled my key pair. And yeah. So LO Craftian has a good point. Back up your keys on another device if you can, and always back up. So you might upload this to like a secure Google Cloud drive, something that's not shared with anyone else. So you know that if your machine dies, you still have those keys and you can still get into the server. One thing that I'll show, though, is technically you probably could use the web interface here, because they do have a way of launching a shell. And then you could add your public SSH key, but still, back them up. GJ, so that app is called Timeout. There's the link. It's for Mac. There are ones for other operating systems too. Code a New Year's countdown. That'd be cool. Let's do that. Not tonight, but we will do that. Now, why NGINX and not Apache 2? We'll talk about it, mainly because I am most familiar with NGINX, and I know with NGINX you can set up reverse proxying to different ports. I'm going to use Let's Encrypt, and certbot, the certificate bot, works with NGINX. They probably have one for Apache as well, but I'm just most familiar with NGINX. So you need a file to SSH into it. Not necessarily. You could set it up with a username and password, but keys are more secure in that someone can't just guess the password. They need this secure file. Okay, let's go with the $20 instance, because why not? So I'm going to be setting up SSL on the main domain, which will allow WebSockets to go over SSL as well. Yeah. So let's call this Coding Garden. Yeah, it's Christmas. We're going with the $20 instance. I think yeah, I gotten a lot of donations today. Shout out to all the donations, but that's paid for the server basically. All right, let's create it. Some names are already in use. What? Who took my name? What should we call this? What's something garden related, but it like manages all the things? Let's call it Gardener. Did you really, Steven? No worries. It's okay. Cool. So, it's provisioning my instance. We can see that it's pending. It shouldn't take too long. It'll pop up pretty soon. And we can see this is a beefier instance than the one that's running my code, the Discord bot. This has 4 gigs of RAM, 2 virtual CPUs, and 80 gigabyte hard drive. We can do a lot of damage with this server. Imaginary Warhawks is saying, if you don't use Let's Encrypt, usually what most people do is use the SSL certificate to enable HTTPS for your website. Yeah, so you can buy an SSL certificate from Merry Christmas, Alka. You can buy an SSL certificate from various certificate providers and then use that certificate on your server. Cool. So now we wait. Oh, it's up. It's running. So before we log into the instance, let's do a giveaway. Coding Garden, trademarked. And we may have to do... I'm going to give people 30 seconds to respond. So if you win, you have 30 seconds to send a message in the chat. And if you don't, we'll do another giveaway. Yeah, and Cloudflare has... So Cloudflare is interesting because you can... you have not won, Alka. Rip YouTube users. Is YouTube chat still working? Let me check. It's very delayed. Oh, it's still working. Cool. Yeah, so Cloudflare has free SSL. They do something interesting though, because they're like a proxy to your server. So it's technically the server that is proxying to your server has SSL on it versus installing SSL on your server. Yeah. Delay is longer than 30 seconds for YouTube. Okay, so I'll mention it right now. If you're watching on YouTube, you might want to come over to Twitch. I think I got a follow. Did I acknowledge it? Yeah, thanks for the follow, Rima. Much appreciated. Rima says, I'm new here, but I appreciate the way you explain most stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out. Happy holidays. Very delayed. I need those stickers. All right. Here we go. Drum roll, please. C A M E? Is it Cameron? Cameron underscore Cameron C. Cameron Code. It's Cameron Codes, isn't it? Cameron Codes, if you're here, send a message in the chat and you get free stickers. There it is. Cameron Codes on Twitch. Does Cameron Codes stream? I've never seen them before. Have you watched them, Alka? Oh, no, I guess not. They only have 18 views. But regardless, Cameron Codes, if you're here, you have... let's call it a minute. I'll still give you a minute. Oh, you're here. Awesome. So Cameron Codes is here. You win the stickers. You're going to get these wonderful Coding Garden and JavaScript holographic stickers in the mail. Shoot me a message on Discord, and I'll get them to you. Congrats. Merry Christmas. Can I review? I didn't do much. All I did on AWS was create an instance. So we did a lot of explaining about like what is AWS, what are virtual private servers, what can you compare AWS to, like DigitalOcean and Google Cloud Compute and Azure and Linode and Vultr and all these things that are similar. And for Lightsail, I'm using the lowest tier here. So this is the $3.50 a month tier for my Discord bot. My Discord bot, it doesn't get much command traffic. It has pretty good uptime. The server is up like 99% of the time, but the thing that it's up for all the time is we're working on introductions. So my server, whenever you join, the bot automatically adds everyone to this role called germinating, which makes it so that it's kind of read only, and you have to acknowledge the code of a chat app like Discord, meaning you're literally creating your own chat server. Probably a little beefier. It depends on how much traffic you're expecting on the server. I don't know. Merry Christmas, Divikar. Eat more cake. Similar to Discord with a lot less traffic. I mean, you could probably handle it with like the cheapest tier, and you might just start there and see if it bottlenecks anywhere. You don't, Cameron, but that's probably the easiest way to find me. Is there a way I can share like a link to my Discord profile? Yeah, you could absolutely put an Express web app on here. I mean, and again, it depends on the amount of traffic, but if it's a basic thing, Yeah. Offer a way to upgrade a server. Not really. So you can take snapshots. And a snapshot is like an image of the machine. So you could potentially take that snapshot and apply it to a server that has more resources. But I'll show you what I did. So I'm using Lightsail. This is like the simplified version of AWS. They have like it's like a very point and click kind of thing. So I want an operating system only. I want it to run Ubuntu. You can choose from these operating systems. You can choose your tier. For this one, I chose the $20 tier, but that gives me 4 gigabytes of RAM, 2 virtual CPUs, an 80 gigabyte hard drive, and 4 terabytes of network traffic. And then you create your instance. You choose your SSH key pair so you can SSH into it, but Amazon Lightsail is extremely easy. This is comparable to EC2, which is a bit more complex, even in how you start it up and create one. But yeah. Thanks for the follow, Kane. Welcome. You should be able to DM me. Yeah. Click your Discord name to copy it. Let me see. There we go. So this is my Discord name. It's just the word filter that I used. It's potentially offensive. Yeah. There you go, Cameron. You can click that. It's clean. I was spazzing out the chroma key. DigitalOcean lets you upgrade server specs. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never tried to do it with AWS, but it seems like that's what you would have to do. Basically, take a snapshot of the machine and then apply that to apply that snapshot to a new machine that has better specs. Yeah, I don't know, Candy Cane. Hello, K Pawa. Welcome. Yeah, no worries, Cameron. Take your time and Merry Christmas. You should be able to upgrade an instance easily with Lightsail. Yeah, I've never done it before. I think that number is random because I've never seen another W3CJ. I think it's just random because users are allowed to have the same username, so they just give you that. I don't know. Karan. Oh, hello, Karan. Cool. So one thing about this is I can click this button right here. That opens a web browser, and that will actually SSH into the machine. So I don't have to type in a username or a password. I am literally now logged into this machine in the cloud. Look at it. It's in the cloud. It's running Ubuntu 18.04. The system load is like nothing because this thing just spun up. It looks like I have like close to an 80 gigabyte hard drive. I think that's what I chose. But this is it. So I'm not going to use the web terminal here. I'm going to use my my terminal to SSH into the machine. But this is interesting. I think especially like if you're on Windows or something like that, because you can literally execute commands on this machine like in the web browser, which is pretty cool. But I'm not going to do that. And I have my SSH key. So what I'm going to do is connect to it. So let's go into it. We can see all the info about it. We see its public IP address and its private IP address. And you can click here, learn how to connect to your SSH client, and that should show you like the commands you need to run. But it's usually pretty easy. It's just like SSH-I. What's going on here? Launch. I think it's being blocked. I don't know. But I'll show you the command that you can run. So basically, you need to be in the folder that has that SSH key that you downloaded. Cool. So I'm in that folder, and I can do SSH-I, and then I specify that file. So I called this Coding Garden. So I'm going to use the Coding Garden PEM file to connect to the server. It tells me here that the username is Ubuntu. So I'll say Ubuntu at, and then I specify the IP address. And if we're lucky, we'll get in. At first, it's going to say the authenticity of the host can't be established. That means I've literally never connected to this IP address before. So I'm going to trust it because I know this is my server. Oh, and I need to change the permissions for the public key. So you can see right here that it has bad permissions. And I believe, yeah, we want 0644 for it. So if I do chmod that file, chmod 0644 that file, that's going to give it permission so that it's not readable by other users on my system. And then I should be able to SSH in. 644? Oh, to open. Okay, so what do I want? Do I want 655? There actually is there's a Linux permission generator. 600 says pro TQL, and hello pro TQL. Permissions calculator. So I want user read write. Yeah, so 600 is user read and write. You'll see if we do this, that's 666. 644. So right now the permissions are that I can read and write it, but the group and other users on my system can read it as well, but that's too open. We want it to only be readable, and really, really, it should only be readable. So I can set it to 0400, and that should be that should allow it to connect. Permissions of the beast. Hello, Opti. How's it going? So yeah, we're gonna do 400. Chmod. And now we're in. Nice. Yeah, so we're into our Ubuntu machine. We're in. So now we can do all the things. One thing I'll show really quick is if you're ever in the terminal and you do like an ls or an ls-l, this right here, these are the permissions. So when I set the permissions of the file, this is what actually changed. And you can see on that permission calculator, read, write, execute. So the first 3 here are for the current user that's running the command. The next 3 are for the group that the user is in. And then the, the first one is whether or not, we're in, yeah, we're in. The first one is whether or not it's a directory, but then you have a group of 3 for the group, and then a group of 3 for everyone else on the system. So similarly, if I change the permissions of this JavaScript file, and I say chmod 0400 for circular example, and then we do an ls-l, we can see that the permissions went way down. Now only the current user can read that file. So if another user, I don't have any other users on my system because it's just a laptop, but if another user was on my system, they wouldn't be able to. So that's what chmod did. It changed. That's what chmod does. It changes the mode of the file, which are the given permissions for that file. And there definitely is some maths we can do to calculate this, but this is a nice little calculator you can use online. And so let's say if we wanted to make the file readable by anyone on the system, that would be 444. And so if I do chmod 444, wait, what? It could be I gave it not enough permissions. Let's see really quick. Okay, there we go. I might have typed it wrong. But now we can see that I can read it, the group can read it, and other users on the system can read it. So chmod changes the mode, which is the permissions of the file. Cool. Oh, and the break app is, it's called Timeout by Dejal. You can see the countdown happening here. So every 15 minutes, I have it pop up for a 10-second micro break. And you can configure that. So yeah, I have a 10-second micro break every 15 minutes, and then a 5-minute long break every 60 minutes. But you can add as many micro or regular breaks as you want. Yeah, I think there was a space which gave it the wrong file name. Cool, but we're talking Linux basics here. So these are file permissions. That's what the chmod command does. It changes the Yeah, we could make a CLI tool for permissions. Like we could ask it, do you want user read? Do you want user write? Do you want user execute? And then we could compute the permission and then spit out what the value should be. Rima is saying, do you have all these things explained on your YouTube or just need to check back the VOD? This is probably the first video I've done on Chmod and the Linux terminal and SSHing into a machine. I might have done that in the past, but I would say just check out this VOD. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Okay, so we're into the machine. And, I have a gist I created that has a bunch of different things that we need to do to get this machine ready to go. So the first thing I'm going to do is update all of my package repositories. So on a given machine, you can install things. Like I can do, we were talking about the fortune command earlier. Let's go ahead and install that. Well, actually we can't, but I'll show you why. So if I say, and actually, yeah, I do need to use sudo. So here's another thing. Sudo stands for super user do. So right now on this system, I'm logged in as the Ubuntu user. And the Ubuntu user only has certain permissions. They don't have full permissions on the system. The root user does. So if I try to say apt-get install fortune, let's see what happens. Permission denied. Are you root? You're not. So if I do sudo apt-get install fortune, that runs the command as the super user. So instead of running as the Ubuntu user, I essentially become root. I am root. And that should run it. But I think it will fail because we haven't updated the package repositories yet. Let's see. Yeah. Unable to locate package fortune. So one aspect of... oh yeah, you're right. So there's a lot of things going on here. So for one, Wally Oxen is mentioning, if you ever run a command and it says you need to be root, you can actually just say sudo exclamation mark, and that runs the previous command, so you don't have to retype it as sudo. So that's great. The other thing is apt-get is the old way of doing it, and it's habit, but now you can just say apt instead of apt-get. So I think apt-get is just aliased to apt. So you say sudo apt, it's the same thing, and we'll stick to that now because that's like the modern way of doing it. Cool, but it says unable to locate package fortune. It doesn't know where the packages are. So the first command that we run, sudo apt update, it updates all of our repositories so we know what packages are out there that we can install. So if I say, well, not that, sudo apt update, that's going to look at all of my list of repository things. So here they are. And we can see, because the server is running in the cloud, it has like a really fast internet connection. And so what that did is each one of these things listed here is basically it's a repository. It's a list of packages that you can download from these various things. Like this is the original App Store. These things existed before something like the Apple App Store existed, where you can just point and click and download an app. In the Linux world, these are lists of Linux pre-compiled Linux packages that we can install on a system. So now that I did sudo apt update, it reached out to all these sources and it has a list of available packages. So now if I try to install Fortune, it should be able to find it because I've updated my package listings. One thing I'll also show is it says that 233 packages can be upgraded. And we're gonna fix that. So basically there are things installed on this Ubuntu machine that are out of date, so we can update them. But before that, let's try to install Fortune. So there we go. So now that we updated our package sources, it found where Fortune is, and it's asking me, it's going to take up this much space. Do you want to install it? Yeah, let's go. Let's install Fortune. And so the reason we want to keep it up to date is to keep it secure. So anytime any of my dependencies have what do you call it? an update or a patch, it could be like a critical patch that fixes some vulnerability. So part of having a server in the cloud is you want to keep it up to date so that way it's less vulnerable to potential attacks. Cool. So we installed the fortune command. Now if I say fortune, here's a fortune. Executive ability is prominent in your makeup. Let's do another one. What's the difference between an Irish wedding and an Irish wake? One less drunk. These are not all like family friendly, but yeah. Leo Craftian says keeping servers secure is cool. And it's a job. Like you could literally get a job being a system administrator. So you make sure packages are up to date. You make sure yeah, like everything is running well and is staying up. So like there's a guy that works at AWS that makes sure that this server is always running. That's his job. And the server that this virtual server is running on. How do you know what packages are available or version numbers? You can search. So you can search the Ubuntu sources. Totally Sane says, my day job is patch deployment. Exactly. There you go. Packages.ubuntu.com. And so this will show you, and we'll look at Bionic. So Bionic is the code name for 18.04, which is the one that I have installed. And under here, we can see, let's look at, I don't know, utilities. Yeah, and so different packages managers have different ways of doing it. Specifically, because I'm using Ubuntu, I can go to this website, and you can see this page literally has all of the packages available that you can install from that are registered as utils from this given source. Lightsail does have that, but I purposefully didn't do that because I want to run each of the commands manually to talk about what they do. But yes, yeah, so when you're creating a new instance, let's do this. Let's go home. Create an instance. When you create an instance, you can add a launch script, and here you can enter commands. So I technically could have put sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade, all of that, and that would have just run on first boot, but I wanted to kind of explain each individual command. Merry Christmas, Lesek from Poland. Merry Christmas. Yeah. And then apt update will tell you how many updates we need. So we saw earlier that there were like 200 packages that need to be updated. M to the M Leet is saying the best thing about having that job, specifically like patch management, is having SSH keys to everything. Yeah, so because Totally Sane patches servers as their day job, they literally have access to all the servers. What is knock? Yeah, and you can search in the terminal, I believe. Let's just do man apt. So man are the man pages, and they let you look at a given command, what you can do with them. Yeah, so apt search is a command, so we can do that. Let's say apt search fortune. And this tells you all of the packages that have the word fortune in them, and it gives you a description of them, and these are available to install. So we can search from the command line, you can search on the web, and every distribution potentially has a different way of doing it. So we mentioned apt is the way on Debian. Ubuntu is based off of Debian. If you're using Arch, like people have mentioned, that uses Pacman. If you're using CentOS or Fedora, that uses Yum. And they all have commands for searching, and they have websites for listing the packages as well. Beavers, Bionic Beaver. Yeah. Do I do this kind of stuff in your day job? Not often. Really, like when a new project starts, we used to have a dedicated DevOps person at my job, but he's only part-time now. And I like doing this kind of stuff. So when a project starts, I'll do this, but because the DevOps person is now part-time, he does the monthly patches and stuff like that, and I'll do like the initial setup. So closing some of my Chrome tabs. Yeah, I'll do that. Network Operations Center. Knock. Cool. I see. I didn't know that. Or Security Operations Center. Wow. Yum. Merry Christmas, Kagan. Cool. So we just updated our sources. Now that we have the latest sources for everything, I'm going to do an upgrade. So sudo apt upgrade, and that is going to take all of the packages, and let's just do, if we run the apt update again, it'll tell us how many packages can be upgraded. So I have 233 packages that are like programs installed on my computer that have updates available. So I want to upgrade them. So I'm going to do sudo apt upgrade. And one thing you can do is -y, and that automatically says yes to any of the prompts that are like, are you sure you want to install this? So I'm just going to say, yeah, let's do it. There we go. Oh, nice. Mintwhip is following along on Lightsail. Cool. So if you need me to like repeat a command or anything like that, let me know. And here I'll share this gist, which has all of the commands that we're going to be running. I would say don't run all of these commands. It's important to understand what each of them do, and probably like run them one at a time. -y usually means yes. I think. Yeah, there's nothing too weird in here. So there's that. Oh yeah, let's close some tabs. So we don't need the permissions calculator. That's our instance there. We can close that. Close the timer tab. It's still not Christmas. I have about an hour and 20 minutes till Christmas. We'll keep that open. Time is currently 10:40 p.m. Cool. I was just going to say what the -y flag does. Yeah. Oh, cool. So some of the packages, like this one, this is libssl, will have a prompt where I need to answer something. This says, there are services installed on your system which need to be restarted when certain libraries are upgraded. I'm going to say, so it's asking, restart services during package upgrades without asking. Because there's no services running on this machine yet, I'm just going to say yes. That's why I like to do these things first. Because if anything needs to restart, it's okay that it happens now. Because once I'm in a state where it's like in production, I don't really want these things to restart at any time. I want to have like a scheduled time when I upgrade and restart them. But for now, it's totally fine that those things restart while we're doing these upgrades. Yeah, I like Ubuntu. It's just what I've used for the longest time, and what I'm most familiar with. Yeah. Gagan, we're just configuring an AWS Lightsail server. We're not really going to be building anything. We did work on the drop game earlier. Do you think as the cloud gets bigger, the number of DevOps required will decrease? It's possible. Like the more automation that can happen with infrastructure as a service, the less people you need running commands and running patches. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Like things are just way too custom, and people have been doing things a certain way for a very long time. So yeah, thank you, Rima. Merry Christmas, Pranjal. Welcome. Negative yes, which means no. Yeah, no worries, James. So apt-get, and we can probably look this up, but apt-get used to be the way to do it, but now it's just apt. So I believe apt-get is aliased to apt. I think they just shortened it. It's a Debian thing. Apt versus apt-get. But now basically just use apt, not apt-get. Thanks, totally sane. One thing that we're going to be doing, you'll see here, is we're going to enable the firewall on Ubuntu. And then we're only going to allow SSH. We're only going to allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic. So part of securing a server is enabling the firewall. We're going to do that. Yeah. Does the Christmas website consider different time zones? I would think so. Yeah, I think if it's already Christmas for you, you can go to isitchristmas.com and it should say, yes, it's Christmas. Cool. Off-topic question. Is there any way to link the edges of two divs with different parents together? What? I would have to see a visual. I don't know exactly what you would want to do. Nice. NGINX. And Merry Christmas, James. I guess it's... Oh yeah, it's already midnight and 43 minutes there. Happy Christmas. All right, let's see what the difference is. When is this answer from? This is from November. apt-get may be considered as lower leveled and backend and support other apt-based tools. Apt is designed for end users, human, and its output may be changed between versions. Interesting. Okay. So, I mean, I think, like, for the most part, they do the same thing. apt-get maybe will give you some extra options, but as far as I know, apt is really all you need for installing packages. Someone still has to write the software. That's true. Someone still's got to write the software. It's very similar. So npm is a package manager for JavaScript packages. Apt is a package manager for Linux programs. Yeah, they're very similar. Do you think about the footprint of cheap servers? Like, how much physical space they take up on Earth, or like how much resources they're actually using? A new version of the configuration file is available, but the version installed currently has been locally modified, which is my SSH config. I'm going to keep the local version. Because we're SSH'd in right now, that could conflict. Yeah. I saved your... Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that that wasn't possible on other operating systems, but M to the M says, the best thing with Ubuntu is that you can hot patch the kernel while it's running. That's pretty intense. Like, it's not like Windows where every time you need to install updates, you're literally at the update install. Like, you have to restart and there's an update install screen. I'm sure it might be different for Windows servers, but yeah, that's crazy. And Sets Merry Christmas from Peru. Hello. We're going to work on that. We absolutely should. That's something that I started working on, but then didn't finish, which is the Snap Garden app. But yeah, we'll work on that eventually. And thanks for the follow, Pesmerg. Welcome. Welcome. Santa is bringing me Mario Maker 2 for Christmas. Nice. Very nice. When will I choose React class components versus functional components? The thing is, with React hooks, you really... There's less and less cases where you actually need a class component. But yeah. Merry Christmas, Yuvraj. Yuvraj, welcome. Yeah, for sure. The energy use, ecological carbon. I don't. And I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to say. Like, it's so easy to just click create instance and pay a few bucks a month. But yeah, like that is literally physical hardware somewhere, and it has a carbon footprint. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's crazy. Haven't restarted in months. All right, see you later, GJ. Have a Merry Christmas. Thanks for hanging out with us. And thanks for the follow, Experior. Yeah, there's a lot. We'll do it in 2020, right? It's a new year. I'm in GMT -7, which is the mountain time zone. It's only 10:47 here. Okay, same thing. And so the boot grub menu list, like that's the how the operating system actually boots up. I'm going to keep the locally installed version just in case AWS does something interesting with the boot list. Don't want to mess that up. Same thing. Will React Suspense and Axios and Fetch? No, I think they're used in conjunction. The main benefit React Suspense gives you is that components they literally delay their render until something is available, versus having like a ternary that renders something while you're waiting and then renders the real thing when it's ready. Like React Suspense literally does not try to render anything until that thing is available. Yeah. All right, we're done. So typically what I like to do is actually like literally reboot the machine at this point, because there are some things that may need a reboot to fully be set up. That said, let's do this. If we do sudo apt update, it'll tell us if there's anything that needs to be upgraded. So all packages are up to date. And if we exit, so if you type exit, that's going to leave the SSH session. And so now I'm no longer connected to that machine. And if I SSH back in, usually the message of the day will tell me if there's any security updates. So you can see 0 packages can be updated, and 0 updates are security updates. So I actually don't need to reboot. So the fact that everything's up to date, there's no security updates, I don't need to reboot my machine. And I'm going to run this dist upgrade command. And usually what this will do is update things. Actually, I don't know exactly what it does. Anyone know what dist upgrade does? Usually it upgrades packages that aren't upgradable by just sudo apt upgrade. It's potentially like operating system level things like the kernel. What does... It upgrades the distribution. Oh, so like I could go to like 19.04? Is that what that would do? Oh yeah, this is my this is where is it? Last, does it say it? Last logged in? Yeah, this is not my IP address, so don't even try. I'm gonna do it. No, not that. What is dist upgrade, and why does it upgrade more than just upgrade? Upgrade the 19. Yeah, I'm gonna do dist upgrade because then we'll actually be on 19.04 instead of 18.04. Though technically, if we're talking about like system administration, usually on your production servers you want to leave the LTS, which is the long-term support version there, because you could be on a much more updated version that might break things. But see you later, Joe Mama. Thanks for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. All right, I'm gonna do it. Sudo apt upgrade. Oh, apt dist upgrade. What was it? Yeah. We're going to 19.04. Good call. So it won't upgrade out of the LTS, and technically I'm on the latest LTS. I see. So if I was on 18.04.1, dist upgrade would have taken me to 18.04.3. But basically the Linux image that they've provided for Lightsail is already up to date, so I don't need to do that. Cool. So we're good to go there. Can't SSH in now that I've set the host name. You should be. Oh yeah, don't go too far ahead. So one thing is, whenever you enable the firewall, you absolutely have to enable. You have to say sudo ufw allow SSH, because if you don't do this command, you won't be able to SSH back in. So you absolutely need to run these commands together before exiting. Otherwise, you won't be able to SSH back in. Permanently locked out, and it's not that bad because. The thing is, you might not be able to use the web console. I have to pay respects. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a thing. You can try though. So, if you go in the web console and click connect using SSH, that might get you in. This thing. The thing is, I locked myself out before, and I wasn't able to get back in. So you might have to start from scratch. I've locked myself out so many times. And thanks for the follow, Crunction. Welcome. Release upgrade will do the upgrade. Okay, I'm good on 18.04. That's fine. A weird issue I faced when I logged this.props in presentation component is has access to all the props of the container, which I had mapped from Redux, even I've only passed one prop. Weird. I mean, it could be that that component is connected. It does not, it will not implicitly pass props. You can look for, if you see on a component this automatically passes all of the props, potentially to a child component, and so that could be what's happening. I don't know. Did the web console work? Thanks, Alka. Let me know. Let me know, Mint Whip. I'm curious. Did you get locked out? I should probably. I'm gonna add a note right here. Cool. Starting over. Oh yeah, so that's a good call. Like run it all in one go. Otherwise, you'll get like potentially it'll drop your SSH session. Let's do it. Um, cool. Though you should be able to get back to this point pretty quickly, Mint Whip. And like I mentioned, if you do dist upgrade and it says 0, you actually don't need to reboot. I'll add that as a comment as well. That one too. Yeah. And typically you'll see it in that message of the day. So that message that pops up after you SSH in, it'll say like 3 packages require a reboot. Yeah, you learn from your mistakes for sure. So one thing, so basically what you can do on here is just say delete. So like go to your instance, say delete the instance, and then create a new one. And you won't be charged double. It really just works on like an instance being run for a full month. So you can do that and you should be fine. Yeah. So in like a yeah, you most of the time you don't need to, which is what's really cool about Linux is a lot of things can just be updated without a reboot. So keep that in mind. Really, it'll tell you if you need to. So just yeah. And the reason I have this is like because this is our first setup. It's really it's okay to just reboot the machine because we don't have any services running on it yet, which is why we would want to reboot earlier rather than later. Cool. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is install Oh My Bash. You might have heard of Oh My Zish, but I prefer Bash. Is saying that it needs something needs a reboot? Let's see. I thought it said 0. Does it? It's not. System restart required? Oh, it does. Okay. We're going to reboot then. Yeah, let's reboot. So this is what you're looking for. Let me add that to the let me add that to the gist. Thank you, Redneck Tech and M to the M. Look for message in message of the day. Cool. All right, let's reboot. So what's going to happen is when I type reboot here, well, first, it should fail because I'm not running it as sudo. Permission denied. So if we run the reboot command as sudo, it's going to reboot. It's literally going to reboot this virtual machine, and it'll drop the SSH connection. Yeah, so gone. Because we literally just rebooted it, and so now we have to wait for it to start back up. May have to stare at the message of the day for 30 seconds before you see it. So Oh My Bash is like the Oh My Zish of Bash. One thing I really like about it, so if you look at my dot files, I have these things set up, but things like history search. So if I start typing SSH and I press up, it's actually going to search through my history and for any command that starts with SSH. But I have that configured custom in my Bash profile. Similarly, like tab completion, that automatically gets added with Oh My Bash. What else? The man is, yeah, we're streaming till Christmas. We're here till Christmas. Um, and it's not a bash replacement. It's basically a custom bash profile with lots of extra things added. I believe also, so let's see. You might have seen people do this with Oh My Zish. Like you type the name of a directory. Wait, what's happening here? Where are we? Node modules. If you type the name of a directory without CD, it will automatically CD into that directory. And I actually have that. It's not only in my, I think, yeah, it is in my bash profile, but there's like a custom setting that does that. But with Oh My Bash, you get all of that for free, which is why I recommend installing it. And it gives you a custom thing as well. 50 seconds left till it's Christmas for Elka. Aliasing host names is really useful when using SSH. Then you can get into a box by just doing SSH hostname. I believe it. Haven't heard of that before. Yeah. Switch to Zish. So yeah, Oh My Bash is cool. And it's very similar to Oh My Zish, but it's for Bash instead of Zish. And I like Bash. Coding until Santa appears, or whatever comes first. Cool. So I'm going to install that just because it gives me nice little features like that. And I can use like custom themes. So we're going to install Oh My Bash. Oh, and we need to SSH back in. So we rebooted the machine. I could go to the Lightsail dashboard and it'll tell me if the machine is back up, but I'm just going to try SSHing in. And if it works, then that means the machine rebooted. And we don't see the message like system requires a restart. We're good to go. So let's install Oh My Bash. There we go, done. And you can see now that I get like this custom thing. So if I exit, if I close the SSH session and log back in, now when I log in, I am going to automatically have Oh My Zish enabled. You can see that it has like a timestamp here. There's a nice little arrow icon, and basically you can change the theme as well. I'm curious what theme I prefer. So if you look on the Oh My Bash GitHub, they have a list of themes. Actually, they don't. It's in a folder. Merry Christmas! Not to you, not to me, but to you. Anybody in Central Time Zone or more, Merry Christmas. Yeah, Robbie Russell, I think, is the default one. Let me see. Awesome Panda. That sounds interesting. Let's try it. So what you can do is you can edit your bash profile to choose the theme. Yeah, and M to the M says, I never liked alternative shells personally. Like, personally, usually I have my own bash profile. So if you look at my dot files on GitHub, I've customized it, and that's the terminal that you see here. And usually I'll just use that bash profile. But for anyone else that doesn't want to spend the time customizing it, Oh My Bash is pretty nice. Merry Christmas. Yeah, we're here together. Is it moving? Yeah, I actually don't like the power level theme. I don't know. So anybody watching, don't freak out. I'm about to use Nano. I don't really like Vim. We could use Vim, but Nano is a tool for editing files in the terminal. And so I'm in my home directory, and if I just do an ls -la, that will show hidden files. Who's gonna stop watching the stream? Yeah, Nano. Who's gonna stop watching the stream if I don't use Vim? Nano or Riot? Vim is inferior. Vim is inferior. Vim life. I can show it really quick. I can show what it would look like. But we can see my right here because I listed hidden files. So ls-a. So if I just do ls-a, that's going to show hidden files. LA shows more details, but you can see this bash rc file. So this bash rc file is a file that gets run every time you open up a new terminal session. And I'm going to edit it to change my theme. So we can see that there's a lot of things that were added here by Oh My Bash. Nice. Great, Mint Whip. So, and I haven't gotten that much further. So really, we just installed Oh My Bash. How dare you not use Vim? Yeah. Okay. So we can choose the theme. Let's try Awesome Panda. So Nano is really simple to use. It works like most text editors, and it even provides a Spark to Civil War. It provides a guide at the bottom of the file if you forget the commands. So I'm going to press Control X to save this. And now if I want to see what that theme looks like, I'm just going to source the file. So I'll say source.bashrc. And what that will do is it'll run all the commands inside of it and apply it to my current terminal, and it will use the Awesome Panda theme. So let's go. There we go. Awesome Panda is not actually a theme. We can actually see the themes on the Oh My Bash GitHub. Let's see. I'll say Oh My Bash is not that is not documented that well. Yeah, but that's the Zish theme. It's not in Oh My Bash. Trying to think the one that I liked and used. You can also do this. You can put here, I'll use I don't think Vim is Vim installed by default. I might just have VI. Oh no, we get Vim. Cool. Oh, and it has syntax highlighting. That's nice. So the thing about Vim is by default, you're not able to edit the file. Like I could just start typing here and nothing happens. Because I need to be in insert mode. So right here, I'm going to replace this with the word random, which will give me a random theme. And so to get into insert mode to actually edit, I'll press I. And you can see at the bottom, I'm now in insert mode. And now I can start actually editing things. And if I press backspace, it's literally going to edit the file, which is a good thing. So I is insert mode. I'm changing the theme to random. Now I want to get out of insert mode, so I press escape. And now I want to exit and save the file. So you press colon to get into the mode where you can type a command. I don't know if you can see it that well, but it's right here. So I press colon, and I want to write the file and then quit, please, with the exclamation mark. And so I've now edited the file, and let's source it. And there we go. We got the primer theme. That's not bad. All right, let's load another random theme. Rainbow Bright. I don't like it. Oh, I need to go to my home directory. Oh, and because we have Oh My Bash, we can say source and then press up, and it'll search my history for commands that started with source. Oh, and imaginary saying you only need the exclamation mark if it requires you to force it. In this case, we didn't need to force it. Cooper Kid. That's okay. Axon. Slick. I kind of like Slick. Let's keep that in mind. I'm just trying to find a theme that I like. There's Roderick. Slick. Tonka. Suffer. Yeah, keep it as random. It keeps choosing Slick. I think we might just go with Slick. Demula? Baki? Primer? Roderick? Moran? Tonka? No, we're gonna go with Slick. Okay, so we're gonna use Nano again. We're gonna edit that bashrc file, and we're gonna change this to be Slick. So now I'm using the Slick theme. I'm gonna exit the terminal. If we SSH back in, it should be using the Slick theme now. And there we go. It's Slick. Yeah. If you're used to VS Code, any terminal looks terrible. Yeah. What an antiquated method. That's funny. C matrix is the only tool you need to be leet, and M to the M is leet. Says it in their name. So, okay. If you do ! VS Code, you'll get a link to my settings. All right. So now what we're gonna do is change the host name. So, you can see that the host name is IP 172.26.14.19. I have a very strict profanity filter, so whatever you said there, it replaced it with hearts. Cool, but the host name of my computer is this unmemorable thing, so I want to make it something. Did it really detect a hacker? That's funny. I don't know why, but it did. That's actually pretty funny. Like if anybody says hacker in the chat, it'll filter it. Cool, but we want this. I want this to be something that lets me know what machine I'm logged into. So you can see when I open my terminal locally. Actually, I removed it because. Oh, actually, I think I have home. So when I see my my terminal, I see this home emoji so that I know that I'm currently executing commands on my local machine. And when I'm SSH'd in, I want to be able to differentiate that. So I'm going to give this thing a host name that is memorable and describes what the server is. Everybody's trying to do Haxor. Hacker? Well, I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. Something. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm going to give it a host name so that way anytime I'm SSH'd in, it will show that and it's a reminder of what machine I'm currently logged into. Cool. Take a quick stretch. All right, so the command for that is sudo hostname, something cool. So whatever you want to, whatever you want to call this machine, I'm going to call it Coding Garden API, because that's what's going to be on the server. So I changed the host name. If I exit and go back in, now it says the username Ubuntu on the server Coding Garden API. So now this is just a reminder to me whenever I have this terminal open, I know that it's some remote machine. It's not my local machine, so that's why I did that. Can't you just SSH to the host name instead of the IP? Once I have given it a host name, right now, there's no domain pointed at its IP. This is the local IP. There's a public IP as well. And this is just the host name of the computer itself. It's not like the DNS host name. Yeah, it is pretty aggressive. That's okay with me, though, because it prevents a lot of things from happening or getting through. What did Alka say? Yeah, automod. I always turn my prompt red when I'm run as root. The last thing you want is to start xorg as root or something. Yeah. And Pranjal is saying, my friend got into Amazon as a software development engineer intern. That's pretty great. That's cool. Tell your friend I said congrats. All right, so we've got the server. And now we are going to enable the firewall. So an interesting thing is if you look at the settings here for Lightsail in your instance, you can click on networking, and this will show you like some high-level firewall rules. So this is like a firewall that's controlled by the hypervisor that's running your machine. But I'm going to enable the firewall on the system as well. And these are basically just like whitelisted ports from the external level, meaning like what ports are able to get into the machine. And then on the firewall on the machine itself, we're basically saying we're going to allow traffic on those ports as well. So when I enable HTTPS, I'm going to need to add port 443 here as well. And I am just enabling the firewall. And again, this is one of those good security practices to prevent open ports from staying open and potentially allowing your server to be hacked on various ports. And Imaginary Warhawks is saying, There are some commands you should never run as sudo, like sudo rm-rf. Yeah. I mean, you can do that. You just want to make sure that like the next argument here is what folder you're going to delete, and you want to make sure that you're not doing like slash, because that'll remove your entire hard drive. Just be very wary of any command that starts with sudo. So like right now we're configuring a server, so we need super user access. But if you're copying and pasting a command from some tutorial online, you better look into or be sure of the command on the right hand side to make sure that you do want to run that as sudo. That is something you want to keep in mind. Alka. Amazon just built its largest campus in India. That's interesting. Yeah, that emoji didn't work. I think my emoji parser might be wrong. For sure. Are you still able to update your packages if the repos aren't whitelisted? I have no idea. I should cover IP tables? I'm not going to. UFW, I believe, is like even higher level than IP tables. Is this a Rickroll? I think it's been a while since we got Rickrolled, so what is this? Oh. It's a super evil Alka tutorial. Yeah, 404, I see. Okay, so we're going to enable the firewall and allow SSH through the firewall. Here we go. Are you ready? Command may disrupt existing SSH connections. Proceed with operation. Yes. Cool. And now if I do UFW status, we can see, oh, I have to use sudo. So if I use sudo UFW status, wait, what? We can see that we are allowing port 22 connections from anywhere. Technically, I could change this to be just my IP address. And I'm going to do that, but not during the stream, mainly because I'm connected via a VPN right now. And I don't want to add the VPN IP. I want to add my personal IP. So I'm going to do that later. But for now, anyone can connect from port. Anyone in the world could try SSHing into this server. And anybody watching, I mean, there are 40 people watching on Twitch and 40 on YouTube. You could potentially denial of service my server if you try brute forcing logging in, because I am allowing port 22 connections. So please don't do it. No. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Come on. Yeah, and it's okay if you see that IP, because that IP, I mean, we're going to set DNS to point to this IP anyway, so it's totally fine if you see this IP address. Cool. All right. I need to do a giveaway, I think. And I need to take a break. So we are going to do a giveaway, then I'm going to take a break, and then when I come back, we'll keep configuring the server. And it's almost Christmas, for me anyways. Distributed, and it's literally distributed because all the people watching. I am not going to overload it with packets. Thanks, M to the M. I'm at least going to be streaming till then. I might, is Christmas. For me, it's still not Christmas. You can set it up so that like repeated failed login attempts just totally blocks that IP address. There's also like fail to ban, which I think does that kind of thing. So yeah. Yeah, fail to ban. Nice. JFairlyweb finished wrapping the gifts. Fail to ban. Actually, let's see how easy it is to configure fail to ban, because I've never configured it before. Okay. Merry Christmas, JFairlyweb. And Merry Christmas, dub me. And see you later. Have a good night. Have a good Christmas. Enjoy your Christmas. Cool. So fail to ban scans the logs and bans IPs that show malicious signs, too many password failures, seeking for exploits, etc. How do we set it up? Yeah, these are really horrible colors. Just turn off password logins for SSH and use certificates. How do I think password login is disabled by default. Let's try it. So if I try to log in without my PEM file, why did that work? No password. There should be a password. Because, well, the thing is I didn't specify the PIM file. It might have remembered it. Let's do this though. Okay, so like, yeah, if anyone else can try this right now. If you do SSH, and then yeah, I'll put it in the terminal. So like, you can literally try running this command. Permission denied. Yeah, so it's gonna try to log in with your pub. Like basically, only it only uses SSH keys for logging in. So try it. Try running that command in your terminal. And it will say permission denied because it tries to use your public key. And myself, because I initially used this Coding Garden PIM file. It could be that my Mac is caching it somehow. This has happened to me before, but I think it's caching this and using it if I don't specify it, which is interesting. But yeah. What's up, Ace Hunter? Yeah. How do you change your configured IP address when your IP address is changed by the ISP? So that's something that we're going to set up pretty soon, and it's known as a static IP address. So this right here is dynamic, meaning like if I potentially reboot my server and it reconnects to the internet, it might have a different IP address. But one thing we can do with AWS is assign it a static IP, and that static IP will never change. And so that static IP is what we're going to use when we configure DNS to point a domain name at this server. Yeah. Try SSHing in a new terminal. Yeah, let's do like a new window. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's caching it. I don't think I did, Pepe. SSH copy ID? Yeah. Known hosts? Flush the DNS? I don't know. Yeah, everyone should get permission denied. Basically, you need a key file, or you need to be added to the known hosts. And that's one thing I can show really quick. So if you go into your, well, actually, I think I need to configure it. No. So if you go into your .ssh folder, there's this file called authorized keys. And if let me hide my screen real quick. I can show what's in here. And basically, that has the public key for that PEM file, which is the private key. I'm pretty sure I can show this. It is my public key. Let me know whether or not I should show this. I'm pretty sure I can show this. Ace Hunter. So we're using Lightsail, and they have servers as cheap as $3.50 a month. And the price varies depending on the resources you have allocated to it, but yeah. See you later, K. Pawa. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, I'm talking about the IP address that you'll use in UFW for SSH. Yeah, that's so. And they mentioned earlier, like, what if you only enable a certain IP access, and then your IP address changes? What do? You would probably want to configure that from the AWS dashboard, because you can do that there. I'll show that really quick. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I know that I can show public keys, and authorized keys, that file only has the public key in it. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm just gonna, like, it's okay to show. That's true. If I nano the file, it's only going to show the beginning. But I'm pretty sure I can show this full thing, because in terms of how this all works, The PIM file, which is this thing, this is my private key. And then on the server, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to nano my authorized keys. The server has the public key right here. And so it basically uses the two to make sure that that given key has access to the system based on the public key that's stored in this file. So one thing you can do if you want to allow other people to SSH into this server is you can get their public SSH key and put it into this file, and then they'll be able to log into the machine without a password. It'll just use their SSH keys to log into the machine. But yeah. All right, let's do a giveaway. Merry Krampus. Merry Krampus. Merry Chrysler. All right. I have a feeling there's a lot of people that are not watching anymore that might win, but let's do it anyways. Drum roll. We're going to give away some stickers. S. O. U. Sour? Sarav? Sour, please. Sarav Das, watching on YouTube. Are you here, Sarav? If you're here, he left. If you're here, you have 1 minute to send a message in the chat, and you get some stickers. I will mail them to you wherever you are in the world. Let's set a 1 minute timer. Sarav Das, are you here? Not here. I need stickers. It'll be my official entry into the coding world. Roll again. Will I send stickers to the space station? I guess if I can. I don't know how much poster is there. Lakshan, you can get a sticker if you win the giveaway. So earlier in the stream, we created this file that, not that, that looks at all the users that have chatted and then chooses a random person that's chatted in the stream. And then those are the people. There's been two winners so far. All right, we're going to go again. They weren't here. You missed out. Let's go again. J. A. N. N. Is Jan here? No. Geno? Geno P. Geno PP? Geno PP on Twitch. Are you here? I haven't seen this person in the chat. It might have just been, they did drops. Are you here? Oh. we might have to like reset the chat manager. Is that like is that something? Do you know that person, Alka? Okay. That was like really fast. I feel like you have no delay to my stream because you said it like right when they popped up. All right, we're gonna try one more time without resetting, and then we'll do something where you have to right now. I'll give you like if we do this, it'll be like you have 30 seconds to say exclamation mark here, and that will enter you into the giveaway. But let's try it. K A R A N Quran P A H. This is a YouTuber. Hawa. Oh, they left, didn't they? This is the person that was on YouTube that left. Um, I haven't implemented that yet, Lakshan. That's not gonna work yet. Um, but Karan, are you here? I'm pretty sure they said they had that YouTube account and they then they left. All right, we're gonna implement it. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. What we need a socket.io client for Node. Terminal theme gets reset after logging out. Are you working with Lightsail? Make sure that your bash RC is set up. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Socket.io/client or -client. Yeah, this is the one I want. So I can connect to my backend server. Oh, and we're in Node version 13. Can we use import syntax? Yeah. Can we do this? Can we say import random number from that and import fetch from node fetch? Yeah, because we're in Node version 13. Let's see what happens. Broken. Cannot use import statement outside of module. Set type module in the package JSON. Let's do it. Whoa! Experimental warning. The ESM module loader is experimental. I'm okay with experimenting. That's pretty sweet. All right. So let's bring in the socket.io client as well. And actually, we won't need node fetch anymore because we're going to be connecting to the backend server. We're gonna do something. Okay. Oh, actually, we'll call it IO, and then let's just do this. And our server is on port 5000. And actually, let's do this in a separate file. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say enter to win.js. And this is where we'll actually listen for people to enter to win. And then after that's done, we're going to write the results to a file, and then we'll read in the names from a file. So let's look like this. And then I will say socket.on /message/ and then so this is my own custom chat server that combines YouTube and Twitch. So I need to pass in this custom ID. So we're going to write a quick little script that will listen for messages from both YouTube and Twitch. And when I start it, anyone that sends a message, we're going to log your user information. And then when I end it, only those users that entered will be the ones that I can do the giveaway to. I still do. I don't really meditate, but I'll do like a quick stretch. I definitely need to take a break soon, but yeah. That ISS is moving fast. Oh, not that. Can I listen for a specific message? No, the only way that I have this set up is it just emits messages for a given event ID. So let's see if it works. I may have to go look at some of the other things I've implemented to make sure I'm listening in the right way. Not working. Maybe it's messages slash. Let's try. Here, I really just need to look at the source of this, of the chat manager on the right-hand side, because it's listening for messages. This thing. View DevTools. Sources. Renderer. Oh, I see. It's messages. No, that's the fetch. Where's the actual socket listen? Oh, there's no initial slash, so it's messages slash ID. All right, that makes sense. It's my own API. I don't even remember what I did. Actually, let's do this. Let's put this in a variable. There we go. So it comes through as an array, and then each item in there has an author. So yeah. So that works. So basically, we'll iterate over the messages, and we'll put the authors in a special little object. So we'll say contestants. Contestants is an object. And then we'll say data.forEach. We're going to extract out the author. And we're going to say contestants at author.id. I think it's channel ID equals author. Let's call this messages. And we'll say messages.forEach one. So we have the message, which we will extract out here. And we'll say if message dot, we can use the regular expression that Boyan, also known as free debugs, provided. So we'll say message dot match. So if it contains exclamation mark here anywhere, then we're going to add them here. Now, note, look at the way this is working. You only get one entry. So no matter how many here messages you send, you're only going to get one entry. So please don't spam. Yeah, and it's going to be Christmas in 30 minutes. Sure, case insensitive. Why not? Yes, pseudocode. If the author is m to the m, winner. Worker threads are it's not working yet. So I have to start this thing. And then one thing we'll do, I'll say process dot on exit. What's the one for if I do a control C? Basically, when I control C it, I want to write the names to a file. Sigabart? Sigint. There we go. Let's bring in, ooh, we can do this. Bring in promises, import promises from FS. We'll rename it to FS. And then I'll say, oh, we technically don't have, we're going to do it anyway. We didn't have to, but, well, you know what? No, I'm not going to use a promise because the process just exited, so I want to do it synchronously. So I'll say fs.write file synchronously. We'll say contestants.json. I'm going to pull in json.stringify. Object.values of contestants. And we'll indent it nicely, like that. All right, I think that'll do it. If that and not that. What else do we have? Author.displayName. Entered to win. All right. So if you send a message with exclamation mark here, you only get one entry, so only send the message once. I broke it. Messages.forEach is not a function. Oh, for each with a capital E. All right, let's try again. Alka entered to win. Bob's Paradox entered to win. Adam Westner, Rima, Deep Sense, M to the M, Wally Oxen, Mulsan. Look at all these messages. And remember, you only get one entry. This is really making my processor spin. All these messages. You only need to send the message once. Wait, how did that happen? Oh, are they two different users? Well. Yeah, and you technically can enter from both YouTube and Twitch. That's fine. I'll allow it. No space. So just exclamation mark here with no space. Ooh, that's an upside down exclamation mark. Copy someone else's message. Looks like Ashwin got in. Boyan got in. Take a quick stretch. Well, there technically are no duplicates. They just have a user with the same. How did they have the same name? Oh, because wait. Does Crit have a YouTube account or what? Oh yeah. They entered on YouTube and Twitch. That's totally fine. Daniel Carton. Wait, why am I here? We're about to do a giveaway. If you do exclamation mark here, you'll be entered to win various stickers, including this Vue.js with the Santa hat on it. Hello, Alan. Entered on Mixer. All right, you should I can zoom in a little bit. If you see your name here, you already entered. Like I said, you can only enter once on either Twitch or YouTube. Only once. Using a superior platform. You only need to type it once. Please don't spam the chat. There you go. You made it in, Ons. Good job. Where? Fighter. All right, you have like I said, you can only enter once. I'm gonna give 30 more seconds to anyone else that hasn't entered, and then we'll do the giveaway. Here or there, bear, anywhere. Beer. Wait, what'd you do, Bob? Nowhere. Ear. All right, time's up. If you haven't made it in, you're not making it in. Here with an ear. All right, let's see if this could break. I'm gonna control C it. Tear. You know what? I think it wrote the file. I just actually need to process.exit. Yeah, so we have contestants.json. Here they are. So this is all of them. It actually wrote it, so that's good. And I actually needed to do process.exit. So we're here forever. Though I can do that. I'll control Z it, which sends it to the background. And then can I do jobs? There we go. No such job? I stopped it. Oh, it already stopped. Well, it's like frozen in the background. How do I like remove it forever? It honestly doesn't matter. And while we're thinking about it, we need to process.exit right here. Like that. Cool. All right, but we have this contestants.json. Very good. And so now in our random chooser, we're going to read in this file and choose one lucky winner from this array of users that entered. All right, here we go. So we don't need to do the fetch anymore. We're just going to require in. So we'll say import contestants from contestants JSON. Does import syntax work like this? I don't know. Let's see. Contestants. All right. Let me just make sure it works. I don't think it does, but let's see. Cannot find package contest. Oh, I need to relative path. Yeah, relative path. Like that. Unknown file extension. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll just need to require it in. I've never done an import, like ESM, like ES module import with that. Yeah, require that file. And this works. So this reads it in as an actual thing. Oh, but now that I'm in module mode, I don't have access to required? That's just silly. ES module require, no, sorry, ES module import JSON. I mean, technically we can just read the file in and then parse it. How to load a JSON file. I'm not gonna install a JSON loader. What are you doing? Come on. It didn't let me use require. So because I enabled, yeah, I'm, this is silly. We'll just read it in. We'll import fs. And then we'll JSON parse it. Yeah, so because it's in module mode, I can't use require and import together. Alka's saying we can do -- require. Nah, we're good. We're good here. And so we'll just say const contestants equals fs dot read file synchronously. We want the contestants file. It is utf8. And we're going to pass that into json.parse. Like so. Very good. Let's just make sure we have a display name. All right, I think we're ready to go. Yeah, it's totally fine that this is blocking because it's the only it's the only thing we're doing. So that's totally fine. let's rename this to pick winner. Is this hoisting? Did I learn something? Not quite. So I did affect the scope here. So basically what I did was because well, yeah. So, well, no, technically. Let's see what happens. Is see if this is accessible. So if I did, no, if I did this, it would fail, right? Because pick winner is going to get called, and then contestants is not accessible until after. If we put it here, maybe. Let's see if it breaks. Choosing a winner. All right, we're gonna let it go. Choosing a winner. Drum roll. A. D. A. M. Adam. Adam who? Adam W. Adam Wee. Adam Wees. Weezen. Adam Wiesner, are you here? On YouTube. So YouTube is a little delayed, so we'll have to wait. But Adam Wiesner, you are the winner of stickers. Hey, that's not me. We'll have at least one more giveaway when it actually becomes Christmas. But you are the winner of this fine sticker pack. The suspense, yeah. But actually, I do prefer to put prefer to put this inside the function because that's the only place it's being accessed. We can remove that file. Adam Wiesner, are you here? Oh, there you are, Adam Wiesner. Cool. So, if you send me a DM on Discord, I'll send you my Discord name. Or if you're already on the Discord, then you should be able to find me. But if you send me a DM, I will send you stickers no matter where you are in the world. Congratulations. And hello, yes sir. Happy Christmas. He's here. Come on. All right, there were some questions that came in. Gagan says, how can I get started with WebSockets? Share some resources along with projects for a beginner. So check out socket.io. So socket.io is a library that is a wrapper around WebSockets, but a lot of people use it. And I did create a video a while back with Tony, real-time fun with socket.io, where we built an application that anybody that goes to a website, you can see their mouse moving on the page, which is actually very similar to isitchristmas.com, because well, let's refresh. Yeah, anybody else that's on the website, you can see their flag here. And this is definitely using something like sockets. But check out that video, real-time fun with socket.io, because Tony was a complete and total noob, and we built that application from scratch. So you can learn a lot about it. Oh, that didn't work. Learn a lot about it from that video. There you go. Oh, and Bob, you're a mod. You're gonna get stickers anyways. I'm gonna be sending stickers to mods day after tomorrow. Well, yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow in 8 minutes. Oh, it's almost Christmas! Santa's gonna be here. Yeah, I made all of the stickers. Well, I didn't design all of them. So Tony designed the CJ emotes and the pixel. My friend Cassandra designed the seedling inside of the Coding Garden logo. Free Debugs is just like an arcade font. And my friend Cassandra designed this flower. Yeah, but I printed all of the stickers. Yeah, so I got the stickers printed in bulk and had them all shipped to my house. And I designed the view with a Santa hat on it. Yeah. We can explain hoisting. It's almost Christmas though. Yeah, and hello, Carlos. Welcome. Yeah, he's here. Dino says, currently full from a massive Christmas lunch. Ditch the family to watch CJ while I recover from a food coma. That's awesome. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Whoa, I didn't mean to put those back to back. Santa? I know him. Christmas is, yeah, for some people, it's already the 26th, isn't it? That's funny. Yeah, you're welcome, Gagan. Check it out. Yeah. Mod life, for sure. How is Santa gonna be at my house and your house? So there's a bit of research that you can do. I guess we'll just go to IMDb. The first bit of research is the movie The Santa Claus. And explained in this movie is that Santa's sleigh actually it's basically like time travel. It moves almost at the speed of light, so it's able to it's able he can just travel very, very fast, basically. And also in the Santa Claus, they explain that if you don't have a chimney, one magically appears that he can get through. There's various folklore as well. If you see the movie Fred Claus, which I watched recently, I believe it's kind of just like suspend your disbelief. He visits every single house. I don't know. I don't know the details, but it's possible. Do you know any source or recommendations on learning all these terminologies for someone that is just starting? Yeah, I would start with Free Code Camp. I really need to stand up. It's almost Christmas time, though. I can't take a break until it's Christmas. And then I'll take a break, and then we'll come back and I'll finish setting up this AWS server. But check out freecodecamp.org. They have a fully free online curriculum for learning about all of these things. It starts with HTML and CSS and responsive web design. The JavaScript algorithms and data structures section introduces you to programming in general. So not only just an introduction to JavaScript, to an introduction to like what is programming, and then problem solving and building websites and all that good stuff. This is probably one of the best free resources for if you know absolutely nothing where to start. My mom is breaking tradition and making enchiladas for Christmas dinner. Oh man, I wish I could be there. That sounds awesome. I don't want Tim Allen near my house. Yeah, I don't know of recent happenings, but I used to watch Tool Time as a kid, and I really liked the Santa Claus movie with Tim Allen. I don't know. I don't know. Christmas is rooted in pagan religion. He traditionally has a goat friend named Pan. I think I'd like a goat friend. Look at that. Yeah, everyone can hang out and stay up late. Any suggestions for C++ courses or videos? I don't know any off the top of my head. I mainly just do JavaScript. I learned C++ back in college, but I don't really know any web resources for that. So if anybody has any, feel free to throw them in the chat. Yeah, Free Code Camp is great. Merry Christmas, French drop. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah, we don't want Krampus. I want to see this flip from is it Christmas? I want to see it flip from no to yes. I feel like I want to see both of these. Is it Christmas? Oh, no. I guess we can't. Because I have the dev tools open. See you later, Mint Whip. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully you can get your AWS instance going. Hopefully this was helpful and informative. There we go. It should be real time, because it is like you can see all the other people on the website. Is it Christmas? Cool. See you later. Merry Christmas. Okay, Alka has a countdown. All right, we have a minute to get there. Nice. I'll leave this one open. Yeah, it's Christmas a lot of other places in the world. I'm pretty far behind in terms of like what time it actually is. Yeah, I need to stretch. What do you got for us, Daniel? Oh, right right click and get the image URL again. This happens if you like just uploaded something. Oh, Imaginary Warhawks is even further behind. I think they're an hour behind me. No, I think this is gonna switch to say it's Christmas whenever it lands. Am I about to be rickrolled, Alka? Because that would be pro level. Yeah. So, are you in Australia? Yeah, you're 1 hour behind me. And thanks for the follow, KD. You made it. It's almost Christmas. You're here for that. Yeah, it looks like you're on the West Coast. Yeah, West Coast as well. The code's too short. Okay, cool. Merry Christmas. I'm curious. Like, yeah. I want to see what happens. Will these both flip at the same time? Yay! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! We did it! Merry Christmas! Oh, thanks for hanging out, everyone. This was really fun. I'm gonna keep streaming though. I'm gonna take a break, take a stretch. Yeah, they both flipped at exactly the same time. Merry Christmas. Um, but I do want to finish configuring this server. We made it. Merry Christmas. Yeah, we're gonna get to NGINX for sure. Here, and I'm gonna refresh that because it's getting pretty slow with all the messages. See you later, Alka. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy the family. Enjoy the Christmas. Merry Christmas! Oh, you have to work on Christmas, LOL Craftian? Oh, it could be the day after Christmas for you. But yeah. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. Nice. Secret Santa? I did not have a Secret Santa that I know of. Oh, it went over. Try one more time, Alka. One more. One more. Oh, dang. That's unfortunate. But best of luck. Get a good night's rest. Merry Christmas. I mean, at least like the roads will be pretty empty getting to work, right? Steven says it wouldn't be secret if he knew about them. Which reminds me, I need to check my PO box because I haven't checked that in a while. So somebody could have sent me something. Oh, that's good. Yeah. You just put on some Christmas music or some Christmas video or movies and work at your laptop. That's what I would do. All right. Yeah, did I miss anything else? I probably did. That's okay though. Yeah. No worries. You tried, Alka. That's yeah, you tried. I'll see you later. Have a good night. It is Christmas. All right, see you later, Ashwin. Thanks for hanging out. All I want for Christmas is one good landing. I could, well, no, I turned off the Alka drop, didn't I? I could make one just drop right in the center. I don't know if I want to make my PO box public yet. I know people do that, but I don't know if I'm going to. Cool. All right. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. I need to stretch. I've been sitting down for a very long time. Let's call it 15. 15 minutes. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And oh, hello, Shaggy. What's up? Santa. We'll see. Like maybe while I'm on break, Santa might show up. I'll bring if Santa shows up before the 15 minutes is over. We'll bring him down here. I do not mind. All right, let's turn the fireplace on. We'll create a 15-minute timer. And I'll be back soon. Also, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Oh, that was weird. Here they are. They're coming. They should be. Yeah, and so this ASCII fireplace was created by the wonderful InstaFluff. Check him out on Twitch. You can actually add that to your stream overlay from his website, which is pretty cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Shout out to all these peoples. Also, shout out to all the donations that have happened today. To Jamie Davis with 2 super chats. Thank you very much. Paul Charles with the super chat. And I think that's it. But thanks, everyone. All right. I'll be back in 14 minutes and 4 seconds. Merry Christmas. See you soon. Welcome, Raiders. I'm on a break. I'll be back in about 4 minutes, but welcome. Merry Christmas. Hello, friends. I'm back. Merry Christmas. And thank you to, who was it? Leland Kwong for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Um, have I lurked your stream before? What were you working on? Yeah, I think I lurked you earlier. I saw you streaming, but welcome. Um, 1 second late. Sorry, everyone. Is this the latest I've streamed? No. I did a stream. It was a 16-hour stream, and I stayed up past daylight savings time. So when the clock went back an hour, we were still streaming. That was like 2 a.m. We streamed for like an hour past that. But yeah, we're here. We're hanging out. We've been doing a lot of different things today. I'll let the patrons finish going by. Um, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Thanks for all the support. Yeah, this is an IKEA chair. It's an old one though. So, um, IKEA chair. I forget what it's called. We can find it. But I got it from my work, and they got them a long time ago. And they don't sell this color anymore. But it is an IKEA chair. Do we know what it's called? It's this one, the Marcus. It's that one, but in green, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's the one, Marcus. But no, I got it from my work because they had a bunch of extra ones because we have a bunch of open desks right now. But yeah, cool. So, so far in this stream, we worked on the drop game. We said Merry Christmas because it is now Christmas where I am. And currently we're working on configuring this server that we had set up. So the next thing we want to do is set up NGINX, which will allow us to do some reverse proxying so we can have multiple Express apps running on it, potentially on different ports. And we'll use NGINX to redirect the requests based on the subdomain. We're also going to point a domain at the server. Right now, it's just an IP address. And if we go to it in the browser, nothing happens. Once we enable NGINX, we should be able to get to it via HTTP. We'll also enable Let's Encrypt, so that's going to be fun. It's not a load balancer. You can technically use it for load balancing. NGINX load balance. Use NGINX as an HTTP load balancer. Yeah, you can do that. So you basically have like upstream servers where and we're going to get into this, but this is how we're going to configure the NGINX server eventually, where basically we'll say when a request comes in on a particular domain, like api.coding.garden, we're going to proxy pass that to my Express app running on port 3000. Whereas this basically says when a request comes in, we're going to balance the load between these three servers. So that's definitely possible. We're not going to configure that though. Yeah, and we are going to set up a static IP. So right now, this is not static, but we'll need to create a static one. And I can go ahead and do that. So this is AWS Lightsail, and within the dashboard, you can just click Create Static IP, choose which instance you want to attach it to, and give it a name. And now this IP address will not change, and that's a good thing. So now I have this static IP address. And the reason we want a static IP address is because we're going to point a domain name at it, and we wouldn't want to have to update our DNS records every time the IP address changed. So now that we have a static IP address, which is this, it will not change. So I might have been, let's see. Yeah, my SSH session has ended, and I can't type, mainly because the IP address has changed. So we're gonna re-SSH back in, but now I need to specify that static IP address because they gave us a new IP address, and I have to confirm, yeah, this is a server that I trust, and we're back in. Cool. Does the static IP cost extra? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe, and if so, not much. It was really easy for me to just add it, so I don't think it costs more. But I could see by looking at my AWS bill. But yeah. So the cost of the AWS server varies. So Lightsail is like a very easy to use service in terms of spinning up a new server. So you can just click Create Instance. You can set it up with pre-installed applications, or you can just do operating system only. That's what we did. We did Ubuntu OS, and then you can choose your like how much resources are allocated to that server. I think I chose the $20 plan. So this is 4 gigs of RAM, 2 CPUs, and an 80 gigabyte hard drive with 4 terabytes of traffic. But I have a Discord bot that's running on the $3.50 tier, and that's totally enough for what my Discord bot is doing. And we did like a tiny bit of server hardening. So we enabled the firewall, and right now we're only allowing traffic in on port 22, and the image comes pre-configured to only allow SSH connections with an SSH key. So you can't log in with username and password. It's not possible to brute force username and passwords. You could brute force SSH keys, but that'd be really complex. So that's the basics of hardening we've done so far. We did mention fail-to-ban. So fail-to-ban is something you can install and enable, which will automatically block IP addresses if it detects malicious traffic, like people trying to log in, or a lot of failures. I mean, technically, it could also be enabled to ban IP addresses for people that are trying to SSH in with a SSH key and it's failing. We could do that too. Yeah, and I used a DigitalOcean droplet once. They're all similar in their offerings. Like though technically the $5 instance here, I think you get more RAM and more hard drive space than you do with DigitalOcean droplet for the same price. But yeah, that's a thing. And is that what you had in mind for server hardening, Pepe? I mean, do you have any things we should mention on like what you can do to harden a server? But yeah. If we wanted to use this, should we pick NGINX or do the steps you did? Yeah, I would say so. So, I mean, it's taken me a while to get here because we've been answering a lot of questions and stuff, but I'll show you. Once we have it set up, we can basically point multiple domains at this server, and we'll use NGINX to route the traffic based on the domain. And that's going to be like a legitimate domain. I'm not going to go to it because that could cache the DNS and I need to add the entry, but I'll show you. We'll literally have a domain where anybody can go there and it's going to go to the server. So I got the $20 tier, not for heavy traffic, but I'm going to have multiple services running. So multiple backend services, potentially each one with their own subdomain. And so that's why I went with a beefier instance. Yep. So right now we have what in tarnation? Hello, Schwer. Merry Christmas. Yeah. So right now we have only login with SSH keys, and we haven't set up fail-to-ban. I've never set it up before. I'm curious what would be required to set it up. Fail-to-ban setup. Cool. So DigitalOcean has a ton of tutorials on setting up things like NGINX and stuff like that. And you can follow those tutorials even if you're using AWS Lightsail, because at the end of the day, the tutorials they provide are for like a certain version of Ubuntu, and we're using Ubuntu 18.04. But yeah. So we could install it. And then you have ban time, max entries. That's pretty cool. You can even like send alert emails if things are getting banned. Cool. I'm not going to do that. Maybe we'll leave that for a future stream, but it's something to keep in mind. Steven is asking, could you have Kubernetes running on this then? Absolutely. So in my SH file I have here, I have steps on installing Docker if you wanted to. So you can install Docker and then potentially install like Minikube, which is like a development version of Kubernetes. Once you have Docker installed, you can use, what is it? Docker Swarm, I believe. And yeah, totally. I mean, the thing to keep in mind is you're only working with 2 CPUs and 4 gigs of RAM. So it will work, but once you start, if you spin up too many Docker instances, you'll potentially like run out of resources and you won't be able to run that many containers, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, so there are multiple services I'm going to deploy here. One of them is the backend for the Q&A website. I'm going to deploy that here. And then I have this API that lists all of my Patreon pledges, and I'm going to deploy that here as well. And there are multiple reasons for that. The main reason I want to deploy the Patreon one here is because I want it always running, because I have a webhook pointed at it. And I don't want to have to hit the Patreon API every time I want to list patrons. I just want it always running. The webhooks will get called when new people get added or removed, and it'll just be good to go. And then the Q&A website is it's real time, so it's based on sockets. So I need a server that's constantly running. Right now, I'm using now version 1, but it goes to sleep every now and then, and I've run into issues with it. So this is a server that's going to be running 24/7, which is why we're using it. DOS tutorials are great. Oh, DigitalOcean. Yeah, they really do. Okay, so enough talk. Let's do stuff. So at this point, we enabled the firewall. We allowed SSH, and now we're going to install NGINX. So sudo apt install NGINX. We're using -y, so that way we don't have to confirm. It's just going to install it. Here it goes. Cool. So it's installed, and it actually starts up by default. If I just curl localhost port 80, we get back the NGINX page. Let me take a quick stretch. Oh, I'm drinking a sparkling Waterloo. It's very good. So NGINX is set up. It has its default setting, so it's automatically listening on port 80. But let's watch what happens. So right now, because I have the firewall installed, we don't have no. It's just no. But because we have the firewall enabled, right now it's only allowing traffic on port 22. So if I do sudo ufw status, we can see right now only traffic is allowed on port 22. So if I try to go to my server in the browser here, it's not going to work. And it's interesting to point out, so if you look on the networking tab here, under firewall, we have port 80 enabled, but this is kind of like at a network level. This is basically the stuff running on AWS is allowing traffic to port 80, but my operating system currently isn't allowing traffic to port 80. So I need to enable that on the operating system level. So nice. So once we enable it, we should be able to get to it. So we're going to enable that. The rule added, if we say status, we can see that we're now allowing HTTP traffic, which is port 80. And now, if I go to that URL, it works. Welcome to NGINX. So anybody in the chat can go to this URL, and you'll be able to see the landing page of my NGINX server. Feel free. Feel free to go there. And let me know, does it work? It should work. So we're using this as our gateway. What do you mean by that? Ultimately, all of those services are going to be running on it. So I'm actually going to take them down from where right now they're running on now. I'm going to pull them off of now and put them on this server. So it is kind of the gateway, but they're going to be running on the same machine. They're not going to be running on now anymore. It works. I went there and it is beautiful. Very good. Web page not available on mobile? Really? I want to try really quick. And thanks for the follow, Juha. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it works for me. So I'm going to leave the front end of the Q&A website deployed on now, because that works perfectly fine. Like, now is a beautiful and wonderful static file host. But like I mentioned, because this site uses sockets and it needs a real-time connection, now is not good for that. So now version 2 is only serverless, so you can't have a server that's always running. I'm using the legacy version 1, but it goes to sleep every now and then. So basically, I'm going to take the Q&A-api.coding.garden. This is going to live on my AWS server instead of on now. Cool. All right, so it is Waterloo. Hello, Alex. What's up? These are delicious though. So like I drink a lot of sparkling water on stream, but Waterloo, it says it on here, legendary taste. It has really good flavor for absolutely 0 calories. Okay, so that's great. The other thing we're gonna do is enable HTTPS traffic, and we are going to use Let's Encrypt to allow SSL. Which they're not paying me anything. I'm not sponsored. It's like I'm just telling you what I like. That's all. And honestly, there's no better advertisement than that. I don't know. I should stop. Is there a limit on the number of subdomains? Absolutely not. So your subdomain, and I'll show this, will be configured by wherever you bought the domain. So I bought my domain, coding.garden, on Namecheap. And within the DNS settings on Namecheap, I can add as many subdomains as I want, and I point them all over the place. So coding.garden is hosted as a static site on Now, and so that's pointed as an alias to Now. And then I have various subdomains that might be on other servers. So there's different levels. Basically, I can configure any subdomain via my DNS provider to point to any IP address, and then on the server itself, I can configure what happens when traffic gets there from a certain IP. So we'll see. We'll see it happen. And thanks for the follow, Captain Vinko. All right, let's enable Let's Encrypt. Before we allow traffic on port 443, let's enable Let's Encrypt. Let's talk about Let's Encrypt. So Let's Encrypt is a pretty awesome service. They've been around for a couple of years now. But they give you totally free and automated SSL certificates. So it used to be that you had to buy an SSL certificate from what are they called? A certificate authority, and it would cost like $100, $200. And they basically, the certificate authorities had a monopoly on the certificates. But now Let's Encrypt is a free service. They're a certificate authority that offers free certificates. So I guess before we enable Let's Encrypt, I need to point a domain at this server. So we have the IP 546882.231. I'm going to hide my screen for a second while I log into Namecheap, which is my DNS provider. And I'll show you how we can point a domain at this IP address. Shred the gnar. Who said that? I think that's just a thing people say. Shredding the gnar, dude. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Yeah. It is a mechanical keyboard. It actually is a very cheap one. You can see it here. It has blue switches, which I only learned like a couple days ago because someone asked. But I'm new to the mechanical keyboard game, so I got this just to try it out, and it works pretty great. All right, so here's the thing, and yeah, I think I'll show this. So I am currently logged into Namecheap. This is where I bought the domain coding.garden. You can go there, coding.garden. This is just a static website. And this is hosted on now.sh. So now.sh is a tool for deploying things. You can do static hosting, you can also do serverless functions, and you can deploy them there. But as you can see, I have my own custom domain. So the way I've done this is in my my domain dashboard here for coding.garden, I've set up various records. So you can see that the apex record, or the @ sign, is pointed at alias.zeit.co, which is an alias to now. And you can see all these other subdomains that I have set up, which are all pointing to alias.zeit.co. I actually want to point api.coding.garden. I want to point this to my new server, so I'm going to delete this entry. Or actually, I'm gonna edit it. And I want to set up an alias record or an A record. And the value here is just going to be the IP address of my server. So usually this takes us like a little bit to update. I may not be able to access it immediately. But what I'm going to do here is, now that I've checked that, now api.coding.garden gets redirected to, or is pointing at my AWS server at this IP address. So that's great. I'm going to do the same thing with the Q&A API. And for now, I'm going to leave Patreon because I want my overlay to keep working and not have to wait for DNS to propagate and stuff like that. So right here, Q&A API, I'm going to change this to an A record, and I'm going to point it at that IP address. So basically what I've done is, when people go to api.coding.garden, that is going to do a DNS lookup. The DNS will return this IP address, and then the client, whether it's a browser or whatever else, is going to make the request to this IP address. So, I mean, we can try really quick. Let's try this. Let's just do a curl to http://api.coding.garden. We can see a permanent redirect. It's redirecting to HTTPS. That's because it's cached, at least for my DNS. White Shark says updated, it works. So if you went to api.coding.garden, did it load my NGINX server? Here, I can clear my DNS cache on the Mac. Let's do that. Yeah, so right now it has that HTTPS cached. Wait, so does it work for you, Warhawk? Cool. Yeah. So, and that's because, so we can talk about DNS all day, but that's basically because their machines didn't have, haven't tried going to it before. It has the old thing cached. So before, it was pointed at alias.zeit.co, which was HTTPS, and there was a redirect. But now that I updated this record, it should point there. But I need to clear my DNS. So let's do this. I think I'm running 10 point. Oh, what am I on? I'm on Mojave. Hello, Vishal. Welcome. Cool. Yeah, so we don't have SSL set up yet. I just wanted to get that going. Kill the MDNS responder. Let me hide my screen for a second. Cool. Wait, what? Oh, and then DS cache util. This tutorial is lame. All right. You don't see my screen. Cool. So it's still technically cached for me. It could be cached. Like, DNS is a complex thing. It's let's see, I guess I could change my DNS servers. Just a second. Let me do this. Yeah. And I'll show you really quick. So on a Mac, this might be just a general Linux command, but there's this command called dig, which will look up the DNS records on your machine for a given domain. So I did a dig for api.coding.garden, and we can see that it's actually answering with alias.zeit.co. Yeah, I don't have text-to-speech on here. Show. What if... oh, I don't want to show that. Just a second. Just a second. I'm going to change my DNS server to be Google's. 8.8.8.8. Apply. Kill the MDNS responder, and then do a dig on it. It's taking a little bit longer, which means I might have put the wrong DNS server in. Let me see. 8.8.8.8 is Google's DNS server, right? Yeah, I just got an error. No servers could be reached. Yeah, 8.8.8.8 is Google. Oh, now nothing works. So my browser won't even load anything. All right, let's change it back to 1.1.1.1. For those of you that it worked for, are you using a custom DNS? Yeah, so I usually use Cloudflare, which is 1.1.1.1. So, show you really quick. I I ran this command which is supposed to kill the MDNS responder, but it could be that the MDNS responder is just not starting back up, which means my computer can no longer resolve any DNS. Yeah, I have it set up the same way. So I had this local machine set up to use 1.1.1.1 and use 8.8.8.8 as a fallback. All right. So here's the thing. If you created a domain or a subdomain and pointed it as an alias address, and you've never used that subdomain before, you won't have to go through these troubles, because basically that will be the only entry, and you won't need to force it or anything like that. So I'm only doing this because my DNS was already configured and pointed at a different thing, and I want it to work like right now. There we go. So just double check. Yeah, I don't think this shows my global IP address. Yeah. Smurf says, I have no clue what anyone is talking about in the stream. And then the backup Google one was 8.8.4.4. Yeah, we're basically just talking about Star Wars. Well, I didn't realize there was a new Star Wars movie coming out. It just came out a few days ago. Yeah. All right. Try again. This is crazy. Like, the moment I set my DNS to be Cloudflare, it can't respond to anything. You know what? It could potentially be my VPN. All right. I could break... All right, here we go. Yep. Did it. All right. Reconnect. There we go. There we go. It's working now. It was my VPN that was messing it up. Cool. Let me just make sure the chat is still working, because weird things happen when I have to enable and redisable my VPN. Okay, pretty sure the chat server is broken now. Ping timeout. All right, there's a hello from YouTube. So my wait, why didn't I get the coding garden message? It might have just connected. Oh, there we go. Welcome to the chat room. Hello. There we go. All right. Chats are back. Cool. Cool. All right. That was a lot of work, but I can show my screen now. Now, when I do a dig on this domain, we can see that it has an A record that points to the IP address of my AWS server. So now, if I curl this address, so if I just do curl HTTP, and not HTTPS because we haven't set that up yet, HTTP:// API.coding.garden, we get back the NGINX webpage. Now, this is another thing that got cached, but probably if I request HTTP API.coding.garden, because my browser has been to HTTPS, I think it's going to redirect, but let's try it. Yeah, it's breaking. And that's because your connection is not secure. Basically, Chrome cached the fact that it redirects to HTTPS, and now it won't load. But regardless, we're going to fix that because we're going to actually set up HTTPS. There we go. Okay. So I have the DevTools open and I'm disabling the cache, so that probably did it. There we go. But we did it. So now this subdomain api.coding.garden is pointed to the IP address of my AWS server. So that's step one, right? Good to go. And yeah, we're dealing with all kinds of caching issues today. So here's what I want to do now. Now I'm going to use Let's Encrypt to create an SSL certificate for api.coding.garden and qna-api.coding.garden. We did it, chat. Yeah. So that SSL certificate will allow secure connections to that domain. So that's the plan. Let's do it. We can skip the Docker stuff. We're going to do this now. Cool. And here's the other, oh, well, that broke. Here's the other cool thing. Now that we have that domain resolving to this IP address, when I SSH in, I can actually just type the domain. So I can say api.coding.garden, and that will work because that domain resolves to that IP address. So now it's a much simpler SSH command. SSH ubuntu at api.coding.garden, and I'm in. Cool. So we are going to first add the certbot repository. So you might not have been watching since we did that, but you may have remembered earlier when we did apt update, it pulled all of the latest information from all of the repositories that we have. But to install certbot, we need this specific apt repository to be added. So that way we can just do like an apt install certbot. So we're going to add it, which adds it to our sources. And thanks for the follow, Fong9876. And hello, Coding Pasta. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Cool. So we added the certbot repository. And if you remember, when we run the apt update command, that pulls from all the repositories we have listed to list all the things we are available to install. So once we do this, because we just added certbot, we can now install from it. So I'm going to install Python certbot NGINX. We good to go. Kind of, yeah, so an apt update or an apt install, which is what we're about to do. So we're about to do apt install. This is installing a program on the operating system. And it's similar to npm because npm is a package manager for JavaScript packages, whereas apt is a Debian package manager for Linux programs. Is it Santa? I think it's Santa, Schmer. And 7 minutes till Christmas for Warhawks. All right, so let's install that thingy. Lots of stuff happening. But basically, we're installing the certbot program. So certbot is a program provided by Let's Encrypt that automatically creates a certificate for us, and certbot NGINX will automatically configure NGINX to use that SSL certificate. So now that we've installed it, we can make it happen. So I'm going to do certbot -- NGINX, which tells it that we want to use it with NGINX. And yeah, this is mine. I'll share the link. And basically, most of these things came from like a DigitalOcean tutorial. These are just most of the steps that I follow when setting up a Linux machine. So I put them all in this gist. But yeah, this is my gist. And -d is the domain you want to add the certificate for. So I want to add multiple domains. So I'm just going to look up, let's do man certbot. Do they have a man command? No manual entry. Let's just look up certbot. Because I want to specify multiple domains. And I guess, I mean, I could do a wildcard certificate. That's usually the easiest because then I'd never have to regenerate a certificate again. I'm just curious what will happen for the DNS challenge. Well, let's do it. Let's do this. So I'm going to do... I'm going to do sudo certbot -- nginx -d. Let's see if this works. star.coding.garden. So this will potentially create... well, I forgot the -d. -d. This will potentially create a certificate that will be usable for any subdomain of coding.garden. Let's see what happens. Enter an email address. There we go. Read the terms of service. I agree. I am not willing to share my email. You may need to use an authenticator plugin to do the challenges over DNS. Yeah, so because I attempted to do star, that doesn't just like work by default. I might need something else. Let's look on the certbot docs. And actually, I misspoke earlier. So I said certbot was provided by Let's Encrypt. It is provided by the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which technically runs Let's Encrypt. So it's the EFF that is responsible for all this awesome stuff. Wildcard cert. -H. Bonjour, Mary. Welcome. For Apache's certbot, if you have the config set up, it asks which ones you want to do it on. Okay. I'm just going to look really quick. Certbot, wildcard, certificate, NGINX. DNS record. Okay, so here's the issue. I would potentially need to point an A record at star to this AWS server. And I don't want to do that because coding.garden is pointed at alias.zeit.co and it's deployed there. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to specify multiple domains, and that's okay. Let's look at the instructions. NGINX on Ubuntu 18.04. Hello, Joe Mama. Yeah, we're still here. Merry Christmas. I'm just curious. So I have here in my notes -d. I'm curious if I want to specify multiple domains. Do I need multiple -ds or do I like comma separate them? I'm going to guess we need multiple -ds. So let's do this. So we do -d api.coding.garden and then -d qa-api.coding.garden. And Merry Christmas, Warhawks! I'll send you some Twitch emotes. Merry Christmas! Merry Krampus! Ha ha holidays. There's that. If you have ha ha holidays emotes, please send them in the chat now. On Twitch. And congrats, Warhawks. It's Christmas. All right. So this is going to generate a certificate that will work for api.coding.garden and qa-api.coding.garden. Let's go. Cool. So it's doing an HTTP challenge, and because I've already pointed both of these at my IP address, it just automatically works. So we're basically done. And we can configure some things. So choose whether or not to redirect HTTP traffic to HTTPS. So typically when you're configuring HTTPS, you want to do this because you don't want to allow attacks where people's requests happen over HTTP, which are plain text. So you can see right here, we can press 2 and that will automatically configure it. So if any HTTP requests come into the server, it redirects them to HTTPS. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say we want option number 2. And ultimately, this just changes what happens in your NGINX config. I'll show you that next. We'll choose that. We're ready to go. So now we need to also enable port 443 on the firewall. So earlier we enabled port 80. So if I do sudo ufw status, we can see that currently we're accepting HTTP traffic, but I also want to accept HTTPS traffic. So I'm going to do sudo ufw allow nginx HTTPS. And now if we do status, we can see we're allowing traffic on port 80 and we're allowing traffic on port 443. Awesome. And then the last thing we need to do is we'll add a AWS level firewall rule that allows HTTPS traffic. So we're going to say HTTPS, which is port 443, and then we'll save it. And now, if we go to api.coding.garden, it should redirect to HTTPS. And look at the luck! We have SSL! Woo! Connection is secure. And if we look at the certificate, we can see that it's valid. The certificate potentially will have the other domains listed in it. But yeah, we're good to go. We have SSL. And so anybody else can try this too. If you go to api.coding.garden, it should redirect to HTTPS, and it'll load the NGINX site, which is great. We've made it that far. So Krampus and St. Nicholas were supposed to come in Christmas together like a duo. And thanks for the follow, CCC Catch 64. Welcome. And look at all these Christmas emotes. It's so great. And I'm glad we get to keep them all. I like them a lot. Merry Christmas. He's considered the shadow of St. Nicholas. Interesting. I didn't know that. It works. Yay! So we set up SSL on a server. So that's awesome. Sweet. What next? Let's actually get these services running on it. So let me remove that. It's like a random test directory. Cool. So all of this has been working on our NGINX config. So if you go to /etc/nginx, this is where all of the configuration and information for NGINX is stored. And specifically, if you look in the sites enabled directory, these are all of the websites that are configured. And let's list this in long form, and we can see that this file default is pointing to the sites available folder to the default file. So typically what you would do is all of your configurations for all of your websites will go in the sites available folder. And then when you want to enable that specific site, you link it in the site's enabled directory. And really all of that is handled in nginx.conf, which is the main config. Let's actually look at that. We'll just less it. Oh, need to go up one directory. So we can see this is the main NGINX configuration. We have our basic HTTP server set up. And then we can see that it includes sites enabled. So all of the configuration files inside of sites enabled get loaded, get loaded into the configuration. So, and sites enables is pointing at sites available. So let's go into sites available, and we're just going to edit this default file. Technically, we could create a separate file and include it in this file, but I'm just going to edit the main one. A good thing to always do is to back up the file before you start editing it. So right now we have default. I'm going to create a copy of it. So I'll just say cp default, and we're going to put it in default.backup. Just in case I mess things up, I always have the file to go back to. And right now, we're in a directory that I do not have write access to. So if I do ls-la, we can see that under sites available, the current user does not have write access. So what I can do, let's go into sites available. This command to copy the file, we'll run that with sudo. And now we have that backup file just in case we get anything wrong. All right. And hello, Robomex. Welcome. Charlie Fisher says, how old are you and how tall are you? I always say I'm older than 12 and younger than 40. And I'm a little bit taller than 5 feet tall. And Merry Christmas, Debo Pam, to you as well. Cool. So let's edit this default file. So I have to say sudo, because if I tried to edit it without super user privileges, my changes would not be able to stick. So I'm going to say sudo nano default, and then we can edit this stuff. I am going to remove all of these comments because I don't really care about them. We can see now the default server configuration. So it's listening on port 80. We then see the SSL configuration. Well, nope, these are just comments. I'm going to remove these comments as well because I don't really care about them. We can see that the root is pointed at the folder var www/html. So when I go to api.coding.garden, this index.html file is actually in that folder var www.html. And I can show that really quick. If we modify that file, it's actually going to change what gets served up when you go to this page. And pretty much all of this stuff in the configuration file you can learn about on in the NGINX documentation. So each of these things do a lot of different things. This command right here basically says any request that comes that begins with slash, we're going to look for that file, and if we can't find it, we send a 404. So if I try requesting slash something, we get the 404 page. And that's because of this rule right here. There are some more rules regarding CGI. I don't care about all that. Cool. And down below is the configuration that got automatically added and is configured by certbot. So I'm going to delete all of these comments as well. And let's see. Here it is. So this is all of the stuff managed by certbot. And you can see, like, basically, if we didn't have certbot, we potentially could have manually configured this ourselves, but certbot is going to manage all of it. And because we have, because this comment is there, managed by certbot, when it's potentially updating the certificate, it knows what lines it needs to update. But we can see that this is a server configuration to listen on port 443, and it says where the certificate is, and all of that's managed by certbot. But basically, when a request comes in on 443, it's because of this server configuration right here. So, gonna get rid of all these comments. And we can see right here, the server name is qna-api.coding.garden and api.coding.garden. One thing I will potentially do is create separate configurations based on the subdomain, so that when a request comes in for api.coding.garden, it goes to one Express server, and when a request comes in to QNA, it goes to a different Express server. That's a good call, Pepe. We can look into that. Charlie asks, am I an elf? I'm not an elf. Short gang represent. Yeah. Cool. Let's get rid of this stuff. Basically, anything that begins with a pound symbol is a comment, and it's not needed. So I'm just removing it so we can see the majority of the stuffs. And then we should see, yeah, so here's a server that's listening on port 80 that does the redirect. So anytime a request comes in on HTTP and it's for either of these domains, it automatically redirects it back to HTTPS, which is cool. All right. All right, so that's the configuration. All I did right now was get rid of comments. One thing I'll show you is if we look in this folder, we'll see an index.html file, and if I change it, it's going to change what shows up here. So let's do that. I'm going to close this. I'll save it. There's no need to restart my NGINX server right now because I haven't really changed anything. One thing you can do is if you do sudo nginx-t, this will tell you if there are any errors in your configuration files. So this looked through the configuration. I didn't remove anything that was necessary. I didn't break anything, so we're still good to go. Pepe mentioned that if we look at this, all of this stuff is owned by root. Technically, we could create a specific user that NGINX is running under. I'm not going to configure all of that right now, but that is probably something you should do to secure the server. Absolutely. I'm not going to do that right now, though. When I remove the S from HTTPS, it doesn't redirect to HTTPS. It should. It should, though. I mean, it will in my browser. Yeah, it does. You can see HTTPS. But let's go to that var www HTML folder. And we can see this index file. If we cat it, this is the thing that's being served up. Welcome to NGINX. Let's edit it. And we're just going to say, welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Coding Garden. We're going to get rid of this stuff. Get rid of that stuff. That's all we need. Thanks, Domenico. Thanks for dropping by. We'll see you later. Cool. So I'll save that. Write permission denied. That's unfortunate. So because this file is owned by root, we need to be a super user to edit it. So we'll do sudo nano index like that. Welcome to Coding Garden. Ed, Merry Christmas, welcome. Cool. And now because I edited that file, if I refresh, it says welcome to Coding Garden. So that modifies the file. Cool. But let's do this. Let's create like a basic Express app, and we'll have that listening on like port 3000, and we'll set up NGINX so that when we go to api.coding.garden, it should actually send the request to that Express app. So let's do that. I'm 5'10", age 33. I'm shorter than 5'10". Cool. Let's do this. Do I have an? Yeah, I don't have an API folder. Let's do it. So I'm gonna use create express API, which is a tool I wrote, to create like a basic Express API. Imaginary Warhawks is over 6 foot tall. That's good. Voila means here. Mythology, DevOps, language. Cool. So this should create a directory called app. Put like the basic Express server stuff in it. We'll do a little bit of tweaking. Actually, I probably won't tweak it at all. Wait. Did I call it app? I did. I wanna call it API. Cool. And so this is a very basic Express API. I'll show you where it's from. Express API starter. Is this on Coding Garden, or is this? No, this might be on my personal GitHub. Yeah, here it is. So basically, we just clone this repo down, and it's a basic Express app. But this is what we're going to deploy to api.coding.garden for now, just to show how it all works. Cool. So let's just change a few things. When we request the index, instead of these emotes, let's just show the Coding Garden logo. Seedling. Heart. Seedling. Cool. And it has a couple, I think it has one endpoint. So if we go to /API/v1, it's going to say this. And if we go to API v1/emojis, it's going to return these emojis. But it's Christmas time, so let's show some Christmas emojis. Oh, that's not Christmas. We do Santa. There he is. We'll do a snowman. Well, that's weird. We'll do a snowflake. And we will do... What else? Oh, there's the Hanukkah one, right? Menorah. There's that. What are some other holiday emotes? Oh well, these are good enough. I haven't really messed around with like custom workflows or anything like that, but I do use Alfred, and I like it a lot. But I've never created like custom workflows. Cool. All right, so I have the emotes endpoint. This is all good to go. It listens on port 5000, so that's good to know. And let's start it up to make sure it works. npm run dev. Oh, port 5000 is already in use, so let's change that. We're gonna do port 9999. Cool. Imaginary Warhawks. Yeah, I think we'll I'm gonna set a timer for 15 minutes. Hopefully I can get this deployed and ready to go within 15 minutes. And then we'll do a giveaway. Cool. Is there a dreidel emoji? Apparently something's already listening on port 9999. Oh yeah, let's do 1225 because it's Christmas. There we go. So I have this basic Express API. There we go. And if we go to /API, I think it's API/v1. We see that. If we go API v1/emojis, we get that. Cool. So it's a super basic API. Let's put it on GitHub so that I can download it to my AWS server, and we'll start it up. Show GitHub Coding Garden. New repo. I like 1225. It's the Christmas API. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already have a git ignore and everything. So. Pranjal, it's possible to use a .env file with React. There are some implications though. You do have to, I think, prefix the values with React_app. That said, those environment variables are just used at build time. Don't think that you're actually hiding anything because React is front end code, so those environment variables are going to end up on the front end anyways. And thanks for the follow, Lanid. Can we have a domain show the content of, let's say, localhost 233 or domain port? Yeah, that's what we're about to set up. So basically, what's going to be happening is on the server that's behind api.coding.garden, so on the server, which I'm SSH'd into, which is this thing. So on this server, it's going to be running that, that Express app on port 1225. But what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that when we go to api.coding.garden, the request gets proxied to port 1225 to the process running there. That's what we're about to set up. Cool. So we now have ourselves an API. Very good. Let's clone it. So I'm going to copy the clone URL, and on the server. So we're SSH'd into the server. I'm going to go to my home directory. This is the home directory, and I'm going to clone the API here. It's fine with me. Oh, well, I don't have SSH keys set up, so I can just clone using HTTPS because this is not a private repo. If you're cloning from private repos, you would probably need to set up SSH keys on your deployed server, but I'm not going to do that. Cool. Oh, and I totally forgot. We need to set up node.js, and that's actually really easy. So we're going to use NVM, which is Node Version Manager. So right now on this deployed server, we don't have Node. And you could technically install it from apt, but NVM, Node Version Manager, allows you to install multiple versions and manage which versions are installed. So I really like it. So we're going to install it. You heathen! It's fine. It's a public repo for now anyway. I mean, and it's going to remain a public repo, so it's totally fine. Cool. So with NVM, you need to add these things to your bash RC. Well, not that. In my home directory. We're going to add it down at the bottom here. See you later, Bob's Paradox. Merry Christmas. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, it added it for us. Great. So now if I do NVM, it's not a valid command. Let's source our bash RC. Now if I do NVM, it's a valid command. I'm going to do NVM install. Can I do LTS? No, I'll do NVM install 12, which is the LTS version. Cool. So now we have Node version 12 installed. Good to go. We're going to go into that API folder. We'll install the dependencies now that we have npm and Node. Cool. And if we just do npm start, it defaults to port 5000 because that's based on how it was configured. So now it's technically running. One thing we could do, if we really wanted to, is we could just open up port 5000 on this server, and technically we could make requests there. But we don't want to do that. We want to route the request from api.coding.garden to this thing. Cool. So I'm not going to leave it running like that. I'm going to use a tool called PM2. So PM2 is a process manager for Node, which will basically run the application and keep it running in the background. And if it ever crashes, it'll automatically restart it, and all of the logs will get saved to a file. Cool. So now that I have PM2, I'm just going to say PM2 start source index.js. Cool. So it's now running. If I do PM2 list, we can see all of the processes that I have running. This is just called index. I could technically rename it. Let's stop it and start it with a name. PM2 stop 0. Oh, not 9. That'll stop it. PM2 list. It's currently stopped. PM2 delete. Cool. It's not there anymore. But now if I do PM2 start, I believe I can do -- name, and we'll call this api.coding.garden. There we go. So now when I do PM2 list, it's there, it's running. If we curl it, so if I do curl http://localhost 5000, we get back the API response, so that's great. We know that it's running. And if I exit this server and then SSH back in, it should still be running. So that's the great thing about PM2. So it runs that process in the background, and will if it crashes, it'll automatically restart it. The other thing is it keeps all of the logs. So if I do PM2 logs api.coding.garden, we can see that the logs are there, and it's going to save those. 2 packages ready for update already? That's pretty funny, actually. Because we installed operating system updates at the beginning, which means two Linux things have been updated since we started streaming, which is pretty funny. Maybe they got released on Christmas? I don't know. Cool. So that's running. That's great. Now we need to configure NGINX to route requests here. So let's do that. We're going to go to Etsy, NGINX. We're going to go into sites available, and we're going to edit that default file. Those packages were probably delivered by Santa. That makes a lot of sense, huh? Okay. And I'm actually very curious. Like, this thing is listening on port 80, but I think it gets overridden. Right? Like, because this is listening on port 443, and then this one is listening on port 80, and these are ultimately redirecting here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to comment this one out. I'm pretty sure things will still keep working. Because this server configuration is configured for port 443. And that's where we're going to manage these things. Okay. So I'm going to save the file. Oh, I didn't do sudo, did I? Yeah. So we have to exit anyways. I need to do sudo nano default. Let's comment these out. Cool. Save it. And then we will check to see that the NGINX configuration is still good. Vim is greater than nano. Nano is just easy. So this tells us that the configuration is still good. We don't have any syntax errors or anything like that. So now we can reload NGINX. And if we do that, NGINX has been reloaded. Let's make sure that the site still works. api.coding.garden. it still works. So that's good. Hard refresh, it still works. Yeah, and thank you, Pepe. We were doing that earlier. I can do that. But yeah, if you type sudo bang bang, that will run the previous command with sudo. Okay, so that's still working, which tells me that I can just remove this part here. And here's what I'm gonna do. We no longer need the root. So I'm gonna remove that. We no longer need that. And we can actually do some conditionals, I believe. The tabbing is getting to you? Sorry. So I believe we can set up a conditional location. We'll see really quick. I'm going to try it. But basically, I'm going to say, when the host is api.coding.garden, we need to proxy the request to port 5000. And let's actually, I'm just going to do this now. So I'm going to say location slash, and let's look up proxy pass for NGINX. So NGINX proxy pass. Proxy pass, reverse proxy. So basically what you can say is when the request comes in that begins with some URL, send the request to a given thing. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say proxy pass. We'll do localhost port 5000. And that should be it. And so just to review what happened there, basically we have this server configuration. It says the server name is either Q&A API or api.coding.garden. And when a request comes in, send that request to the thing running on port 5000, which is that Express server, which we have running with PM2. So just like that, I will need to, first I'll validate the config. Still good to go. I will reload NGINX. And now, if we request api.coding.garden, we have an API. Yay! So basically what we've done is we have this domain, api.coding.garden. It's pointed at this AWS server running on port 54, running on IP 54.68.82.231. So we've pointed the domain there. Then when the server receives the request, and actually, if I refresh this, yeah, that's not found because that's the IP. I should probably redirect this to api.coding.garden. I think I might do that. But now, when a request comes in here, NGINX comes into play and says, oh, you're requesting the slash route or anything that begins with the slash route. So I'm going to redirect that request to the thing running on port 5000. So we should be able to get to API v1. Yeah. And API v1 / emojis. Very good. Very good. So that's working beautifully. One thing I do want to set up, though, is like a conditional location. So I want to do something like this. We'll say if the host is Q&A-api.coding.garden, then basically this here, but on a different port. Cool. So if it's Q&A.api.coding.garden, let's just say that's running on port 9000. And then similarly, we'll say if it's api.coding.garden, we can get rid of these. We want to route it to port 5000. Like that. I think this will work. This might break. We'll run the configuration to see. If it breaks, we might need to create multiple server blocks, but this should work. So let's check it. Location directive is not allowed here. Test failed. Okay, so that didn't work. Basically, we're gonna have to set up multiple server blocks, and that's totally fine. Though, I'm glad I used sudo this time. Yeah, me too. So really, I really want to copy both of these, and we'll just have two different server blocks. So this is what we're gonna do. Get rid of that. Well, actually, did I copy paste that? No, I didn't. Let's do this. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I copied the wrong thing. That's fine. We can type it out. So location / we'll say proxy pass. Was that what it was? Proxy pass. HTTP : localhost port 5000. And one thing we can do. What if you set the if inside the location? That might work. Let's try that. Why not? Let's try it. We've been live for 7 hours. If host equals api.coding.garden. Let's see if that works. Let's test it. Test is successful. Good call. Who was that? White Shark? Yeah. I think this will work. Though, what I'll show is, technically a good way to handle this is to actually put these in separate files. So, because you might have more configuration than just this. And you can imagine if we had, 10 different services running on here, this would just be a bunch of if statements pointing at different ports. So what we might actually do is take this section here and put it in a separate file called api.coding.garden, and then we would include each of those. And so if this works, I think I'm going to do that, but we also need to do a giveaway. But okay, let's save that. Configuration works. If we restart it and we go to api.coding.garden, it still works. Cool. And if we go to qna.api.garden, it should just break. Oh yeah, well it defaults to the homepage. So we actually have technically two different things running on this server, right? If we go to api.coding.garden, we get the API. If we go to qna-api.coding.garden, we just get the blank NGINX page. But what I could do, let's just do this really quick. Let's go home. Yeah, let's do a giveaway. It's time. It's time. But we'll do that next. So we'll set it up so that we actually have the Q&A API running on a separate port. But we're making stuff happen. That's good. All right. So right now, if you do ! here in the chat, you will be entered. Wait. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. You will be entered to win the giveaway. And hello, Linus Dev. What's up? So do ! here, no space. You will be entered to win. So Stephen Yeat was entered to win. You can only enter once, so there's no point in doing ! here multiple times. Just do it once, please. Do not spam. Once they have stopped coming in, we will do the giveaway. Where did all these people come from? Well, they're watching. They're just not chatting. That's totally fine. Oh, totally missed. That's funny. And just to mention, it's probably the middle of the day for. That's probably true. And hello, Philippe. Thanks for the follow. Um, you are entering to win these wonderful stickers. So we've got some holographic JS stickers. We have these one-of-a-kind Vue.js Santa stickers, some CJ emotes. That's what you're competing for. All right, I'll give you another 20 or 30 seconds. Daniel entered. What if, we've thought of that before. Like, what if when a snowflake is falling, I could like push it, or like when a drop is falling, I can prevent it from hitting. That would be funny. If I win, could you do Control L to clear your screen? Yeah, definitely. All right, I think we're gonna end it there. And hello, Percelsior. 9:40 a.m. in Germany, which means, wait, yeah, it's Christmas Day. Okay, yeah, it's Christmas morning. Santa already came. You're opening your presents, or you already did open your presents. Cool. All right, we're gonna end it there. Contestants entered. You can stop typing here now. It won't work. And now, we're going to choose a random contestant. Though, let's do this. We're just gonna do some stats. That many contestants entered to win. We're gonna map them and grab their display name. And then we're gonna join that with a comma and a space. We'll just log your odds are 1 out of contestants.length. That needs to be a $sign, and that needs to be that and that. May your odd be ever in your favor. Let's write that. May the odds be ever in your favor. All right, let's do it. "31 people have entered to win. C H R I? Who is it? Who is it? S Chris? Chris who? Christian Mosca, maybe? Christian Moscasa? Sorry, you didn't win, Imaginary Warhawks. No, it's not rigged. It's cryptographically secure and random. Christian Moscasa. You won! You won! Actually, I mean, we're all winners here. It's Christmas. So Christian Moscasa from YouTube, throw a message in the chat real quick if you won, and emotes in the chat for Christian Moscasa. Congrats. Yeah, it's not on Twitch. It was a YouTube user. And I'm sorry you didn't win Imaginary Warhawks. But get some rest. Thanks for hanging out with us all night. It's been fun. All I wanted for Christmas was that Vue sticker. You know what? Like, I may... I mean, I don't know how many people would buy this sticker after Christmas, but people have wanted me to build a website to show how to incorporate payments with like Stripe or PayPal. So I can make a site where you could buy this sticker for like $1 or $2. You win. Cool. So if you're not on our Discord, you can join our Discord, and you just need to send me a message, and I will send you stickers no matter where you are in the world. Copy that. So join the Discord. You can DM me. That's my username. And we'll get you some stickers. Congratulations. Merry Christmas. He's near the Earth's core. Well, like I said, we'll make it happen. All right. What was I doing? Let's make this better. So, we have, well, not that. That would be awesome. That'd be fun. Yeah. And we can learn about implementing payments and all that good stuff. But also, we would need to implement some sort of privacy policy and how your information is stored and used, and probably adhere to the GDPR because we're taking in user information. That's a thing for sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Um, but I appreciate you, Imaginary Warhawks. You hung out with us this whole time. We've been live for a very long time. Thanks for hanging out. And what I might also do is not only for ordering these stickers, but literally ordering like a sticker pack. This whole pack of stickers on a website. We could potentially do like add the stickers to the cart, which ones you want. Maybe a sticker pack includes 5 stickers. I don't know. We'll do that in the future. But see you later, Pepe. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the Linux tips. But yeah, cool. All right, let's do this before we like. I'm probably gonna stop streaming pretty soon because it's Christmas and I gotta go to bed so that Santa can come because I've been awake this whole time. But what we're gonna do to make this better is in sites available. We're gonna make a new file. So let's just touch. And really, we'll do it as root. api.coding.garden. So we're going to have a specific file with the configuration for api.coding.garden. And we're also going to have a specific file for the configuration for Q&A-api.coding.garden. Just real quick, let's see the contents of default, because the main thing is I really want to copy this because that's going to exist in those individual files. Cool. So now we're going to update api.coding.garden to have this, but we don't need the if statement anymore. That's true, but I don't know. I'm gonna stop streaming soon, and Santa might not make it before I stop streaming, so that's the thing. Cool. So in this specific file, we have the SSL and port 443 configuration there, though, you know, this is where things get tricky because it says it's managed by certbot. I'm curious, can you have a nested server block? Just a second. Let's do this. Let's remove those 2 files. What if we have a nested server block? I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to do this. Mainly because it's automatically managed by certbot, and I don't want to mess things up if and it won't be able to like automatically update them. But yeah. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. This has been fun. Okay. So, I mean, another thing we could do and what we will do is we'll basically have another if statement here that says if the host is Q&A-api.coding.garden, that should in turn proxy pass to a different port. Let's say localhost 9000. And what I'll need to do is I'll clone that repo down, and we'll use PM2 to run it and make sure it's running on port 9000. And now, depending on which subdomain you go to, it's going to hit that individual port. So Let's kill that. Oh, we did it without sudo. That's fine. Cool. So we did that. Let's check our configuration. We can do sudo nginx -t unexpected curly brace in default. So it's a good thing we did this. Where's the unexpected curly brace? Oh, there's an L right there somehow. There we go. Try again. Good to go. Successful configuration. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Do these domains work with www? No, because I haven't configured a subdomain, but technically I could. So I could configure www.api.coding.garden to point to this server. I would need to update my SSL certificate because right now my SSL certificate is only for Q&A api.coding.garden and api.coding.garden. So yeah, that's a thing. That probably would have happened, Wally. So if we would have set up these configurations before doing Let's Encrypt in separate files, it probably would have figured out which one to put the configurations in. And honestly, off stream, I'll probably do that. This has just been like a general overview of how to do all of these things. But yeah, the eagle has landed. Cool. Well, that's good to know, Linus. So like if you're in a file and you don't have root, you want to switch to root. Yeah. Yeah, so you could add the CNAME, but then I would have to add all of the other configurations as well. Because specifically, we're all running this behind NGINX. So NGINX would need to know about that subdomain to route it to the same place. Yeah, all right, let's reload. We've reloaded. So now, if we go to api.coding.garden, well, actually, yeah, so here, we get the API. But if we go to Q&A, we're going to get like an error. Yeah, 502 bad gateway, because there is no service running on port 9000, like I said here. So it's trying, but it can't reach it, so we get a bad gateway. But eventually what I could do is I would create, or I would clone down the repo for the Q&A API. I would run it with PM2. So then I would have multiple services running. I would have api.coding.garden, which is running on port 5000. I'd have my Q&A site, which is running on port 9000. And once it's actually running, this will resolve and return that information. So, but I'll configure that at a later time. It's Christmas. I'm tired, but this has been fun. Thanks, everyone. One thing we need to do is potentially set up auto renewal. Take a drink. I don't think we did that. Cool. So that can renew them. But one thing that we probably should do and can do is set up a cron job to renew the certificate, because it's important to note that Let's Encrypt certificates will expire after 3 months and you need to renew them. So basically what you can do is you install a cron, which is something that'll run on a regular basis to renew your SSL certificates if they need to be renewed. Let's do this. DigitalOcean, Let's Encrypt, NGINX. I think I originally followed their tutorial. And so this tutorial has setting up the certbot, doing all that good stuff. And then I believe they have what we can do. Wait, or does it automatically adds the renewal? The certbot package install takes care of this by adding a renew script to etc/crond. Okay, so let's take a look. If we cat that, oh, let's go in there. Here we go. So I believe this is run every 12 hours to see if our certificate still needs to be renewed. And so the certbot that we used automatically installed that. So that's pretty cool. So basically, this is always running in the background, or it spins up every, I think this is every 12 hours. This is specifically what we're looking at is a cron tab file. Cron. You can look up cron jobs. Cron tab. Cron. But it has a specific thing. So this is minute, hour. Yeah. So because this runs in the background, that's automatically going to attempt to renew it. Cool. All right. I'm going to close out of that server. We're good there. We're good there. Let's do one more giveaway because it's Christmas and I'm feeling generous. Can we get another stream on New Year's with you setting up proxy pass reverse? What do you mean, like setting up more potential servers? But thanks for the follow, Yatanasov. Welcome. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I think I'm going to a party on New Year, so I probably won't be able to stream. Okay. Oh. No, I don't think so for WebSockets. I believe it'll just work. Because we're going to attempt to access them from port 443. I don't know, but if I do, I'll definitely do a stream on it. As far as I know, it should be good to go with the existing setup that I have. All right, last giveaway of the night. Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. Type exclamation mark here in the chat to enter to win. You can only enter once, so there's no point entering the command multiple times. That said, you can enter on both YouTube and Twitch. So if you want twice the chance to win, put the message on both YouTube and Twitch. And I'll give you time to go over there and log in and all that good stuff if you need to. Ons has entered to win. Trent and Rima and Ed and Ashwin and Ben and Saktavel and Who's Fable and Linus Dev. Oh, weird. Yeah, I'll definitely show the configuration if I need to do anything special to get it working. But I think it'll just work. We'll see though. There we go. For sure. Yeah, I mean, you can host Django on this configuration that I just showed as well. Basically, Django would be listening on some port, and then you use NGINX to proxy the requests to that given port. All right, I'm going to give you 45 more seconds to enter to win. Well, not 45 minutes. 45 seconds. Lanid is here. Entered to win. You have 30 seconds to enter. Oh, also, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. All right, 7 seconds. Cool. Oh, wait. What just happened? Oh, White Shark at the last second. All right. Contestants entered. You can stop typing here now. It's not going to work. Here we go. 26 people entered to win. Your odds are 1 out of 26. May the odds be ever in your favor. J. O. E. Is it Joe Mama? Show us your bits. Joe Mama. Congrats, Joe Mama. Yeah. Twitch user Joe Mama. Congrats. You did it. I think you're on our Discord already, but DM me and I will send you some stickers wherever you are in the world. Yeah, congrats. And Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Before we go, we should do all the holiday emotes again. Because these are great. Send me all your haha holidays emotes. Merry Christmas. This was fun. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's been a good time. I think we gave away 5 or 6 sticker packs. Nice. What emote is this? Tier 1 sub emote for FTG bro. Nice. Very nice. Haha reindeer. It's pretty cool. I like it. Anyone else? Any other holiday emotes? Cool. Let's see. Is there anyone streaming on Twitch right now? Like anyone we can raid? Right, Cophobia is live. We might raid them. Let's see who else is in science and technology. Web development. Yeah. There's barely anyone streaming right now. We'll raid Codephobia. Just copy that. Oh, and Linus Dev right at the top. Right at the top. So if you're watching on YouTube, head over to Twitch. https://twitch.tv/codinggarden. Does it work? It works. Cool. So we're gonna do a good old-fashioned raid. Basically, what that is where we take all the viewers of my stream and we send them to another stream, and we share the love basically. So here's what we're gonna do. Here is our raid message. Do that one, and that one, and that one. So copy paste the raid message and send it in the chat. And this is whenever we get into the other person's channel, that's the message that we're gonna send. Let's see it. Can you try it? Send the raid message. There we go. Deep Sense has got it. Oh, nice. I like it, Lanid. Very good. Sweet. Cool. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on this Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. It's been super fun. And thanks for the follow, Muesli Twitch. Welcome. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.